the Union Budget 2024-25 and the Budget of Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir 2024-25 to be discussed together. I call upon former Finance Minister Sri P. Chidambaram to raise the discussion. Mr. Chidambaram.
Mr. Chairman, I want to thank the Honorable Finance Minister
One second. Please hear him patiently.
for the employment-linked incentive scheme and other ideas incorporated in the early part of her speech. I'm particularly happy that she had an opportunity to read the Congress manifesto.
Yes.
And she picked the good ideas on page 11, page 30, and page 31. I would respectfully urge my honorable friends in the Treasury benches to read the Congress manifesto so that in your party, especially the External Affairs Minister, in your party meetings, you can persuade the Honorable Prime Minister and the Honorable Finance Minister to take some more ideas from our manifesto. We'll be very, very happy to support you if you take those ideas. Copying is not prohibited in this House. In fact, copying is encouraged, copying is rewarded in this House.
One second. If you'll address the chair, it will give a soothing feeling to me also. And that will be more appropriate, Mr. Chidambaram.
Copying is encouraged and copying is rewarded in this House. So please copy a little more. Sir, I have 4 major themes, and I think I should be able to complete my submissions on each theme in about 4 or 5 minutes. The first is jobs. Unemployment is the biggest challenge. The Center for Monitoring Indian Economy has estimated all India unemployment rate in June 2024 as 9.2%. It may have come down. Now, earlier there was a production-linked incentive. When you introduce the employment-linked incentive, it must be for some reason. And I suspect the reason was that the production-linked incentive scheme did not create the kind of jobs that you wanted to create. So will the Honorable Finance Minister tell this House what is the outcome of the PLI? Once we know the outcome of the PLI, we can look ahead to what can be expected of the ELI. In fact, from paragraphs 20, 21, and 22, read with paragraph 51 of her speech, neither I nor any of my learned colleagues are able to get a whole picture of the ELI. It seems to us that paragraph 20 talks about the same target industries like paragraph 21, and paragraph 21 talks about the same target industries as paragraph 22. But in paragraph 51, we were suddenly let down when you said only 500 industries are selected. The numbers don't gel, the numbers don't match. Anyway, you have a ELI. It's an interesting idea, but it does not inspire confidence. And let me go on record to say it does not inspire confidence that you will be able to place 290 lakh people under the ELI that you have described. It should not turn out to be another election jumla like your 2 crore jobs again. Now look at the magnitude of the unemployment problem. Uttar Pradesh Police Department conducted an examination for 60,244 vacancies. 48 lakh persons applied and wrote that examination. It was cancelled a couple of days later. Air India wanted to fill 2,216 vacancies of handymen to do diverse jobs like repair and maintenance. 25,000 people thronged Mumbai airport for a walk-in interview, and the police had been called to restore law and order. A private company in Gujarat sought to fill 5 positions. 1,000 persons barged into that company. Madhya Pradesh advertised 15 low-skilled government jobs. 11,000 applications were received. Among them were postgraduates, engineers, MBAs, and I'm sad to say, even one of them who had just written an examination to be a judge in the Madhya Pradesh High Court. The best illustration is by the Staff Selection Commission. There are staff selection commissions at the center and the states. Uttar Pradesh conducted an examination for 7,500 posts. 24,74,030 people applied for those jobs. And yet, the RBI, about 2-3 weeks ago, said, there is no jobs crisis in India. Exact words, no jobs crisis in India. Why didn't anyone from the minister or any officer stand up and say, we reject this statement. RBI is supposed to be cautious, conservative, and neutral. But you're cautious, you're conservative, and you're not neutral at all.
Yes. Yes.
I suggest, sir, that unemployment be taken seriously, and we will wait for the outcome of your ELI scheme. It is an interesting scheme. At the moment, I'm not impressed. I'm not convinced. The outcome alone will judge whether your intentions are good, whether you really want to tackle unemployment. Sir, the second broad subject is inflation. The Honorable Finance Minister, in paragraph 3 of her speech, dismissed the subject in 10 words. And I'm not exaggerating. Please go through the speech. Exactly 10 words. Is inflation such a trivial subject? You can deal with it casually and dismiss it in 10 words? WPI inflation is 3.4%. CPI inflation is 5.1%. Food inflation is 9.4%.
Shame.
This is data collected where you can collect data, mostly along towns and villages abutting the national highway, at best the state highway, at best the district highway. But go into the hinterland of India. Go into the KBK districts of Odisha. Go into the interiors of Dharmapuri or Ramanathapuram. The inflation is much higher than your 3.4% or 5.1% or 9.4%. And the chief economic advisor, who may be cautious, conservative, he has a degree of autonomy which no other officer of the government of India has, he said in his economic survey, quote, India's inflation continues to be low, stable, and moving towards the 4% target. It's been moving for the last 4 years. When will it arrive at a 4% target? Is inflation low? Is it stable? Is it moving towards the 4% target? If it is moving towards the 4% target, why has the RBI not revised downward the bank rate fixed in June 2023?
Yes.
This is the 13th month of a 6.5% bank rate. Bank rate is the good measure of where inflation is moving. If inflation is moving towards the 4% target, 4% is, the target is actually 2 plus or minus, 4 plus or minus 2. It's not 4%. Assuming that 4% is the target, why is the RBI keeping the bank rate at 6.5% for the last 13 months? Why is the MPC, the Monetary Policy Committee, not willing to revise it downwards? And I think what the Chief Economic Advisor said in his economic survey is injury, and the Honorable Finance Minister dismissing the subject in 10 words is adding insult to injury. Inflation is a humiliating situation because every family is hit by inflation. I warn this government, you are taking inflation not so seriously. The last set of by-elections punished you. You will not agree. But I think the last set of by-elections were out of 13 seats, 10 seats were won by the India bloc. It's a punishment, a warning administered to you. And if you don't take inflation seriously, you will be punished more. If you want to suffer the punishment, you're welcome to suffer the punishment. And in this situation, you claim that the growth was last year 8.2%. And this year it will be 6.5% to 7%. I'm not going into the macroeconomic analysis. Some of my colleagues will do that. I ask you, how do you arrive at this growth rate? You take the nominal growth rate and apply a deflator and arrive at the GDP. Sir, the House and you must know that the deflator that they have adopted for the manufacturing sector for last year is 1.7. When wholesale inflation is 3.4, when CPI inflation is 5.1, food inflation is 9.4, how do you adopt a deflator of 1.7? In fact, I want the Honorable Finance Minister to tell us what is the deflator you have adopted for manufacturing, industry? What is the deflator you have adopted for industry and for agriculture? And what is the deflator you have adopted for services? Nominal growth is measurable, but your GDP in real terms is simply by adopting a deflator. And if you adopt a deflator, which several knowledgeable economists and experts throughout the world have severely criticized for the last 3 or 4 years, you will arrive at this rosy picture. You would adopt a deflator less than 1.7, you would not have arrived at 8.2, you would have arrived at 9.2. You adopt a deflator of 0.5, you will even cross 10%. So please tell us, what is the deflators you are adopting? Why are you adopting? And tell us what is the nominal growth rate and how do you arrive at these growth rates? These growth rates cannot be seen, but these growth rates can be felt by the people. Please, anyone moving around the people will know. The growth rate can be felt by the people. When there is impressive growth, when there is more goods and services, when prices are affordable, when there is money floating around in the market, when your pockets are jingling with coins or currency notes, you get the feeling that things are going all right in this country. Do you get that feeling? I travel at least 500,000 kilometers every month by road. I don't get that feeling. Does any honorable member from his constituency or state get the feeling that the people tell him things are very good, please go and tell the Prime Minister in Delhi things are very good, we are very happy? Does anyone get that feeling? Nobody. Sir, the third subject is wages. Now, this is a serious matter. The Honorable Finance Minister said, I have given relief. Who has she given relief to? I don't grudge the relief. She has given relief. But who? In 22-23, the last figure I was able to access, the number of taxpayers is 7.4 crore. It may have increased to 8.5 crore. Out of that, 65% have zero tax liability. They file a return, but no tax. Assuming that the 60% remains constant, of say 8 crore or 9 crore taxpayers today, 5.5 to 6 crore will be zero tax liability. You have given relief to people who move to the new tax regime. The new tax regime, I've seen various calculations. Each paper has got a calculation. I have a chartered accountant who's given me a calculation from Gujarat, and he is very knowledgeable. He says that the relief given is between 9,651 rupees to 17,651 rupees. To whom? To this 2 to 3 crore people. India does not consist only of these 2 to 3 crore people. There are 142 crore in this country. Out of 142 crore, let's assume you have given relief to 2 to 3 crore people. What about the rest? Do you know the conditions of the rest? Your household consumption expenditure survey of the government of India counted that the bottom 50%, have 3% of the national wealth, 13% of the national income, and the monthly consumption in rural areas of the family is 3,094 rupees. Multiplied by 12, you will arrive at about 37,000 rupees a year. In urban areas, it's 4,963 rupees. Multiplied by 12, you get 60,000 rupees. So we have 50% of the population, monthly consumption expenditure, 50% is 71 crore, have a monthly consumption expenditure of between 36,000 rupees to 50,000 rupees. Are they rich or poor? This is the bottom 50, below the median. You go down to the bottom 20, go down to the bottom 10, they are even poorer. What is the relief for them? And the Niti Aayog chief executive officer says, India has virtually abolished poverty. Poverty cannot be more than 5%. Poverty cannot be more than 5% when you're talking about 71 crore people. 71 crore people, thankfully, is not 5%. Then India's population will be 1,400 crore. India's population is 142 crore. One half is 71. They are below the 71 crore. They are below the median, and this is the median income. Sir, I asked the Honorable Finance Minister, what is the relief given to them? Do you know that Most of them are daily labor, 30 crore daily labor in this country. The others are irregular jobs. The regular jobs are only for about 17 to 25% of this country. All the rest are in irregular jobs or in daily labor. What is the relief given to them? In the World Hunger Index of 125 countries, we are 111. You may not accept the World Hunger Index, but the action that the government has taken, namely giving free food grain to 81 crore people, is a tacit admission that on the hunger index, we are very, very low. Forget the hunger index. 81 crore people, your own action shows that people cannot afford food. So, my last subject is federalism. What do we see around this country? All India service officers defy the directions and orders of the Council of Ministers of an elected government in Delhi. Funds are withheld from Kerala and West Bengal on one pretext or other. Borrowing limits of non-BJP states governments have been slashed. Tamil Nadu has been denied disaster relief assistance. I ask, why does the UPSC have to play a role in the appointment of the DGP of the state? Why should a state government not appoint the Vice Chancellor of state universities? And how did this government treat Andhra Pradesh and Bihar and Odisha before April? The same demand is there. The same Andhra Pradesh Reorganization Act is there. It was there. The Chief Minister was a different person. The same act. For 10 years, how did you treat them? For 10 years, how did you treat Bihar? When a leader wears one cap, you treat him one way. When he changes that cap and he wears another cap, you treat him another way. I don't grudge at all you're giving relief to Andhra Pradesh or Bihar. But what about the other states? We are a federal country. This is the death knell of federalism. If you pick and choose among states, you are the Union of India. You are the union government. You are the government of all the states. You cannot pick and choose one state and deny relief to another state. Sir, finally, I thought the Honorable Finance Minister loved Tamil. I missed her quotes from either Thiruvalluvar or any other classic literature. Maybe she didn't have time to quote from a classic poet in Telugu or in Bhojpuri. Maybe she will in course of time. I want her to remember that she was born in Madurai. She had a schooling in Viluppuram and she had a college in Tiruchirappalli. And it is very painful, as the Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu pointed out, that not in one place in her 60-page speech did she mention the word Tamil Nadu or Tamil. I'm not saying mention only Tamil Nadu. Mention all states. Or mention all the states grouped together. How many times have you mentioned Bihar? How many times have you mentioned Andhra Pradesh? I have no grudge. But please remember that there are other states in India, other states of people, other states elect other governments, they vote against you. Please remember that. Finally, sir, I have 1 minute. I have 5 demands. 5 demands which I would urge the Honorable Finance Minister to copy from our manifesto. I demand this and I want answers. Respectfully, I ask the Honorable Minister to give us answers. If you don't answer this today or in the course of this session or subsequently, it is not as though these demands will die down. They will echo everywhere in India where the India bloc has a right to speak and write. First demand, we demand that a minimum wage of 400 rupees per day for every kind of employment. 2, we demand a legally guaranteed MSP. 3, we demand a write-off of the unpaid balance of interest or installment of educational loans given up to March 2024. 4, we demand the abolition, complete abolition of the Agnipath Agniveer scheme. And 5, we demand that NEET be scrapped, and if some states want to keep NEET, exempt all other states which don't want NEET. These 5 demands will echo not only in this chamber, it will echo throughout the country until you concede these demands. I demand that the Honorable Finance Minister reply to my demand that he should reply to this issue. Thank you.
Dr. Radha Mohan Das Agarwal.
माननीय सभापति महोदय, मैं माननीय राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष और नेता सदन जेपी नड्डा जी का आभारी हूं, जिन्होंने मुझे पार्टी की ओर से विचार रखने का अनुमति दिया। महोदय, हम लोग जब किसी विषय पर बोलना शुरू करते हैं वित्त के बारे में, तो हमारे सामने 2 बिंब होते हैं। एक बिंब होता है भारत का, वो भारत जिसे हम अपनी माँ मानते हैं। हमारे शास्त्र जिसके बारे में कहते हैं माता भूमि पुत्रो हम पृथिव्यामा। हजारों साल पहले जिसके बारे में लिखा गया, उत्तरम यत् समुद्रस्य हिमाद्रस्तैव दक्षिणम वर्षम तद भारतम नाम भारती यत संतति। समुद्र के उत्तर में और हिमालय के दक्षिण में ये जो देश है इसे भारत कहते हैं, और हम भारत के पुत्र हैं, भारत के बच्चे हैं, और इसलिए भारतीय कहे जाते हैं। दूसरा बिंब होता है हमारे प्रधानमंत्री का। 26 मई 2014 को जब उन्होंने पहली बार शपथ लिया, और हम गर्व के साथ कह सकते हैं दुनिया की अकेली शख्सियत स्वर्गीय नेहरू जी के पास, जिन्होंने तीसरी बार शपथ लेने का काम लगातार सफलता के साथ किया। माननीय मंत्री प्रधानमंत्री जी जब शपथ ले रहे थे तो 2 प्रकार की शपथ ले रहे थे। एक संवैधानिक शपथ जो इस देश के महामहिम श्री राष्ट्रपति दिलवा रहे थे, एक दूसरी भी शपथ उसी समय वो ले रहे थे। मैं अगर प्रधानमंत्री बना हूँ तो मेरे काम करने की दृष्टि क्या होगी, मेरी आर्थिक नीतियाँ क्या होंगी। और वह शपथ उन्हें नरेंद्र नाम का एक दूसरा नौजवान दिला रहा था। नाम था नरेंद्रनाथ दत्त विवेकानंद। विवेकानंद बोल रहे थे और माननीय प्रधानमंत्री में मन में ही उनके शब्दों को दोहरा रहे थे। प्रधानमंत्री कह रहे थे, मैं नहीं भूलूंगा कि मेरा विवाह, कि मेरी संपत्ति, कि मेरा जीवन मेरे व्यक्तिगत भोग विलास के लिए या इंद्रिय सुखों के लिए हुआ है, मेरे व्यक्तिगत सुख के लिए हुआ है। मैं नहीं भूलूंगा कि मेरा यह समाज उस विराट महामाया की एक छाया मात्र है। मैं नहीं भूलूंगा भारत के जितने भी नागरिक हैं, अशिक्षित हों, गरीब हों, दलित हों, पिछड़े हों, मैं भारतवासी हूं और ये सारे नागरिक भारतवासी हैं, हमारे परिवार के सदस्य हैं। इनका सुख और दुख हमारा और सुख और दुख होगा। मैं नहीं भूलूंगा इस बात को कि जब तक यह जीवन है, यह धरती हमारे लिए स्वर्ग है और भारत का कल्याण ही हमारा कल्याण है। और इसी सपने को लेकर के मैं गर्व के साथ कह सकता हूं, जिस यात्रा को माननीय प्रधानमंत्री ने 2014 में शुरू किया, हम गर्व के साथ कहते हैं आज से 2024 तक वो यात्रा उनकी अनवरत जारी है। एक जमाने में रामधारी सिंह दिनकर ने, आज माननीय वित्त मंत्री जी बात कर रहे थे, आज से 60 साल पहले लिखा था देश की आर्थिक व्यवस्था के बारे में। कुछ समझ नहीं पड़ता रहस्य क्या है, जाने भारत में बहती कौन हवा है, धरती के सब पेड़ दीन दुर्बल है, गमलों के ही पेड़ सुदम में सुदल है। जब तक है यह वह सम्य समाज सड़ेगा, किस तरह एक होकर यह देश लड़ेगा। सबसे पहले यह दुरित मूल काटो रे, समतल पीटो खाइया खड्ग पाटो रे, बहुपाद बटों की सिरा शोर छाटो रे, जो मिले अमृत सबको समान बांटो रे। माननीय पूर्व वित्त मंत्री भारत का भाषण दे रहे थे, वर्तमान की नीतियों के बारे में बता रहे थे। 1960 में रामधारी सिंह दिनकर भारत की स्थिति के बारे में बखान कर रहे थे और ऐसा लग रहा था वर्तमान से कोई इनका संबंध ही नहीं हो। 65 साल इन्होंने राज किया है। 65 सालों के रहते हुए रामधारी सिंह दिनकर की इस पीड़ा को किंचित मात्र भी इन्होंने अगर बदला होता तो शायद ये बातें इन्हें आज दोहराने की जरूरत नहीं पड़ी होती। और इसीलिए माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जब सत्ता पर आए तो उनकी प्राथमिकता थी, देश का गरीब हमारी प्राथमिकता होगी, देश का नौजवान हमारी प्राथमिकता होगी, देश की बहनें हमारी प्राथमिकता होगी, देश का किसान हमारी प्राथमिकता होगी। और हम सब गर्व के साथ कह सकते हैं जितनी नीतियां उन्होंने बनाई, हम नाम पर नाम ले सकते हैं, उनकी उपलब्धियों को गिना सकते हैं। पहली बार जब वो जनधन योजना लेकर के आए थे, आप तो नहीं ला पाए 65 सालों में, आप तो इस बात की चिंता नहीं कर पाए कि इस देश में 53% ऐसे लोग हैं जिन्होंने बैंक का मुंह तक नहीं देखा था। आभारी होना चाहिए इस देश को हमारे प्रधानमंत्री का, जिन्होंने इस बात को तय किया कि भारत का एक भी नागरिक जिसके पास एक पैसा नहीं होगा, हम उसे बैंक तक पहुंचाएंगे, बिना ब्याज के पहुंचाएंगे, जीरो बैलेंस पर अकाउंट खोलेंगे, उसके अकाउंट में 5,000 रुपया डालेंगे, उसे बचत करने की कला सिखाएंगे, उस देश के विकास में उसकी हिस्सेदारी करेंगे।
पीछे बैठकर
65 सालों में आपने अपने देश की नागरिकों को मजबूर किया, बहनों को गांवों के अंधेरे में शौचालय में जाने के लिए, अपनी इज्जत को बचाने के लिए, विभिन्न प्रकार की समस्याओं का सामना करने के लिए आप इस मंच पर खड़े होकर आज भाषण देते हो। महिलाओं की जो बेइज्जती आपने 65 साल में इस देश में की है, भारत सन के साथ डूबेगा। आपको एहसान होना चाहिए माननीय प्रधानमंत्री का, जिन्होंने इस देश में स्वच्छ भारत योजना प्रारंभ की। और आज हम गर्व के साथ कह सकते हैं भारत का कोई भी महिला, भारत की कोई भी बच्चा, कोई भी बूढ़ा आज अपने घर से निकल करके रात के अंधेरे में सड़कों पर जाने के लिए, शौचालय के लिए बाध्य नहीं हो सकता। आपको शर्म आनी चाहिए। 65 साल आप सत्ता में रहे, 3 करोड़ 70 लाख सिर्फ ऐसे घर थे जिनके घर आप पीने का पानी पहुंचा सके। शेष आप बात करते हैं आधे लोगों की, आप 140 करोड़ की जनसंख्या बताते हैं, 140 में 3 करोड़ 70 लाख घरों को आपने पीने का पानी पहुंचाया था। आपको आभारी होना चाहिए हमारे प्रधानमंत्री का, जिन्होंने शुरू किया जल जीवन मिशन, जिनके नेतृत्व में आज हम गर्व के साथ कह सकते हैं 14 करोड़ घरों में हमने पीने का पानी पहुंचाने का काम किया है। आपको शर्म नहीं आती? इस देश की 90% जनसंख्या इलाज नहीं करा पाती थी, चिकित्सा तक उसकी पहुंच नहीं होती थी, इलाज कराने में वह गरीबी रेखा के नीचे चली जाती थी, उसके घर बिक जाते थे, उसकी जमीनें बिक जाती थी। आप उसकी चिंता नहीं करते थे। चिंता अगर किसी ने किया तो भारत के प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी ने किया, जिसने तय किया इस देश का कोई भी गरीब पैसे की कमी के नाते मरेगा नहीं। आयुष्मान भारत योजना शुरू हुई, 50 करोड़ नागरिकों को आच्छादित किया गया और हम गर्व के साथ कह सकते हैं पिछले 7 सालों के अंदर, पिछले 5 सालों के अंदर 7 करोड़ 34 लाख लोगों ने अस्पताल में इलाज कराया। अध्यक्ष महोदय, मैं आपके सामने एक रिपोर्ट पेश करता हूँ। यह रिपोर्ट है स्टैंडर्ड ऑफ पुअर की। चुनाव जब चल रहा था, चुनाव का निर्णय आने वाला था, 29 मई को यह रिपोर्ट आई थी। ये छोटी मोटी संस्था नहीं है, पूर्व वित्त मंत्री इसको नकार नहीं सकते। महत्वपूर्ण ये नहीं है कि उन्होंने भारत की रेटिंग बढ़ा दी। 2009 में भारत की रेटिंग BBB माइनस नेगेटिव थी, आपकी सरकार थी। 2012 में भारत की रेटिंग BBB माइनस नेगेटिव थी, आपकी सरकार थी। 2014 में नरेंद्र मोदी सरकार में आए, आते ही मान रेटिंग 4 महीने के अंदर बदल गई, BB माइनस से और BB स्टेबल हो गई। और हम गर्व के साथ कह सकते हैं 29 मई 2024 को घोषणा किया स्टैंडर्ड पुअर ने और भारत की रेटिंग BB- स्टेबल से बदल करके BB- पॉजिटिव कर दिया। और महोदय, यह महत्वपूर्ण नहीं है, महत्वपूर्ण यह है कि ऐसा करते हुए स्टैंडर्ड और पुअर ने अपनी रिपोर्ट में क्या कहा, मैं उस रिपोर्ट को पढ़ना चाहूंगा अध्यक्ष महोदय। उन्होंने लिखा कि भारत को मजबूत आर्थिक विकास ने भारत की ऋणग्रहता पर सकारात्मक प्रभाव डाला है। इस सुदृढ़ आर्थिक ढांचे का आने वाले 2-3 सालों में विकास की गति पर बहुत प्रभावी असर पड़ने वाला है। उन्होंने लिखा, सरकार ने अपने खर्चे के स्वरूप और उसके वितरण को पूरी तरह से बदल दिया है और बढ़ता हुआ हिस्सा अवस्थापना विकास पर खर्च किया जा रहा है। आने वाले समय में यह भारत की जड़ता को समाप्त कर देगा और भारत को विकास की बहुत ऊंचाइयों पर लेकर के जाएगा। उन्होंने लिखा, लगातार नीतिगत स्थायित्व से, गहराते हुए आर्थिक सुधारों से और उच्च दर के अवस्थापना सुविधाओं के निवेश से भारत लंबे समय तक विकास की संभावनाओं को बनाते रहेगा। भारत की अर्थव्यवस्था, पहला तमाचा जो आपके ऊपर है, जो आरोप हम लोगों के ऊपर आप लगाते हैं, उस कंपनी ने लिखा, भारत की अर्थव्यवस्था ने कोविड की आपदा के बाद बहुत प्रभावशाली ढंग से वापसी की है। पिछले 3 सालों में भारत के वास्तविक आर्थिक विकास की दर और सकल घरेलू उत्पादन का क्षेत्र में सर्वाधिक 8.1% की औसत से वृद्धि हुआ है। भारत एशिया पैसिफिक क्षेत्र में
सीट पर बैठकर बात न करें,
सर्वाधिक विकासशील है
अपनी
और हमें
सीटों पर जाओ
विश्वास है कि आने वाले 3 सालों में यह विकास की दिशा और गति बनी रहेगी। भारत 7% के दर से विकास करता रहेगा और भारत के सकल
बैठकर बात न करें,
उत्पादन और ऋण के अनुपात में इसका प्रभावी प्रभाव पड़ेगा। अध्यक्ष महोदय, दूसरा तमाचा इनकी गाल पर मारा है स्टैंडर्ड और पुअर ने और लिखा, यह उनके शब्द हैं, वर्ष 2024-25 में मोदी सरकार ने अवस्थापना के विकास में 11,11,000 करोड़ रुपए खर्च किए हैं, अर्थात GDP का 3.4%। और अगला वाक्य जो उन्होंने लिखा, हम नहीं कह रहे, भारतीय जनता पार्टी के लोग नहीं कह रहे, हमारे अर्थशास्त्री नहीं कह रहे, स्टैंडर्ड और पुअर ने लिखा, आज से 10 साल पहले, किसकी सरकार थी ध्यान दीजिएगा, आज से 10 साल पहले खर्च से यह 4.5 गुना अधिक है और भारत इमर्जिंग और डेवलपिंग इकोनॉमी का बेस्ट परफॉर्मिंग स्टेट है। अगली टिप्पणी क्या थी उनकी, आप EPFO को नहीं मानते, आपको एक निजी संस्था CMI की रिपोर्ट समझ में आती है। आश्चर्य होता है, आप भारत के IBI को वित्त मंत्री रहे हैं 60 साल, यहाँ बैठ करके इन्होंने शासन किया होगा, RBI को नकारते हैं, उसी RBI के सहारे ये वित्त मंत्री बने रहे होंगे। आज इतनी अनैतिकता है कि उसी RBI के आधार पर इन्होंने ही गवर्नर बनाए होंगे, आज उसी RBI की रिपोर्ट को चुनौती दे रहे हैं। RBI और EPFO रोजगार की बात करते हैं, 2017 के पहले यह सरकार रोजगार की गणना ही नहीं कराती थी। बैठे हैं, हिम्मत होगी तो खुली जवाब देंगे। 5 साल में एक बार रोजगार की गणना होती थी, क्वार्टरनरी रिपोर्ट लाई जाती थी। आज हम गर्व कर सकते हैं 2017 के बाद भारत के प्रधानमंत्री ने तय किया हर 3 महीने में भारत के रोजगार की गणना की जाएगी। EPFO के आंकड़े को आप निकालिएगा, स्टैंडर्ड और पुअर, दुनिया की सारी संस्थाएं ये CME के फर्जी आंकड़ों को नहीं मानती, EPFO के ही आंकड़े को मानती हैं। और EPFO के आंकड़े को कोट करते हुए उन्होंने लिखा, EPFO के आंकड़े से पता चलता है कि भारत में, ध्यान से सुनिएगा, EPFO के आंकड़े से पता चलता है मजदूरों में शक्ति बढ़ी है, फॉर्मल रोजगार में 11.4% की वृद्धि हुई है। स्वाभाविक रूप से आने वाले समय में भारत की मांग बढ़ने वाली है। और चौथी टिप्पणी, GST लाने वाले यही थे, लागू नहीं कर पाए, हमने लागू कर दिया। आज GST को विकास विरोधी बताते हैं। क्या कहा स्टैंडर्ड पुअर ने? GST की आलोचना करने वालों को सही जवाब दिया। भारत ने 2017 में GST इंप्लीमेंट किया और तब से इसका मीठा फल खा रहा है। 2024 में 11.7% की वृद्धि से 20 लाख करोड़ रुपया जीएसटी इकट्ठा हुआ है और ये राजस्व बढ़ता रहेगा और भारत का विकास बढ़ता रहेगा। अभी टिप्पणी कर रहे थे पीएलआई स्कीम पर माननीय पूर्व वित्त मंत्री महोदय। स्टैंडर्ड और पुअर ने पीएलआई का उल्लेख किया है, प्रोडक्टिव लिंक इंसेंटिव का। पीएलआई उन्होंने लिखा, पीएलआई स्कीम ने भारत में इलेक्ट्रॉनिक इंफॉर्मेशन टेक्नोलॉजी, ऑटोमोबाइल और उसके कंपोनेंट पर बहुत अधिक धन आवंटित किया है। इससे भारत के उत्पादन सेक्टर में विदेशी निवेश बढ़ा है और बहुत सी विदेशी फर्में भारत की ओर आकर्षित हुई हैं। और उन्होंने लिखा, आपदा के काल में भारत की आप चिंता कर रहे थे ना फिस्कल डेफिसिट की। 2012-13 में जब आपने सरकार छोड़ी थी वित्त मंत्री, तो भारत का फिस्कल डेफिसिट 10.5% था। आपको बहुत आंकड़े याद होते हैं ना, तो याद करिएगा 12 से 13 में भारत का एफडी 10.5, भारत का फिस्कल डेफिसिट 10.5% था। होगा तो आप खड़े होकर चुनौती दीजिएगा। उन्होंने लिखा, भारत की फिस्कल डेफिसिट आपदा के काल में 9 से 13% थी, 2024 में 5 से 5.7% हुई, 2025 में 5.1% हुई, 2028 तक ये 4.5% होगी और लगता है 2028 में यह घाटा घट करके 4.2% हो जाएगा। एक संस्था अध्यक्ष महोदय दूसरी इनकी बड़ी प्रिय है। जब इनकी सरकार थी 1991 में, उसी सरकार के, उसी सत्ता के दबाव में इन्होंने क्या क्या पाप किए थे, इतिहास इसका गवाह है। भारत के इतिहास का वो सबसे काला दिन था अध्यक्ष महोदय। हमें से किसी भी नागरिक को नहीं भूलना चाहिए। कांग्रेस की सरकार थी, एक सरकार इन्होंने चंद्रशेखर जी के साथ चलाई, जैसे इनकी आदत है 4 महीने बाद उसको धोखा दे दिया। दूसरी सरकार इन्होंने नरसिम्हा राव की चलाई, जैसी इनकी आदत है। बेचारे नरसिम्हा राव मरे, उनकी शव यात्रा निकली, कांग्रेस के कार्यालय के गेट पर आधे घंटे तक खड़ी रही। इन लोगों ने अपने प्रधानमंत्री की लाश को अपने कार्यालय के अंदर नहीं घुसने दिया। इतिहास के पन्ने गवाह है, जवाब देना पड़ेगा। अध्यक्ष महोदय, IMF मॉनिटरी फंड की रिपोर्टिंग है ये। IMF ने भारत की मजबूत आर्थिक उपस्थिति की प्रशंसा किया। एशिया पैसिफिक के निदेशक कृष्णा श्रीनिवास ने कहा, भारत के मैक्रो फंडामेंटल बहुत अच्छे हैं, देश की अर्थव्यवस्था बहुत अच्छी कर रही, 6.8% की विकास दर बहुत अच्छी है। ध्यान से सुनिएगा, महंगाई पर नियंत्रण हो रहा है। यह भारत सरकार नहीं कह रही, या वो संस्था कह रही जिसके दबाव में आपने भारत को गिरवी रख दिया था। मैं उस विषय पर आने वाला हूं। महंगाई पर नियंत्रण हो रहा है, भारत को अपने इसको टारगेट के भीतर और लाना होगा। 2023 यानी पिछले महीने वित्त मंत्री बैठी थी, 2023 के दूसरे छमाही में हुई आर्थिक वृद्धि ने सबको आश्चर्यचकित कर दिया है। भारत की मजबूर घरेलू मांग आर्थिक गति को बढ़ा रही है। उन्होंने कहा, भारत के विकास के अनुपात को बदलना होगा। अप्रैल में भारत की विकास दर 6.5 से बढ़ा करके उन्होंने 6.8 की थी। ये जीडीपी को चुनौती देने बैठे हैं, 7 साल रहे हैं, इसी जीडीपी को बनाते रहे हैं और इसी पर भाषण देते रहे हैं। और IMF ने कहा, हम दोबारा भारत के अनुमान को बदल रहे हैं और भारत के विकास दर को 6.8 से बढ़ाकर 7 कर रहे हैं। और सभापति महोदय, उपसभापति महोदय, उन्होंने सिर्फ भारत का ही विकास नहीं बताया, उन्होंने पूरी दुनिया के विकास का खाका खींच दिया। अमेरिका की विकास दर 2.7%, जर्मनी की विकास दर 0.2%, फ्रांस की विकास दर 0.7%, इटली की विकास दर 0.7%, स्पेन की विकास दर 1.9%, यूके की विकास दर 10.5%, जापान की विकास दर 10.9%, रूस की विकास दर 3.2%, ब्राजील की विकास दर 2.2%, मैक्सिको की विकास दर 2.4%, साउथ अफ्रीका की विकास दर 10.9%, और हम गर्व के साथ कह सकते हैं भारत की विकास दर 7% का आंकड़ा IMF की संस्था ने दिया है अध्यक्ष महोदय। और कौन है ये IMF? प्रमोद जी, 2091 में आप ही की सरकार थी। 3 हफ्ते का फॉरेन रिजर्व आपके पास नहीं था, 3 हफ्ते का पैसा नहीं था आपके पास। मूडी ने आपको डाउनग्रेड कर दिया था, IMF ने आपको लोन देने से मना कर दिया था, वर्ल्ड बैंक ने आपका पैसा रोक लिया था, आपके पास पूरी की पूरी व्यवस्था फेल कर रही थी। आप मजबूर हुए, आपने 2 बार 1 जुलाई और 3 जुलाई को भारत की मुद्रा का अवमूल्यन किया और सबसे घटिया काम किया, सोना गिरवी रखा तो रखा। अगर आपका दिल साफ था तो खुलेआम सामने रखते। चोरी से सोना गिरवी रखने का काम दुनिया की किसी सरकार ने किया तो भारत सरकार ने किया, और भारत का 67 टन सोना इन लोगों ने 2 बार, एक बार 20 टन सोना, एक बार 43 टन सोना। मेरे को कोई असर नहीं पड़ता, बैठो नहीं चिल्लाते रह जाओगे। एक बार 20 टन सोना और एक बार 67 किलो सोना इन लोगों ने गिरवी रखा, रात के अंधेरे में रखा। हुआ क्या अध्यक्ष महोदय? एक बहुत नामी पत्रकार हैं शंकर अय्यर, वो बेचारे एयरपोर्ट गए थे किसी काम से। उन्होंने देखा कि एक ट्रक का पहिया फट गया तो वो देखने पहुंचे, पता चला कि उसके अंदर सोना भरा हुआ है। और तब जाकर के दूसरे दिन खबर छपी कि भारत ने अपने 142 करोड़ नागरिक जिनकी चर्चा कर रहे हैं ना, उनसे छिपा करके भारत का सोना गिरवी रख दिया। और हम गर्व के साथ कह सकते हैं हमारे पास एक प्रधानमंत्री है, चुनाव की गहमा गहमी में छिप गया। 31 मई 2024 को हमारे मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में इस देश ने अपना 100 किलो टन सोना भारत में वापस मंगवाया है और भारत के खजानों में रखा गया है। अध्यक्ष महोदय, ये चर्चा कर रहे थे आर्थिक आंकड़ों की, मैं भी इन्हें कुछ आंकड़े बता देना चाहता हूं। इन्होंने चर्चा किया ऋण के ऊपर। आज भारत का ऋण GDP का 85% है, मानता हूं मैं। पूरी दुनिया के क्या आंकड़े हैं? अमेरिका का ऋण 129% का GDP का है, जापान का ऋण 264% का है, इटली का ऋण 142% ऑफ GDP है, फ्रांस का ऋण 112% ऑफ GDP है, यूके का ऋण 97% ऑफ GDP है, भारत का ऋण 85% ऑफ GDP है। पूरी दुनिया में भारत ने विकास भी सर्वाधिक गति से किया है और भारत की ऋणग्रस्तता भी पूरी दुनिया में उसके सकल घरेलू उत्पादन के मुकाबले सबसे कम है। और ये विकास हमने तब किया है अध्यक्ष महोदय, जब हम इस देश के नागरिकों से सबसे कम टैक्स लेते हैं। आप बात कर रहे थे इनकम टैक्स की, हम गर्व के साथ कह सकते हैं भारत अकेला ऐसा देश है, पूरी दुनिया का अकेला देश है जो पूरी दुनिया में अपने नागरिकों से सबसे कम का टैक्स लेने का काम करता है। ब्रिटेन अपने नागरिकों से 33% टैक्स लेता है, नॉर्वे 31% टैक्स लेता है, ऑस्ट्रेलिया 30% टैक्स लेता है, स्विट्जरलैंड 27.5% टैक्स लेता है, इजराइल 24% टैक्स लेता है, यूरोपियन यूनियन 26% टैक्स लेता है, जर्मनी 22% टैक्स लेती है, स्वीडन 21% टैक्स लेता है, अमेरिका 16.5% टैक्स लेता है। और हमने जो पूरी दुनिया में यह ऐतिहासिक विकास की गति पाई है वह सिर्फ 7.6% ऑफ GDP का टैक्स सिर्फ और सिर्फ इसी टैक्स के आधार पर काई है। और अध्यक्ष महोदय, ये अभी रुकिए, बैठिए सर। ये आरबीआई की रिपोर्ट, ये आरबीआई की मंत्री आरबीआई की अधूरी रिपोर्ट पेश कर रहे थे।
आपस में बात नहीं,
मैं पूरी रिपोर्ट पेश कर देता हूं अध्यक्ष महोदय, सभापति महोदय। 2011 में भारत के नागरिकों का नेटवर्थ GDP का 85.7% था। आंकड़े हैं, आपने कोट किया है, पढ़िएगा पूरी तरह। मार्च 2014 में 3 साल के कार्यकाल में यह 85.7% से घट करके 78.5% आ गया। 3 साल के अंदर आपने देश के नागरिकों की 7% पूंजी लूट लिया। और हम गर्व के साथ कह सकते हैं, मार्च 2014 में मोदी जी की सरकार आई और हमारा नेट फैमिली वर्थ 78.5% से बढ़ करके 97.2% हो गया। अर्थात कुल मिला करके हमने 19% अतिरिक्त पूंजी इस देश के नागरिकों के जेब में पहुंचाने का काम किया। 2014 में इनकी सरकार थी, प्रति व्यक्ति आय 86,000 थी, 86,000। आपके आंकड़े हैं महाशय, 50% नागरिक, 70% नागरिक। उस समय आंकड़ा देते थे तो आपको 50% और 70% नहीं दिखता था। उस समय आपको औसत दिखता था। 86,000 का आपने आय देकर छोड़ा था। आज भारत की प्रति व्यक्ति की आय कितनी है? कहां आपने 86,000 पर छोड़ा था। और हम गर्व के साथ कह सकते हैं, आज भारत का आम नागरिक 2,12,000 रुपया कमाता है। 2,12,000 रुपए इस देश के प्रति व्यक्ति की आय है। और ये बात कर रहे थे गरीबों की, यह बात कर रहे थे देश की आर्थिक व्यवस्था की, यह बात कर रहे थे कि लोगों के पास धन नहीं है इस बात का कि वो बेचारे खर्च कर सकें। मैं सिर्फ एक आंकड़ा आपके संज्ञान में लाना चाहूँगा अध्यक्ष महोदय। आरबीआई को माने या न माने, सरकार तो वो उसी से चलाते थे। आरबीआई देश के पास कितना पैसा है, कितना पैसा खर्च करती है, नागरिकों को अपने विकास का अंदाज कैसे लगता है, उनके पास पैसा नहीं है तो वो काम कैसे करते हैं, इसलिए वो हाई फ्रीक्वेंसी इंडिकेटर्स निकालते हैं। ये वही आंकड़े हैं जो अपनी सरकार में रहते समय ये भाषण दिया करते रहे होंगे। मैंने इनके चेहरे पर दिखा देता हूँ। ग्रामीण एरिया में 2 व्हीलर्स का सेल 21.3% बढ़ गया। कैसे बढ़ गया? बिना पैसे के। 3 व्हीलर्स का सेल 12.3% बढ़ गया। आपने जेब में पैसा डाला था। ट्रैक्टर का सेल 3.7% बढ़ गया। आदमी के पास पैसा नहीं था तो वो ट्रैक्टर खरीद रहा था। टोल कलेक्शन 37.5% बढ़ा है पिछले 1 साल में, 37.5%। ये गाड़ियां बिना पेट्रोल के चलती हैं, बिना डीजल के चलती हैं क्या? बिना आवश्यक के आप बताते हैं कि हमने 5 लाख कितना किलोमीटर बताया आपने? 500,000 इन 1 month। बाय गॉड, ही ओनली कैन मूव, नोबडी एल्स कैन मूव, नोबडी एल्स कैन मूव, ही ओनली कैन मूव। मैं तो आश्चर्यचकित हूँ अध्यक्ष महोदय। टोल कलेक्शन 37% बढ़ गया। पैसेंजर व्हीकल का सेल 4.9% बढ़ गया। डोमेस्टिक एयर ट्रैफिक 6.6% बढ़ गई। डोमेस्टिक एयर कार्गो ट्रैफिक 6.7% बढ़ गई। इंटरनेशनल पैसेंजर्स 13.2% बढ़ गए। रेलवे फ्लाइट ट्रैफिक 10.1% बढ़ गई। होटल ऑक्यूपेंसी 60% बढ़ गई। सीमेंट का प्रोडक्शन 10.6% बढ़ गया। मकान नहीं बन रहे थे, निर्माण नहीं हो रहा था, तो सीमेंट क्या कर रहे थे महाराज? कभी तो इन आंकड़ों को देखने की कोशिश करिए। स्टील का प्रोडक्शन 19.1% बढ़ गया। ऑटोमोबाइल का सेल 18.2% बढ़ गया। कमर्शियल व्हीकल का सेल 3.5% बढ़ गया। जीएसटी का ईबे बिल 16.3% बढ़ गया। जीएसटी का कलेक्शन 11.4 बढ़ गया। और अध्यक्ष महोदय, नागरिकों के पास पैसा नहीं था। मकान की खरीद नागरिकों के बीच में 33% बढ़ गई। 33% अधिक लोगों ने इस साल मकान अतिरिक्त खरीदे हैं। ये कहते हैं कि देश में पैसा नहीं है। आप देख नहीं पाते, देखना नहीं चाहते। जॉन्डिस्ड आई हैं आपके। ठीक है, ठीक है अध्यक्ष महोदय, इनका एक दूसरा आर्थिक आंकड़ा आता है, वो बहुत जरूरी है जानना। उस आंकड़े को कहते हैं परचेजिंग मैनेजर इंडेक्स। इस पारी इन्होंने अपने भाषण में नहीं कहा। पिछली बार जब ये खड़े हुए थे तो परचेजिंग मैनेजर इंडेक्स की बात कर रहे थे। इनका जवाब देते समय मैंने कहा था कि आप झूठ बोल रहे हैं, आपने गलत आंकड़े प्रस्तुत किए हैं। आज मैं सही आंकड़ा प्रस्तुत कर देता हूं।
बोलते वक्त संसदीय शब्द का
अध्यक्ष
इस्तेमाल
महोदय,
करें।
हाँ सत्य कह लीजिए, भ्रम कह जो चाहे कह लीजिए। अध्यक्ष महोदय, परचेजिंग मैनेजर इंडेक्स मैन्युफैक्चरिंग क्षेत्र में, परचेजिंग मैनेजर इंडेक्स का मतलब होता है कि देश की विकास गति, समझ लीजिए नहीं तो फिर उल्टा बोलेंगे ये लोग, समझाना भी तो जरूरी है ना। इसका मतलब होता है कि
आपके
विकास की
पास
धारा
1 मिनट
कैसी
समय है डॉक्टर
अगर
अग्रवाल, 1
50
मिनट
से
समय।
नीचे है इसका माने देश का विकास कम हो रहा है, अगर 50 से ऊपर है इसका मतलब देश का विकास बढ़ रहा है। माननीय नेता प्रतिपक्ष, 24 घंटा तो आप बोलते हैं, कभी हम लोगों को भी बोलने का मौका दे दीजिए। परचेजिंग मैनेजर इंडेक्स मैन्युफैक्चरिंग, ऑस्ट्रेलिया का मूल्य है 47.2, जापान का मूल्य है 50, अमेरिका का मूल्य है 51, चीन का मूल्य है 51, यूके का मूल्य है 50, दुनिया का औसत है 50, और भारत का परचेजिंग मैनेजर इंडेक्स मैन्युफैक्चरिंग के क्षेत्र में 58.3% है। ये किस बात का द्योतक है? अध्यक्ष महोदय, ऐसे ही एक सर्विस के क्षेत्र में मैनेजर इंडेक्स निकाला जाता है। पिछले भाषण में इन्होंने उसको भी कोट
आपका
किया।
समय खत्म हुआ, जो भी बोलेंगे
अध्यक्ष जी
पार्टी
बैठे हैं,
के
मेरे
टाइम से
नेताजी
जाएगा।
बैठे हैं, जितना समय
पार्टी
देंगे
की
मैं
आपके
बोल
टाइम से
दूंगा।
जाएगा।
आदेश होते मान मैं बैठ जाऊंगा। ये भाजपा का समय है अध्यक्ष सभापति महोदय। एक सर्विस मैन्युफैक्चरिंग इंडेक्स होता है, इस बार इन्होंने नहीं बोला क्योंकि थोड़ा पढ़ लिख लिए होंगे, जान गए होंगे कि पिछली बार झूठ बोल दिया था। मैं उसका आंकड़ा बता देता हूं।
कृपया संसदीय शब्द का ही इस्तेमाल करें।
रूस का, हाँ झूठ शब्द हटा दीजिएगा अध्यक्ष उपसभापति महोदय, गरने बोलने के लो में आ गया होगा, मैं उसे वापस लेता हूं। रूस का परचेजिंग मैनेजर इंडेक्स सर्विस क्षेत्र में 47.6, जापान का 49.4, यानी सब 50 से कम। ऑस्ट्रेलिया का, तू जाके बलिया को बिहार के मुख्यमंत्री का आने बड़ा बात है, झेला था वो उनके बेईमानन के, लालू यादव के और तेजस्वी के। तोरे जैसा पढ़ा लिखल आदमी केकर गुलामी करता समझे नहीं होता।
व्यक्तिगत टिप्पणी नहीं जाएगी रिकॉर्ड में, प्लीज।
ऑस्ट्रेलिया
चेयर को देखकर बोले।
ऑस्ट्रेलिया 51%, चीन 51%, यूके 52%, यूएसए 53%। अध्यक्ष महोदय, भारत का सर्विस क्षेत्र का पीएमआई 60.5% है, पूरी दुनिया में अकेला। एक तीसरा आंकड़ा भी है जिसके बारे में पिछली बार ये नहीं बोले थे, कंपोजिट मैनेजर इंडेक्स, जापान 49.7। अब सुन नहीं रहे ये लोग, सुन सब रहे हैं, ना सुनने का नाटक कर रहे हैं, सुन सब रहे हैं।
प्लीज,
एक कान इधर कर लिए, मुंह
आप
उधर
अपने
कर
समय से अधिक बोल रहे हैं, पार्टी का अधिक समय ले रहे हैं डॉक्टर साहब।
49.7, रूस 49.7, ऑस्ट्रेलिया 50%, यूके 52%, पूरी दुनिया का औसत 53%, और भारत 60.9% का आंकड़ा। अध्यक्ष महोदय कुछ और बातें हैं।
आप ऑलरेडी अपनी पार्टी जो तय पार्टी ने
अध्यक्ष
समय दिया
महोदय,
था उससे आप अधिक बोल चुके हैं।
अध्यक्ष महोदय,
कॉन्क्लूड।
दूसरा आर्थिक आंकड़ा निकलता है जिससे ये निकाला करते थे। इन्हें भी 7 साल वित्त मंत्री रहे हैं, हालांकि ये टुकड़े टुकड़े में रहे हैं ना। हमारी वित्त मंत्री तो लगातार हैं, एक कंटिन्यूटी है। ये बेचारे आते भगा दिए जाते थे, आते थे भगा दिए जाते थे, रह करके रहते थे, इसलिए अस्थायित्व तो नहीं आ पाता था इनका। हमारे वित्त मंत्री का अस्थायित्व तो है 7 साल का। प्रोफेशनल फोरकास्टर्स का असेसमेंट किया गया है, सारे के सारे आंकड़े तैयार हैं अध्यक्ष महोदय। रियल जीडीपी 6.8, आईएमएफ मांगेगा, स्टैंडर्ड पुअर मानेगी, भारत सरकार मानेगी, वर्ल्ड बैंक मानेगी, भारत के लोग मानेंगे। नहीं मानेंगे तो यही बेचारे नहीं मानेंगे। रियल प्राइवेट फाइनल कंजम्पशन एक्सपेंडिचर 6%, ग्रास फिक्स कैपिटल फॉर्मेशन 8.6%, ग्रास वैल्यू एडेड 6.6%। और अध्यक्ष महोदय, इनके कार्यकाल में सीएडी करंट अकाउंट डेफिसिट 4.5% था। हम गर्व के साथ कह सकते हैं हमारी वित्त मंत्री ने कल बजट प्रस्तुत किया और हमारा सीएडी 4.5% से घट करके 0.7% पर आ गया है। एक और आंकड़ा ये लोग निकलवाते हैं अध्यक्ष महोदय, वित्त मंत्री है ना, ये भूल गए होंगे, याद करा देना जरूरी है, याद करा देना जरूरी है इनको अध्यक्ष महोदय। हाँ, अपने जमाने का सब याद रहता था, लंबे लंबे ये लोग। एक्चुअली अध्यक्ष महोदय जब अंग्रेजी में बोलते हैं ना तो हम अपने उत्तर भारत के लोग थोड़ा दबदब से जाते हैं। जरा हिंदी में सुन ले और हिंदी में जवाब दे देंगे। आरबीआई ने कैलकुलेशन किया, हम तो डेली उनके ना भाई मनोज झा के, उनके देवेक पड़ी करंट सिचुएशन इंडेक्स, भारत का करंट सिचुएशन इंडेक्स जो रोजगार के आधार पर बनता है, आर्थिक परिस्थितियों के आधार पर बनता है, मूल्य के आधार पर बनता है, आय के आधार पर बनता है और नागरिक के खर्च करने की क्षमता के आधार पर बनता है। 100 के मुकाबले इसका मूल्य है 97.1%। और एक साल बाद भारत की आर्थिक व्यवस्था कैसी होगी, इन विशेषज्ञों के मन में आज से आने वाले एक साल के बाद भारत आर्थिक रूप से कैसा मजबूत होगा, उसके लिए वो लोग निकालते हैं फ्यूचर एक्सपेक्टेशन इंडेक्स। और अध्यक्ष महोदय, 100 के इंडेक्स में भारत का मूल्य 124.7% है। ये गरीबी की बात कर रहे थे अध्यक्ष महोदय, ये वर्ल्ड बैंक एक ज़माने में गुलामी करते थे ना, उसी के इशारे पे नाचा करते थे ना। ये पर कैपिटा इनकम से गरीबी देखते हैं। भारत के प्रधानमंत्री ने तय किया, गरीबी से उठे थे ना वो, उन्हें मालूम था गरीबों की आय अगर थोड़ी सी बढ़ा दी जाए तो भी आर्थिक सुविधाओं तक उसकी पहुंच नहीं होती, सामाजिक सुविधाओं तक उसकी पहुंच नहीं होती, शैक्षणिक सुविधाओं तक उसकी पहुंच नहीं होती। उसकी जेब में पैसा होता है लेकिन विभिन्न सामाजिक पूर्वाग्रहों के नाते इन सुविधाओं को वो खरीद नहीं पाता। इसलिए आपने गौर किया होगा, माननीय प्रधानमंत्री ने गरीबों के अमीर बनने का इंतजार नहीं किया, उनकी जेब में पैसा आएगा तब वो ये सुविधा पाएंगे, इसका इंतजार नहीं किया। 4 करोड़ मकान बना के दे दिए, निःशुल्क दे दिया, घरों में शौचालय दे दिया, निःशुल्क दे दिया, घर में फ्री बिजली दे दिया, निःशुल्क दे दिया, इलाज का इलाज करा दिया, निःशुल्क दे दिया, गैस दे दिया, निःशुल्क दे दिया। और फिर आय बढ़ा करके 80,000 से बढ़ा करके 86,000 से बढ़ा करके अध्यक्ष महोदय 2,12,000 कर दिया। मैं समाप्त कर रहा हूँ। और ये नीति आयोग की आलोचना कर रहे थे, क्या करें, ये प्लानिंग कमीशन चलाया करते थे, ये अपने मुख्यमंत्रियों को चपरासियों की तरह प्लानिंग कमीशन के चपरासी के सामने घुटने टेकवाया करते थे। हमारी सरकार आई तो हमने तय किया, हम फेडरल कोऑपरेशन पर विश्वास करते हैं। हम प्रधानमंत्री हैं तो हमारा मुख्यमंत्री भी अपने प्रदेश का सम्मानित अधिकार है। हम अपने अधिकारियों को, हम अपने प्रधानमंत्रियों को, राजनीतिक जनप्रतिनिधियों को आईएएस और पीसीएस के अधिकारियों के सामने अटेंडेंस लगाने के लिए मजबूर नहीं करेंगे। प्लानिंग कमीशन को समाप्त करके माननीय प्रधानमंत्री ने इस देश के हर मुख्यमंत्री के सम्मान की रक्षा की है। नीति आयोग का ये मल्टी डायमेंशनल पॉवर्टी इंडेक्स अध्यक्ष महोदय जो यह बताता है कि पिछले 10 सालों में हमने 24 करोड़ 10 लाख लोगों को सिर्फ गरीबी रेखा से ऊपर नहीं उठाया है। जीवन की जितनी ज़रूरतें होती हैं ना, आप लोग तो अमर सेन के बहुत बड़े भक्त हैं ना, क्योंकि वो भाजपा के विरोधी हैं। अमर सेन का गुण गाते हैं आप लोग ना। अमर सेन भी लेकर के आए थे इसी मल्टी डायमेंशनल पॉवर्टी को, आपने नहीं लागू किया क्योंकि आपका चेहरा बेनकाब हो जाता। आपने नागरिकों को सुविधाएं दी नहीं थी, खाली फर्जी पर कैपिटा बताया करते थे। इसलिए आपने इस देश में मल्टी डायमेंशनल पॉवर्टी कभी नहीं लागू की। भारत के प्रधानमंत्री ने काम किया था, नागरिकों तक सुविधा पहुंचाई थी। चुनाव चुनौती के साथ उन्होंने कहा, जब तक एक एक नागरिक के चेहरे पर खुशी नहीं आएगी, गांधी जी का वो सपना पूरा नहीं होगा कि जब तुम नीतियां बनाते हो तो यह देखो कि तुम्हारी नीतियों से गरीबों के आंसू साफ होते हैं या नहीं। हम गर्व के साथ कह सकते हैं, पिछले 10 सालों में हमने 24 करोड़ 10 लाख नागरिकों के आंखों से आंसू पूछे। अध्यक्ष महोदय,
थैंक यू।
मैं अभी बहुत कुछ कहना चाहता था,
थैंक यू।
लेकिन आपने रोका है, इसलिए मैं रुक रहा हूं। मौका दीजिएगा तो फिर अपनी बातें रखूंगा। धन्यवाद।
माननीय डॉक्टर राधा मोहन अग्रवाल जी ने, आपने जितना समय अधिक बोला है वो आपकी पार्टी से समय जाएगा। प्लीज, माननीय श्री जवाहर सरकार, माननीय श्री
Point of order, sir.
Sir, I invite your kind attention to Rule 261. Rule 261. It says, and I quote, if the chairman is of opinion that a word or words has or have been used in debate which is or are defamatory or indecent or unparliamentary or undignified, he may, in his discretion, order that such word or words be expunged from the proceedings of the council.
It will be already,
Yes.
it will be done.
Now,
It will be done.
only thing, only one word.
Please.
आदरणीय राधा मोहन दास अग्रवाल जी वो जोश से बोल रहे थे, तो उनका वो जोश से एक लफ्ज आ गया कि लूट रहे थे, आप लोग लूट रहे थे. This is unparliamentary according to the parliamentary publication of the book on unparliamentary expression 2021.
He is right. No.
Sir,
असंसदीय
2021.
शब्द है,
I am referring to the
असंसदीय शब्द
book.
है, वो निकलेगा। आप सही कह रहे हैं।
Referring to the book of the,
You are
this
right,
is the
I have already
publication of the
indicated.
parliament.
Yes. आप
Yes.
सही हो।
Parliamentary publication, name of the book is Parliamentary Publication, Unparliamentary Expression 2021. वो जरा देख लीजिएगा.
माननीय सुखेंदु शेखर राय जी, you are correct. I have already instructed before that. Please. माननीय श्री जवाहर सरकार जी, 15 minutes.
Sir, I'd like, please, आप बैठे
ये
साहब.
सिर्फ 2 शब्दों पर था, उन्होंने कहा नो प्लीज। माननीय जवाहर सरकार,
Sir, I
15
would like
minutes.
to thank you first. I would like to thank the chairperson of our party. I would like to thank the National General Secretary and the Leader of the House for giving me an opportunity to state certain facts. Before that, I would like to make one comment to my honorable friend that he has mentioned paisa around 40 times. तो पैसा डॉक्टर अग्रवाल नहीं जानेंगे तो कौन जानेगा? अच्छा, number one. Number two, he has made a lot of statements that are really defamatory in nature. I would say that if he really believes,
you speak on your subject, Mr. जवाहर सरकार।
अच्छा सर, छोड़िए सर,
Please.
इनकी बात छोड़िए सर, इनके बात छोड़िए सर, मुझे मेरे बात पर आने दीजिए. Okay, sir, I would like to start.
You have taken his name, please.
Sir, I would like to start
Yes.
by expressing my deep sorrow at the wasted opportunity of a finance minister who has been there for 7 years. Sir, I came into the budget process some 21 years ago and have drawn, helped execute budgets. I have not seen such a lackluster budget, such an absolutely atrocious budget. This is a budget that is a fig leaf for plutocracy, for a rule by the rich. Just a few examples. She starts off by saying, I let off gold, silver, platinum. This is a fact. The gold, silver, platinum are her priority. She says that When I talk of silver, the first thing that comes to my mind is a scandal in Gift City, in a particularly favored state. There is a huge scandal about import of silver. Then she says, I let off cruise ships. Sir, ये cruise ships कोई बात हुई budget में? Luxury cruise ships. I give off angel tax. Angel tax, sir, is meant for high investment by high investors. This has nothing to do with the common man. Angel tax, I remove. तो हमारे लिए क्या devil tax है? बाकी क्या devil tax छोड़ा? She has left off angel tax. Have you thought once about small savings? Small savings, not a word about small savings, not a word about the common man. A tragedy of a finance minister who does not understand the subject and reigns from a high horse. She has deliberately avoided the names of all the states, all the important states that voted against her. West Bengal has not been uttered once, Punjab never, Tamil Nadu never, Kerala never, none of the states. We do not exist in her scheme of things. That is what I'm trying to say. She starts off by saying, we are the 5th largest GDP. ये कब तक ये सुनेंगे? You are supposed to have made it $5 trillion economy by this year. You have not. So you have lied to the nation. You have not been able to manage even $4 trillion. As Mr. Chidambaram said, it's all jugglery of deflation. It's all a jugglery of deflation. And if you have come to almost $4 trillion, it is not thanks to you. It has happened because of the people of India. As people say, it happens in spite of the government. It doesn't happen because of the government. The economic survey, her economic survey, suddenly brings out one word of truth. I am quoting that sentence. The Indian corporate sector profits, are at a 15-year high. At a 15-year high, I don't grudge it. I grudge the 75-year low through which the poor are going. That is what my grudge. It talks of youth, the budget talks of youth, woman, poor, farmer. But what does it do in reality? In reality, it has turned itself into a user-friendly political weapon. It has created monopolies and oligopolies. It has created crony Raj. And we can go on giving number of examples, whether it be airport, port, coal, solar, and even foreign contracts dalali. Now we come back to the taxation structure. It was always around 50, 40, 40 to the personal income tax of poor people, and 60 was corporate tax. 60% of the corporation was corporate tax. Today, they are equal, which means we are unequal. Personal income tax has gone up from 24%. It has gone up to the 60%, 55, 60%. And corporate income tax has come down, slashed down. It's been slashed down deliberately to give them some benefit, which they never returned back to the nation throughout any investment. The present calculation is that the present finance minister and the prime minister have let off 8 lakh crores. 8 lakh crores is a lot of money. It is a budget of 5 states put together. It's 8 lakh crores. They have let off 8 lakh crores of corporate tax, along with a write-off of 16 lakh crores of bank bad debts. Out of 16 lakh crores of big bank bad debts, NPAs, she has given me in writing that around 9 lakh crores are on account of Modi, Nirav Modi, are on account of Nirav Modi, are on account of Yatin Shah, are on account of other big frauds and corporate losses. Sir, with the accumulation of such a plutocratic, such an absolutely openly capitalist budget, we have landed into an inequality that is 1.5 times worse than colonial times. And it has been established. Private capital formation. अगर इतना पैसा इनके पास है तो capital formation तो करो. Private capital formation has declined steadily during this regime. Let them contest it. Those officers who give them such papers should also give them such truths once in a while, ताकि अपने ख्वाब तो तोड़े. Now, this has happened consistently. Now, this budget is the most anti-federal budget that we have seen in the last 20 years. The most deliberately anti-federal budget. They have, I'll come to my state, they have declared an economic war on Bengal because Bengal refuses to subscribe to their avowed principle of hatred. We do not believe in the hatred of minorities. आप हमें बात डालिए, फिर भी हम minorities के खिलाफ नहीं करेंगे. We do not believe in casteism. So don't come and introduce the poison of casteism in my state and say, हमें वोट दो, हमें वोट दो. No. And for that, we have to pay a penalty that is higher than many other states. We have been stopped funding on Narega, on Awas Yojana, on Gram Sadak, or even on health to the poorest. And our dues are 1.72 lakh crores. Disgusting. 1.72 lakh crores. We are doing Awas Yojana on our own. We are doing Narega on our own. अरे नरेगा पर इतना गुस्सापन क्यों है? उसका नाम बदल दीजिए ना. महात्मा गांधी हटा के और किसी का नाम बैठा दीजिए. पर पैसा तो दीजिए. उसको बनाइए ना नरेंद्र मोदी रूरल डेवलपमेंट. The only state that is being deprived for 3 years. You have declared a special war of vendetta. The Prime Minister and this Finance Minister have declared a special war against us. Please, please look at history. In this subcontinent, if you take out a particular region or a particular state and declare a war of vindictiveness, you are playing with fire. You are playing with fire of the emotions of the people. You have even stopped kerosene quota. ये क्या हो रहा? You talk of giving subsidy cards to 1 lakh students. Bhaiya, Bengal has given it to 11 lakh students already. आप हमें क्या सिखाएंगे? Now, even on finance commission grants, on which, as you know, there are no conditionalities are possible, you have started putting conditionalities. You have started, it is anti-federal because you are increasing your tax budget through surcharges and additional duties. And you are not dividing this. You are keeping this to bribe, or sorry, to reward those states that prop you up, States are full of barriers. You have talked of inflation. Now it is at inflation, the one that matters is food, and that is over 9.2 to 9.5. Vegetable market is on fire, but you look at only the fire of the stock market. The vegetable market is what? Household consumption expenditure comes out. Your cherry-picked report will not show that 43% Indians are skipping a meal. Your national accounts statistics for 24 shows that household incomes have crashed by 9 lakh crores in 2 years. I'm repeating, by 9 lakh crores in 2 years. Household savings have come down as a percentage of GDP. Household consumption expenditure has been shattered because of inflation. We come to this budget, when you talk of so many things that you are giving, you are not mentioning that this is on borrowed money. Never before have we relied on 14 lakh crores of borrowers. You are putting the nation into a debt. Remember 67 years and 13 prime ministers. 67 years and 13 prime ministers borrowed 55 lakh crores, 55.8 lakh crores. In 57 years, one prime minister alone has borrowed 3 times more. One prime minister has borrowed 3 times more. It's on fact. Let them refute it. And now you talk of increased budget, मैं ये दे रहा हूँ, वो दे रहा हूँ. And our net finance, our debt as a part of GDP, you say is lower than that of USA of Japan. यार इनके पास तो क्षमता है ना. They have the capacity to repay. They don't have such a huge burden of the poor to carry on. So don't compare incomparables. You have even cut down on subsidy. You have even cut down on subsidy on every account. On unemployment, you're on complete denial mode. Yes. Unemployment has already burnt you. The gentleman who spoke before me, his state has come down to half where his party is concerned. When I talk, my party has gone up by 20% in my state. Yes. So these are the results. Don't fool yourself. Unemployment will blow up on your face. The labor force reports are based on mythical things. You work for 1 hour, it is taken as week employed. You work for 1 month, it is taken as annual employment. अपने आप को झूठ बोलना बंद कीजिए. कभी-कभी सच के मुंह तो देखिए. Now, employment-linked subsidy is a new thing. Before I come to that, I will tell you that we demand a white paper on PLI. On PLI, I feel is something that we all need to look at, because all the PLI is going to, almost all of it is going to one state. One state. In that state, Micron Industries charges 3.2 crores per job. This is a racket. This is a racket. You have to take a look into it, and if government has the capacity, let it put up a white paper on who got PLI where and for what purpose in which state. Cornering of all industries into one state, just one state, favoring a couple of other states, that's all. On health, our budget has crashed from 3% of the budget, 3% of the GDP we need, we are spending less than 1%. Sir, ये क्या हो रहा? ये इतनी बड़ी बात करते, ये करें. On health alone, we have crashed. On education, we have crashed. From our 6% target, we are nowhere near 3%. Sir, this is a budget meant for the rich, only for the rich, and it is a completely anti-federal, anti-poor budget and needs to be junked out. I completely believe that this is a motivated one that is meant against the poor man, against the citizen. Look at small savings. Look at the over-centralization of NEET. Look at the over-centralization at every level, and you know what I mean. With these words, sir, I strongly condemn the budget, and the points that I've raised, I hope the Honorable Finance Minister replies in a soft, decent manner with logical facts, not anger.
Thank you. Sri N.R. Ilango.
Honorable Chairman,
12 minutes.
I thank you for this opportunity. Sir, my response on this budget is going to be only political, not on any finance, economy, or data, because the budget itself is political, not on any finance or economy. Sir, the Tamil Nadu had so many demands. We were expecting so many things, but we're hopeful of something from the government, but we got nothing. That's because BJP got nothing from Tamil Nadu. Sir, I read in the newspapers, the Honorable Prime Minister spoke to the press saying that, I quote, "Now it is the responsibility of all elected representatives and of all political parties that we have fought for our respective parties, and now for the next 5 years, we have to fight for the country and strive for it." Unfortunately, this was not brought to the knowledge of the Honorable Finance Minister. This budget, in my opinion, is not for the country, but it is to appease very few. This budget is not for the stability of the country, but for the stability of this government. I want to refer only 2 portions of the budget speech. The first line says, "The people of India have reposed their faith in the government and elected for the 3rd term." With great respect to the Finance Minister, I say this, it is not correct. Only 2% have reposed faith on you. Only 2%. And you say that you are grateful for their support. This is correct because you are grateful to those two who are supporting you and nobody else. Sir, the fault in the budget is that it has great amount of regional disparities. Purvodaya project is covering Bihar, Jharkhand, West Bengal, Odisha, and Andhra Pradesh. The height of the tragedy is that you have included Andhra Pradesh in the eastern region. Maybe because the rising sun is shining well in the south, you thought Andhra Pradesh is in the east. We don't envy these states. They are our brothers. But we strongly condemn the stepmotherly attitude of the union. Our leader, great Arinder Anna, said, Vadakku vazhgirathu, Terkku theigirathu. That is, north flourishes and south deteriorates. Because the well-planned governance of our leader, Dr. Kalaignar, and Mr. Muthuvel Karunanidhi Stalin, Tamil Nadu is performing as one of the best states in terms of every parameter. But we are punished for our best performance. Our contributions are not even returned by due devolution of funds. Now it may be not wholly unjustified if we say North is flourishing because of the South. Sir, Tamil Nadu is excelling in industry, in agriculture, and every other field. As per Niti Aayog's report 23-24, in achieving the goals of no poverty, zero hunger, good health and well-being, quality education, gender equality, clean water and sanitation, clean energy, and every other field, Tamil Nadu has excelled the average of India. Sir, the overall performance of Tamil Nadu was at 74% in 2021, and India was at 68%. Tamil Nadu is at 78% in 23-24, and India is at 71%. For the information of Mr. Learned friend, Mr. Radha Mohandas Agarwal, I am able to say that these figures were only at 60% and 67% during the period 2021 and 23-24, respectively for the state of Uttar Pradesh. Sir, Tamil Nadu being one of the well-developed states, often receives less central transfers compared to the less developed states. The infrastructure projects, as far as the Metro Rail Phase 2 project, the Metro Rail project Phase 2 is on the 50-50 contribution of the state and the center. Though approval of every stage was granted, now the project is awaiting CCEA approval from the central cabinet. It is not being given. State has commenced its work. We are having a funds deficiency. I request the union to consider this and to give the CCA approval and to release necessary funds. There are 4 new rail projects are imminent for the state, and we request the union to consider them and clear those projects expeditiously. And there are 2 disasters happened in Tamil Nadu. One in Chennai and neighboring districts, and number 2 in the southernmost part of the state. We requested about 37,907 crores as a relief, but the center so far released only 276 crores, a meager sum of 276 crores. The state is fighting very much financially to take the relief measures. We request the union to immediately release 3,000 crores towards this disaster management. Sir, as far as Samkhara Siksha, Tamil Nadu is having its own reservation on the new education policy. Though we have contributed our 40% towards this project, the center is not releasing its contribution of 60%. That is around 2,152 crores. We have our reservations on new education policy. That is our state autonomy. Because of that, you cannot withhold the funds. And on the education front, we are opposing NEET right from its introduction. Now it is very clear that the NEET examinations are not being conducted properly, and NEET is not a required exam. There is a great scam in that. So we request our bill passed unanimously in the state legislature is pending approval, pending the assent of the President of India, and I request the union to clear it at the earliest. Sir, it is important to note that the financial relationship between the central government and the state is a dynamic and can change based on various factors, including economic conditions, political alignments, and policy priorities. We, being a significant economic contributor, urge the union government to give a fair share and greater autonomy in the financial matters. The attitude of the union is leading to doubts about fiscal federalism. Moreover, we call for a broader reassessment of the fiscal federalism in India. The current trend of the centralization is unsustainable and detrimental to the diverse needs of our states. Sir, let's remember, India's strength lies in the diversity. Our federal structure is not a weakness to be overcome, but a strength to be harnessed. By empowering states, we empower India. Never forget, by penalizing the people of Tamil Nadu for not voting for you, you are derailing the federalism and the nation as well. Shame. Shame. Sir, in conclusion, this budget missed a very great opportunity to strengthen our federal structure and to drive equitable growth across all regions. We in Tamil Nadu stand ready to contribute our fair share, but we also demand our fair due. It is time for new fiscal federalism that respects a state autonomy, rewards performance, and works towards the collective progress of our nation. Let us work together to build an India which every state can thrive, where diversity is celebrated, and where the spirit of cooperative federalism truly prevails. Sir, you have forgotten Tamil Nadu, Tamil, and Tirukkural, because the elections are over. Since the Prime Minister and the Honorable Finance Minister were fond of Tirukkural before the elections, I would like to conclude by quoting Tirukkural. Sir, recently everybody is speaking about Sengol, the scepter. Sir, somebody have misinformed that scepter is translated into Tamil as Sengol. It is not so. Scepter is only called as coal. If they really go and read Tirukkural, chapters 55 and 56, they will find Sengol and Kodungol. Sengol means only if you deliver a good government, that is Sengol. If you deliver a bad, worse, tyrannic government, it is Kodungol.
Yes. Kodungol government. Not Sengol government.
Sir, I quote, with your permission, one Tirukkural.
You have time. 2 minutes.
நாடோரு நாடி முறை செய்யா மன்னவன் நாடோரு நாளும் கெடும், which means the nation of a government will be spoiled every day if the government is not doing justice every other day.
Yes.
In the matter of finance, in the matter of governance, in every walk of life, if the government is not acting in a just manner, the government will be spoiled every day. Sir, I want to bring to the attention of the chair one more thing. Sir, at page 2, paragraph 4. Sir, I have one.
1 minute.
I am finishing it, sir. One sentence. As mentioned in the interim budget, page 2, first line, we need to focus on 4 major castes, namely poor, women, youth, and farmer. This is not caste, sir. This is section of people. I don't know how the finance ministry says they are caste of this country. Sir, I am concluding by saying the budget and the attitude of the union government shows who you are. The people of India will decide whether you are having a Sengol or Kodungol. According to us, your rule is a Kodungol. People will teach a proper lesson to you. Thank you.
Sri Sanjeev Arora, 5 minutes.
Thanks, Chairman, sir, for giving me chance to speak on budget, especially today. I would like to speak on health issue vis-a-vis this budget. Sir, India is ranked on 158th out of 196 countries on government health expenditure, and the source is 134th report of Standing Committee on Health and Family Welfare of the government. Sir, global healthcare expenditure in most of the countries is on an average 8 to 12% of GDP, whereas we in India, which needs the most, are still below 2%. Sir, it goes up to 17% in USA, but there could be some exceptions. I have taken most of the countries in the world which are 8 to 12%. It was government's, NDA government's target in 2017 that by 2025, on health 2.5% will be spent of GDP. And it is mentioned in National Health Policy drafted by NDA government. But here we stand in 2024-25 and it is less than 2%. Sir, out-of-pocket expense as per government record or government report is around 50%. This is as per National Health Accounts estimate. But sir, this is far away from the truth for one reason, that there is much of expenditure being done in shape of OPD, radiology, and pathology, and purchase of medicines which happens in cash, which is not reported. But the other side is reported full. So there is a private report. If we take into account all these expenditure, out-of-pocket expenditure comes to 60%, which is very high. The world average of out-of-pocket expense is 18%. Sir, states like UP, which is bigger than many countries, out-of-pocket expenditure, and this is, again, government report is more than 70%. So, sir, we are 3 times the global average as far as out-of-pocket expense is concerned. So it is pushing many people into poverty. Now, sir, coming to the expenditure in budget. In 23-24, budgeted estimate was 86,175 crores, whereas revised estimate was 77,624, which means as it is less than 2% of GDP, and then the amount being spent is still lesser than what is being shown in budget. And it's not like 1,000 or 500 crores, it's 10,000 crores. This time, the budgeted estimate for 2024-25 is 87,656 crores, which is only 1% increase of the total budget, of the total health expenditure from last budget. I mean, it's not even close to the inflation. What percentage of inflation
sir,
we
you
have?
Sir, you have used 80% of your time.
Pardon, sir?
You have used 80% of your time already.
Why, sir?
Only 1 minute is left.
No, sir, no, don't say that. Sir, your clock runs fast.
Now, sir. You are talking of those figures and losing your own track.
Sir, next point. Sir, I'll be quick. I'll be quick, sir. Because I am, as it is, thankful to Mr. Sanjay Singh. He gave me his turn, so I don't want to do that, but I'll be quick. Sir, on R&D, medical field, we need to spend a lot because some of the medicines which are being imported some are costing in crores of rupees. Forget about, sir, the cancer medicines, but there are many other medicines, sir. Sir, under PM Ayushman Bharat health infrastructure, the budgeted estimate of last year was 645 crores and only rupees 200 crores were spent. Sir, why is it that only in health, which is most required, the amounts are not being spent
Mr.
by
Arora,
the
you are
government?
already over time.
Okay, sir. I am going to close because I didn't finish all my points, but I'll close. I'll go to the last point, sir.
Yes.
Sir, to take care of all the issues which I said and which I didn't, the only way forward is to increase the budgeted allocation for health sector and make health care affordable for all. To begin with, I would request Honorable Finance Minister to increase budget allocation to 2.5% as mentioned in 2017 report of National Health Policy. Also, my request goes to Honorable Health Minister Shri Nadda to use his good offices and get the needful done for ailing health sector. Thank you, Chairman, sir.
Shri Sujit Kumar.
Thank you, sir. Sir, at the outset...
25 minutes.
Thank you, sir. Sir, at the outset, I would like to convey the message of my party president, Sri Naveen Patnaik, with regards to the budget. And I quote him, BJP had put special category status in the manifesto as a promise to the people of Odisha. However, this promise has not been considered for Odisha, whereas special package allocating crores of funds have been announced for Andhra Pradesh and Bihar. Along with this, the demand of Odisha for revision of coal royalty, which has been pending for years with the central government, has been rejected, because of which the state would lose thousands of crores of revenue every year. Lots of big promises in different sectors were made to the people of Odisha during the election campaign, especially on agriculture, MSME and industry. There is no mention of any promise being fulfilled in this budget. This is a complete neglect of Odisha and their people. Today, the most serious issues being faced by the common public is inflation or price rise and unemployment. This budget does not have any considerable intervention to address these two major issues. I'm happy to see there is a focus on tourism in Odisha. I hope it is substantial and we shall await the details. I would say that along with the people of Odisha, I feel disappointed at the continued neglect of Odisha while the state contributes so much to the country. Unquote. Sir, people across the country are feeling very disappointed with this budget, and particularly people of Odisha are feeling let down with the budget pronouncements. Sir, Andhra and Bihar have received huge budget bonanza. To give some examples, sir, an outlay of 26,000 crore has been given to Bihar for road projects. 15,000 crore this fiscal and in future years for the development of the capital city of Amravati. Sir, central government has announced that it will support loans from multilateral agencies for Bihar and Andhra Pradesh. The minister also announced a special backward region grant for 3 districts of Odisha. Sir, lest I am misunderstood, I would like to clarify that we don't grudge this budget bonanza for Bihar and Andhra Pradesh. In fact, we are happy for our brothers and sisters from Andhra Pradesh and Bihar that they have got this budgetary support. But sir, why stepmotherly treatment for other states like Odisha? Why are we neglected? Sir, are we not part of Purvodaya, which Honorable Prime Minister has been talking about? Sir, why is appeasement to allies at the cost of states like Odisha, Jharkhand and other states? Sir, can we have a Vikasit Bharat? Can we have a Vikasit Bharat without having a Vikasit Odisha, without having a Vikasit Jharkhand? Sir, mention was made of KBK region of Odisha. I come from that part of Odisha, which is probably as backward as the 3 districts for which special grant has been announced in the budget. Why not special grant for KBK? Sir, Don't other states also need loans and support from multilateral agencies? Will the central government support these other states also when they apply for loans from multilateral bodies? Sir, I shall be failing in my duty if I do not share the concerns that I have from the budget. And because this is the Council of State, it is my duty to also highlight the concern and the neglect of Odisha in the budget of 2024-25. Sir, ma'am, the first concern that I have is regarding R&D. As a nation, we spend less than 0.7% of our GDP on R&D, which is abysmally low. Comparable numbers, China 2, USA 3.06, South Korea 4.6, Israel 4.9. Tell me, how can we become a Vikasit Bharat without focusing on innovation and R&D? I'm so disappointed that this budget does not have adequate focus and priority for R&D. Second concern I have is with regards to education. And when it comes to spending on education and health, I'm reminded of French literature laureate André Gide, who said, everything that needs to be said has already been said. Everything that needs to be said has already been said, but since no one was listening, everything must be said again. Honorable Finance Minister last year in her budget speech listed out 7 priorities, what she called Saptarishis. I was very disappointed last year as well, ma'am, that education was not one of the Saptarishis. This year, she has articulated 9 priorities. Again, education is not one of the priorities in her list. We all know, ma'am, that an investment in education is the foundation of a nation. Way back in the 1960s, the Kothari Commission and now the new education policy of 2020 have been talking of investing at least 6% of our GDP on education. We are nowhere close to that. We are at best 3% of our GDP. If you add the state budget, then probably it will become 4% of GDP, nowhere near 6% of GDP. That has been recommended by Kothari Commission and also the new education policy. Ma'am, a small state like Odisha, last year, under the leadership of our then visionary Chief Minister, Sri Naveen Patnaik, allocated 13.2% of the state's GDP on education, which shows the commitment of the BJD government and conviction of the BJD party towards education. Ma'am, let me quote a few lines from the new education policy itself. The aim must be for India to have an education system by 2040 that is second to none, with equitable access to the highest quality education for all learners, regardless of socio-economic background, unquote. Ma'am, inadequate allocation to education does not match with these lofty goals of the NEP. And I'm afraid that the journey to 2040, which the NEP talks about, has started with a fractured leg. Instead of galloping to 2040, we will probably limp to 2040, ma'am. Again, the government has grossly under-prioritized spending on food and nutrition, particularly for children. Consider PM Poshan 2 and Saksham Anganwadi, 2 of the flagship schemes of the WCD Ministry of Government of India, Poshan 2 and Saksham Anganwadi. Last year, the RE revised estimate FY 23-24 was 21,523 crore for these 2 flagship schemes, which has been reduced to 21,200 crore in this year's BE, almost a reduction of over 300 crore from last year's allocation. Will this not show up in poorer learning and educational outcome? If you reduce the allocation for midday meal scheme, for Poshan, for Saksham Anganwadi, will that not reflect in poor learning outcome for our children, ma'am? Ma'am, the third concern I have is regarding defense. As a regional party, Biju Janata Dal, and our party president, Sri Naveen Patnaik, have always stood with successive governments when it comes to the nation's security, unity and integrity. We have always stood with the government in Delhi when it comes to defending our borders, when it comes to the unity and integrity of our country. Ma'am, at 6.22 lakh crore, which is roughly $75 billion US, the total allocation for defense marks a marginal hike of 4.79% from the BE of last year. According to Stockholm-based think tank, policy think tank called SIPRI, China spends over $300 billion on defense every year. And this is not even the official number, because the official numbers from China are unreliable. They are fudged. Unofficial estimates claim that China spends over $700 billion on defense. So that's the difference we are talking about. $75 billion in India and over $300 billion officially in China, unofficial $700 billion. This accounts to less than 2% of our GDP. Less than 2% of GDP is spent on defense. Many parliamentary standing committees on defense have recommended that as a nation we should spend over at least 3% of our GDP on defense. Ma'am, we are extremely proud of our armed forces who are guarding our borders and giving us this safety net. Our armed forces have to be battle ready. They have to be constantly ready to meet any eventuality, particularly when we have a very belligerent, aggressive and hostile nation called China in our Indo-Tibet border. So this is why I urge the finance minister to ensure, I hope that they have done the maths, but I ensure that adequate funding is allocated to defense. My fourth concern is with regard to sports. At 3,442.32 crore, the budget for the sports ministry has only been marginally hiked by 45.36 crore from the previous year. Only a marginal increase of 45 crore. Ma'am, with this lousy focus on sports, no wonder we are not in the top 30 sporting countries in the world. A country aspiring to be a $5 trillion economy, spending less than $500 million on sport is certainly not encouraging, ma'am. We are talking of $5 trillion economy in the next 1 or 2 years, but we are spending less than $500 million on sports. Ma'am, it would not be out of place to bring to the attention of this House how Odisha has emerged as the sports hub of the country under the leadership of our visionary former Chief Minister Sri Naveen Patnaik. Odisha successfully hosted 2 Men Hockey World Cup, successfully, twice in a row. We built the world's largest hockey stadium in terms of seating capacity, called the Birsa Munda Hockey Stadium in Rourkela, which has made the entire nation proud. And Odisha is the first and only state to sponsor the men and women hockey team of the country. The fifth concern is with regards to unemployment. Ma'am, unemployment, as everyone would agree, is a very urgent and pressing issue facing the country. In fact, the economic survey which came out a couple of days ago has estimated that the Indian economy needs an average of 78.5 lakh jobs every year on an average until 2030 in the non-farm sector to cater to the rising workforce. 78.5 lakh job is what we need every year in the non-farm sector to meet the rising demand for employment. Ma'am, which sector creates job? It is the MSMEs. It is the MSMEs that create jobs for the country. It is the MSMEs that create wealth for the country. But unfortunately, we didn't see adequate focus on MSMEs in this budget. I'll give you some examples, ma'am. I'm happy that the Mudra loan ceiling has been hiked from 10 lakhs to 20 lakhs. Great. But ma'am, talk to any rural entrepreneur. Talk to any woman entrepreneur in the country. How difficult it is to access a Mudra loan. They will tell you horror stories. It is so difficult to access Mudra loan. So this hike in ceiling from 10 lakhs to 20 lakhs, unfortunately, will not do much for rural entrepreneurs, for women entrepreneurs. We recommend that the government should provide preference in government contracts and tenders up to 20 crore to MSMEs, to local MSMEs. That will boost the local economy and the local ecosystem. We urge the government of India to hike the GST waiver for companies, which is now 20 lakhs to 2 crore. Finally, ma'am, MSMEs need relief from the compliance burden that they face. I'm so glad that the Honorable FM Finance Minister spoke of the Jan Vishwas Bill, Part 2, Jan Vishwas Bill 2.0. I request her and I request the government to expedite such a bill which will ensure that our MSMEs are not burdened with the compliances. Ma'am, I would like to make a mention of the gig workers. Today we have about 15 million gig workers in the country. Some estimates say that by 2030 we'll have 90 million, that is 9 crore gig workers in the country. We were expecting that in the budget speech, Honorable Finance Minister will announce a platform for gig workers, a fund for gig workers, where gig workers can register themselves. Today we do not know because companies are not mandated to register the gig workers. Companies like Zomato, companies like Ola, Uber, they are not mandated to register the gig workers. So we do not know whether the gig workers are employed or unemployed. I sincerely had hoped that the Honorable FM would have announced a fund and a platform where gig workers could have been registered. If numbers are to be believed, today less than 9 lakh gig workers are, only 9 lakhs, less than 9 lakh gig workers are registered. Whereas today we have about 1.5 crore, which will increase to about 9 crore by 2030. Ma'am, the reason I speak about gig workers is because they not only help generate employment, but the best part is that they bridge this gap in terms of gender unemployment. Because of the flexible working hours, more women are able to join as gig workers. And if we focus on such a database or on a fund for gig workers, then I think we can empower more women to enter our workforce. The sixth concern I have, ma'am, is with regards to internship and CSR issue. Ma'am, in her budget speech, the Honorable Finance Minister calls for top 500 corporations to bear 10% of the internship cost from the CSR kitty. Madam, this is neither desirable nor is it acceptable from a legal point of view. Because internship is something which benefits the company directly or indirectly. And to allow a company to adjust that against the CSR fund is not ethical. It's not desirable because less money will be available from the CSR kitty to be spent on social sector, to be spent on charitable activities. So if you allow a company which will benefit from the internship to adjust that CSR money, then less money will be available for other activities, which is not desirable. Again, from a legal point of view, I think there is ambiguity in the legal regime because the general statutory rules of 2021, and I read out, the CSR projects or programs or activities that benefit the employees of a company and their families shall not be considered as CSR activities in accordance with Section 135 of the Companies Act. So I'm reading out from the GSR, General Statutory Rules of 2021. And the Companies Act, Section 125, is very clear that anything that benefits the employees of the company or their family members cannot be considered as CSR. So I do not know how this, this budgetary pronouncement will be on the right side of law. Rather, what the government could have done is to mandate that the companies contribute from their actual salary expenditure and could have paid the interns. Ma'am, the seventh concern that I have is with regards to tourism. Now, all of us know that tourism is the growth engine of an economy. Tourism creates jobs, it brings in foreign exchange, you know, it has multiplier effect, and some studies have estimated that it contributes to 2.8% to our GDP directly and close to 9% to our GDP indirectly. And about 4 crore jobs are generated because of the tourism industry, which is roughly 8% of the total employment of the country. Now, I'm also heartened to note that the Honorable Finance Minister spoke of Odisha. She spoke of the abundant natural beauty. She spoke of the rich cultural legacy in Odisha, the majestic temple architecture, the classical dance, music, the pristine beaches. She spoke of the wildlife. So I would really thank her on behalf of people of Odisha for that. But similar to the announcement for Bihar, we were expecting a specific and structured package for development of tourism in Odisha, which was not there in the budget. I have a couple of suggestions, ma'am. Bali Yatra. Ma'am, the erstwhile name of Odisha is Kalinga. And Kalinga had a very rich and illustrious tradition of maritime history. The seafarers of Kalinga used to go as far as Java, Sumatra, Bali to trade. And to commemorate this glorious tradition of maritime history, every year in the month of November, a festival called Bali Yatra is celebrated in the historic city of Cuttack. Our leader, Sri Naveen Patnaik, has many a times urged the center to accord the status of a national maritime heritage to Odisha's Bali Yatra festival. In fact, when Honorable Prime Minister was in Bali for the G20 summit last year, I mean in 2022, he made a mention of Bali Yatra. So that is the importance and significance of this festival. But it has not been accorded the status of National Maritime Heritage Festival. I urge the government to consider this request. Number 2, Dhanu Yatra. Madam, Dhanu Yatra is the world's largest open-air theatre. It's a theatrical festival celebrating Ras Leela, celebrating the life of Krishna, and it is the world's largest open-air theatre. It should be recognized as a national festival and included in the list of fairs and festivals of India. Odisha is the place that gave birth to a new religious cult called the Mahima Dharma, which talks of international well-being. It was popularized by Sant Bhima Bhoi with his immortal words, Praninka arato dukho apramita dekhu dekhu keba sahu mo jivana pache narke paditao jagata uddhara heu, which means how could one witness and bear with the plethora of plights of fellow human beings? Let the world get redeemed at my cost. Ma'am, these immortal words are inscribed on the walls of the United Nations in different languages. So the place of birth of Sant Bhima Bhoi should also be developed. India is the origin of Buddhism. We all know, we are proud of this fact that India is the motherland of Buddhism. There are many Buddhist sites in India like Lalitgiri, Udayagiri, Ratnagiri, where you had Pushpagiri and Parimalgiri universities as recorded by the Chinese scholar Huan Sang. Now, this could be developed to attract tourists from East Asia and Southeast Asia particularly, and also a central university for the study of Buddhism and Buddhist philosophy should be established in Odisha. Ma'am, my last concern is with regards to the 8th concern is with regards to fiscal federalism. A lot has already been said about it, but I'll just quickly repeat. The size of the divisible pool of taxes has been going down. 15th Finance Commission had recommended that 41% of the divisible pool should be devolved to the states, but the actual share received by the states has been decreasing. In FY 22-23, it was 35.1%. In RE of FY 23-24, it was 36%. And in this year's BE, it is 35.5%, which is against the spirit of the Finance Commission, against the spirit of the federal structure of the Constitution. Ma'am, finally, I'll come to the neglect of Odisha. My party president, Sri Naveen Patnaik, has time and again raised these issues of negligence with the past and present central government when it comes to tele-density, when it comes to national highway, when it comes to coastal highway, railway, when it comes to banking and cutting off funds for the scheduled areas and for KBK. Ma'am, we have been urging that special consideration to Odisha should be given when it comes to the disaster response fund. Every year, it's a known fact that now almost every year Odisha witnesses super cyclones or cyclones. So ma'am, we are requesting that the sharing pattern under the disaster response fund should be 90-10 at par with the Himalayan states against the 60-40 that is there today. Secondly, the Finance Commission also has recommended that a devolution of rupees 100 crores towards Odisha for drought prevention measures and rupees 800 crore for strengthening the early warning system should be sanctioned. Number 2 demand from Odisha. Ma'am, we have a 480 kilometers long coastline, but today we have only 3 ports. Major port in Paradip and 2 minor ports in Gopalpur and Dhamra. Ma'am, there is possibility of developing many other ports, particularly in places like Astarang, Subarnarekha, and a riverine port in Mahakalpada. This will hugely boost the economy of the state and also stimulate and create jobs. Third demand, ma'am, is with regards to the GST on Kendu leaves. Ma'am, Kendu leaf under the Forest Right Act of 2006 can be collected by the tribal population. It has been categorized as a minor forest produce. Today, 18% GST is levied on Kendu leaf, which is putting a huge burden on the kendu leaf pluckers, on the seasonal workers, on the binders, who are largely tribals. 10 lakh tribal population is dependent on this kendu leaf economy. So we demand that this 18% GST should be waived on kendu leaf, and this demand has also been raised many times by our honorable party president in different fora. He has also written to the union government many times on this. Fourth demand is with regards to revision of coal royalty. Ma'am, Odisha, being a coal-bearing state, is at the forefront of coal production in the country, thereby helping and assisting in the energy security of our nation. But I'm sorry to point out that the coal royalty rate has remained stuck at 14% since May of 2012. For last 12 years, there has been no revision in the coal royalty, despite the inflation, despite the changing economic circumstances. Many a times, Navin Patnaik has written to Union of India. Many a times, he has spoken to different union ministers for revision in the coal royalty structure, but it has fallen into deaf ears. Ma'am, it is urgently essential that we need to revise and review this coal royalty structure. Ma'am, banking facility today, 65% of Gram Panchayats in Odisha do not have banking facility. And if I talk of the KBK region where I come from, close to 75% of the GPs, Gram Panchayats, do not have banking facility. We need support there. Railways. Ma'am, you will be shocked to know that the rail density in Odisha is 18, whereas the national rail density is close to 22. Our neighboring states, they have much better rail density, and we are happy for them. But we also demand that railway networks should be enhanced in Odisha. Ma'am, East Coast Railway generates 20,000 crore revenue from Odisha, but still our rail density is much lower. And if I come to the KBK area, which is a cluster of 8 districts, 7 of which are part of the aspirational district program of Niti Aayog. These 8 districts are largely tribal, largely LWE affected. The rail density is less than 10 in single digit.
Please wind up.
Ma'am, I'll wind up in 1 minute. So, ma'am, I demand, my party demands that there should be massive expansion of the rail network in Odisha and in the KBK region particularly, because connectivity is the lifeline of a nation. Connectivity is the backbone of the economy. Ma'am, some specific demand with regards to railway: Malkangiri to Bhadrachalam, Jaipur Malkangiri, Jaipur Navrangpur, Theruvali Gunpur, Kandamaji to Jaipur, Bargarh to Nuapada, and Lanjigarh Road to Fulbani are some of the railway projects that need immediate attention. Ma'am, last point.
Sir, kindly wind up.
Last point I'm winding up. Ma'am, there is announcement of construction of a loco workshop in a place called Nadda in Kalahandi district. We are clueless as to what's happening with that. There is no progress on that. So that is the final request. Ma'am, I'll conclude by saying that in the last 2 decades, Odisha has witnessed remarkable transformation, remarkable socio-economic transformation. But we are still not getting our due.
Shri Sanjay
instead
Yadav.
of acknowledging...
Shri Sanjay Yadav. He's not there. Shri Sanjay Yadav. Shri Birendra Prasad Bashya. Shri Birendra Prasad Bashya. Okay. Shri Milan Murali Diora. You have 5 minutes, sir.
For the time from the Honorable Parliamentary Affairs Minister from the BJP's time. They've agreed to give me some time. Time is very flexible. मैम, मुझे इस वर्ष के केंद्रीय बजट पर बोलने के लिए मैं आपका धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं, क्योंकि समय कम है। मैं अपना भाषण सरकार के जो महत्वपूर्ण सुझाव मैं देना चाहूँगा, बहुत ही पॉइंटेड सजेशंस देना चाहूँगा। During the motion of thanks speech, all of us spoke on various issues which were very political in nature. I would like to be very specific on issues going beyond politics and giving some very valuable suggestions to the Finance Ministry on issues that concern everybody in this House. For one, in my opinion, I firmly believe that every expenditure, incentive, subsidy of the Government of India should be directed towards one goal of achieving three very, very important objectives. The first objective is to create as much employment as possible and to onshore jobs that were lost to China and to bring them to India. मैं मानता हूं कि रोजगार एक ऐसा मुद्दा है जिस पर आम सहमति या सर्व सहमति होगी पूरी सदन में. Everybody wants to ensure we get the youth of India employed as quickly as possible. The second strategic objective for India, in my opinion, is to rework our supply chains and again reduce our dependence on countries that can become hostile towards us. The third very crucial objective is, while achieving and solving the unemployment problem, while reworking and bringing supply chains to India, simultaneously greening our economy. People have spoken about, in the budget as well, in the economic survey, about how supply chains are being brought back. Today, ma'am, world over, the Western countries that for the last 2 or 3 decades moved their manufacturing to a country like China are now adopting what is called the China +1 strategy. They are adding countries like India to their manufacturing mix. They are also adopting something called ABC, anywhere but China. And इसलिए मैं बहुत ही विश्वास
You carry on. You carry on. No, you carry on. Don't distract.
No, time is, ma'am, Mr. Jeju has, my limited point is bringing manufacturing to India is very, very crucial. I believe that the PLIs, even yesterday in television debates, even some members of the opposition praised PLIs. PLIs or production-linked incentives today, statistics aside, if you look at one important example, a company like Apple, which manufactures iPhones, today 14% of Apple's global production, worth $14 billion, is happening in India thanks to production-linked incentives. Therefore, suggestion number 1, we must direct production-linked incentives to industries that create the maximum amount of employment. I also congratulate this government for various initiatives that have led to the increase of women in the workforce. As a woman, you will also appreciate, from 23% 7 years ago, today the number of women in our workforce has gone up to 37%. People spoke about competitive federalism. I also believe this is very, very critical. The more the competition between states, the more India will become competitive globally. Artificial intelligence, data revolution is another area we need to focus on. I believe if we use incentives in the right direction, we can create indigenous capabilities in artificial intelligence, and we can also green our economy. The green transition, Bhupendra Yadav ji is here. I would like to say that while India's goal is to become net zero by 2070, how we use these incentives to benefit industries like offshore wind energy, green data centers, will be a game changer. I'm also glad that the Finance Minister spoke about investing in small modular reactors. Nuclear energy is an area we should all be open-minded about. Every country in the world, from Western countries to China, to green the economy, are increasingly now going nuclear. In fact, one eye-opening statistic, by 2035, China will double its share of nuclear power in electricity generation, and by 2060, it will reach almost 20%. A very good example of that is a country called Sweden. 30 years ago, they began greening their economy. Everyone said you'll lose jobs. In 3 decades, they've reduced their carbon emissions by 80%, and they've also grown their economy twofold. Ma'am, few quick suggestions. One is, I come from Mumbai, which is the financial, commercial capital of this country. Today, increasingly, young people, some of whom who have no idea about, have no investing experience, are increasingly investing in the F&O, future and options segment of the Indian stock market. SEBI, which is the regulator, has made repeated warnings that 9 out of 10 trades will lose money. I believe a better way to incentivize people to invest for the long term and not to become day traders is to reduce the long-term capital gains. One suggestion that I would give to this government and to the Honorable Finance Minister, LTCG or long-term capital gains have been increased from 10 to 12.5%. I would urge the Finance Minister to review that. An important point I would like to make again about Mumbai. मैं सबसे पहले महाराष्ट्र की ओर से गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया और खास करके कैबिनेट कमेटी को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं कि गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया ने 76,000 करोड़ रुपए का वधावन पोर्ट को मंजूरी दी है. दिस विल बी एन इकोनॉमिक गेम चेंजर फॉर महाराष्ट्र, फॉर द मुंबई मेट्रोपॉलिटन रीजन. बट आई वुड लाइक टू से दैट टुडे गिफ्ट सिटी इन गुजरात is growing well. We are all very happy about it. But I firmly believe that today India has the depth to have another international finance center in a city like Mumbai. This is very important for us to understand that cities like Mumbai and GIFT are not competing against Bengaluru or against Hyderabad or against Chennai. Our competition is Dubai to the west and Singapore to the east. One last point, very quickly. We talk about investments, we talk about statistics, we are talking about creating jobs. I want to give one very good example. In the last few years, and I've seen this with my own eyes in the last few months, and मैं महाराष्ट्र गवर्नमेंट के मुख्यमंत्री, मैं उप मुख्यमंत्री को बधाई देना चाहूँगा, मैं होम मिनिस्टर को बधाई देना चाहूँगा. Gadchiroli was a Naxal hotbed. Today, because of the efforts of the government of India and the state government, recently, a Bhumi Pujan was done for a 10,000 crore steel project which will bring 7,000 jobs to Gadchiroli. It's very easy to talk about development, it's very easy to talk about creating jobs, but how you actually implement it is very important. Ma'am, these are my limited suggestions. I was hoping to give more suggestions, but I hope the Finance Minister will take these suggestions up. One is LTCG, second is Mumbai, the third is again to use all our incentives, expenditures, subsidies to achieve three primary objectives: creating jobs, reworking our supply chains, and greening our economy. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yeah, okay.
First of all, I thanks Honorable Chairman and our House Leader for giving this my opportunity. The next speaker is Mr. Birendra Prasad Vaish. 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman, sir. I, on behalf of my party, Assam Gana Parishad, and President of my party, Atul Bora, raised here to welcome the budget and to support the budget proposed by Honorable Finance Minister. I must compliment Honorable Finance Minister for her continuously presentation of budget for the 7th term. This is one of the achievement of the Madam Finance Minister, sir. Sir, we are getting small time, sir, very less number of time. I think BJP will give me some extra time. So I'd like to draw the attention of the few points of this budget. First, everyone who is assembled here must admit this budget is for mother and sister of our country, sir. Because this budget proposed 3 lakh crore for the beneficiary of women and girls of our country, sir. Secondly, successful of any economic policy of the country depending upon the three factors: agriculture, service, and manufacture. Under the leadership of Narendra Modi government, this government equally given importance to manufacture sector, agriculture sector, and servicing sector. So continuously we have achieved 7% growth is our country, sir. Sir, this budget is the welfare of the farmers. It is the farmers-friendly budget. This budget has allocated 1.27 lakh crore for the farmers' welfare and the agriculture sector of our country, sir. Sir, this budget is job-oriented budget, sir. This budget is going to invest 2.78 lakhs crore for the infrastructure development, for the road and transport development of our country. This budget is proposed 2.55 lakhs crore for the railway development of our country. It means more money is flowing in the market, capital expenditure is increased. Capital expenditure increase means automatically new railway station will come, railway portals come, new route is coming up. So it means job creation will be coming up in our country. So this budget also equally given importance to job creation in our country, sir. Sir, one of the basic thing of this budget I have seen, this budget have proposed 1.5 crore youth to give her 6,000 per month to get the training for the skill development. It will be helpful to reduce the unemployment of our country, sir. Sir, one more thing I like to draw the attention of this House, which is very important, sir. Sir, this budget has many people about the federalism. Yes, this budget has given 1.27 lakhs crore for the interest-free loan to the state government for their infrastructure development. This is the spirit of federalism, which is supported by the Narendra Modi government, sir. Sir, I am very happy. Madam Finance Minister very rightly announced in the House, this government is going to help the flood-affected people of Assam. Madam Prime Minister, in her budget speech, categorically said they will help the flood situation in Assam. So to remove the flood situation, per capita income of Assamese people higher than any parts of the country before independence. But due to the flood, sir, our economy is going down, sir. So we want permanent solution of the flood, sir. Only for that reason, in the presidential address also, I have spoken this issue. We need long-term and short-term project from the government to resolve the flood situation, sir. First, number one, long-term will take time, sir. This time, recently, still flood is going on Assam, sir. 34 districts of Assam is flood affected, sir. 34 districts of Assam, 2 days under flood, sir. Out of 34 districts, sir, 7,279 villages of Assam badly affected, which include road badly affected, which include school, college badly affected. So this is the worst affected situation in Assam. But I am very grateful to the Honorable Chief Minister of my state. I have seen my Chief Minister visited, Chief Minister of Dr. Hemant.
30 seconds, please.
Sir.
It's a 4.5 minutes finish.
Give some time, our honorable member.
Sir, Honorable Chief Minister of my state, Dr. Hemant Biswa Sharma, who has visited each and every relief camp, sir. Physically visited, not aerial survey, sir. Physical visited. So, this is the spirit of the state government, and state government was doing all the possible measures to help the flood-affected people. I humbly request Government of India to look after the issue and give us some money to help the poor people, flood-affected people. And secondly, Finance Minister categorically said in the House, due flood problem due to the overseas issue, but this flow of the water is coming from the China. So permanent solution is required. Only for that reason, I request Government of India, including External Affairs Ministry, to take up the issue with the China government to help us, to protect us from the flood, sir. Sir, this government I must compliment Narendra Modi government, sir. For the first time, this government is going to invest more than 27,000 crore for the semiconductor in Assam semi. This is the first time going to happen in Assam. 27,000 crore, sir. And secondly, sir, one more thing I like to say, sir. This is the government under leadership of Narendra Modi who has invested 35,000 crore for the petroleum sector development in Assam, sir. Sir, we are here for development of Assam, sir. One of the major things Assam is facing today, Assam tea is known to everybody. To boost our economy, to earn foreign exchange, Assam tea industry played very important role in our country, sir. So this tea industry today suffering lots of problems. We are getting challenge from the Kenya, we are getting from the challenge from Sri Lanka. To boost and to save tea industry of Assam, I need government should give in some special package for the sake of tea industry of Assam, sir. One more thing, sir, I like to, sir. Small tree grower played very important role for the unemployment issue in Assam. They played very important role, sir. But these small tree growers today face serious problems, sir. So I like to request, in the interest of the unemployment situation of the country, because the small tree growers, they are play very important role in Assam economy. Not only Assam economy, to self-employed the boy, they play very significant role. This Assam government is doing some better arrangement. Already they have done better arrangement to resolve the issue. One issue is that, sir, mobile testing. Assam government is introducing mobile tea testing unit because, sir, small tier they have not the tea testing unit, so they are suffer lots, sir. They are without the testing, their tea is not taken by the big company. So I like request to Commerce and Industry Ministry to give some money to permanently set up, sir, tea testing laboratory in the interest of the small tea growers. I hope this benefit will get from this government, and definitely it will helpful to resolve the problem. With this, I thank you very much for giving me opportunity to speak in the House.
Thank you, Mr. Birendra Prakash Baish. Next speaker is Deepak Prakash.
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद उपसभापति महोदय कि आपने मुझे महत्वपूर्ण विषय पर बोलने का अवसर प्रदान किया। सबसे पहले मैं अच्छे बजट, संतुलित बजट लाने के लिए देश के यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी को और वित्त मंत्री निर्मला सीतारमण जी को दिल की गहराई से उनका अभिनंदन करना चाहता हूं, उनको साधुवाद देना चाहता हूं। यह बजट 144 करोड़ जनता की आकांक्षा का प्रतीक है। यह बजट अमृत काल में अमृत वर्ष, समाज के सभी वर्गों में अमृत वर्षा करने वाला बजट। यह बजट विकसित भारत का नींव का पत्थर साबित होगा। यह बजट विकसित भारत का रोड मैप है, रोड मैप। और ये बजट देश को आगे बढ़ाने वाला बजट साबित होगा। ये बजट नेशन फर्स्ट की भावनाओं से ओतप्रोत बजट है। इसलिए मैं स्वामी विवेकानंद को मैं स्मरण करना चाहता हूं इस सदन में। 125 वर्ष पहले मिशिगन विश्वविद्यालय में स्वामी विवेकानंद ने कहा था कि यह सदी आपका है, आपका, लेकिन 21वीं सदी भारत का होगा, भारत का होगा, भारत का होगा। और ये सौभाग्य की बात और ईश्वरीय प्रदत्त चीज है कि स्वामी विवेकानंद का भी नाम नरेंद्र था और नरेंद्र मोदी जी का नाम नरेंद्र है, नरेंद्र मोदी जी। इसलिए स्वामी विवेकानंद ने संकल्प लिया था भारत के बारे में और उस संकल्प को नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने सिद्धि तक पहुंचाने का काम किया है। इसलिए नरेंद्र मोदी जी को मैं दिल की गहराई से अभिनंदन करना चाहता हूं। उपसभापति महोदय, मैं जिस पार्टी का कार्यकर्ता हूं, उस पार्टी की प्रतिबद्धता है देश को समृद्धशाली बनाने का, और यह संकल्प कोई भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कालखंड में नहीं लिया गया। जनसंघ के 1954 के अधिवेशन में प्रस्ताव पारित होता है भारत को समृद्धशाली बनाने का। 1969 में जनसंघ का जब अधिवेशन होता है तो भारत को आर्थिक और सामाजिक दृष्टिकोण से मजबूत बनाने का संकल्प उस अधिवेशन में लिया जाता है। और जब 1980 में भारतीय जनता पार्टी की जब स्थापना होती है तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी की स्थापना में भी भारत को समृद्धशाली, समर्थ भारत और स्वाभिमानी भारत, आत्मनिर्भर भारत बनाने का संकल्प भारतीय जनता पार्टी के स्थापना काल में लिया जाता है। इसलिए जब भारतीय जनता पार्टी के नेतृत्व में जब सरकारें रहती है तो भारत का मान सम्मान और स्वाभिमान बढ़ाने का काम हमारी सरकार करती है। इसलिए आज दुनिया की अर्थव्यवस्था वास्तव में बद से बदतर है कोरोना कालखंड के बाद से। और ऐसे विपरीत परिस्थिति में न केवल हमारे भारत ने स्थिति को संयम से संभाला, बल्कि आर्थिक गति को दशा और दिशा देते हुए देश की उन्नति का मार्ग प्रशस्त करने का कार्य सफलतापूर्वक किया। और उसके इस काम को करने वाला दुनिया के सर्वाधिक लोकप्रिय नेता का नाम नरेंद्र मोदी जी है, नरेंद्र मोदी। इसलिए आज देश के 144 करोड़ जनता का मान सम्मान और स्वाभिमान केवल भारत में ही नहीं बढ़ा है महोदय, बल्कि दुनिया आज हर भारतीय को अच्छी नजर से देखने का काम करता है। यह है भारत का सामर्थ्य। और इस सामर्थ्य को अगर किसी ने पहचाना तो देश के यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने पहचाना, नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने पहचाना। और केवल देश नहीं बल्कि दुनिया की कई संस्थाएं भारत के आर्थिक अर्थव्यवस्था के संदर्भ में जो विचार प्रकट करता है तो देश के 144 करोड़ जनता का सर मस्तक ऊंचा हो जाता है। महोदय, मैं कुछ बातों को आपके सामने रखना चाहता हूं। भारत में विश्व बैंक के केंद्रीय जो डायरेक्टर हैं अगस्तु तानुक्वामु, उन्होंने कहा कि भारतीय अर्थव्यवस्था बाहरी दबावों के बावजूद भारत के सेवा निर्यात में वृद्धि जारी है और चालू खाते का घाटा कम हो रहा है। और तो और वर्ल्ड बैंक ने अपनी एक रिपोर्ट में कहा है कि दक्षिण एशिया की कुल अर्थव्यवस्था में भारत की अर्थव्यवस्था सबसे बड़ी है। भारत की विकास दर में सबसे अहम सेवा क्षेत्र और औद्योगिक विकास होगा। सभापति महोदय, उपसभापति महोदय, आईएमएफ ने क्या कहा, इंटरनेशनल मॉनेटरी फंड ने क्या कहा, राजकोषीय आईएमएफ ने कहा कि राजकोषीय अनुशासन बनाए रखने के लिए भारतीय अर्थव्यवस्था की सराहना की जानी चाहिए। और क्या कहा, भारत वैश्विक वृद्धि में 17% का योगदान करेगा। भारत की लगातार महंगाई कम हो रही है। भले उनको जानकारी नहीं हो, लेकिन दुनिया को मालूम है कि कांग्रेस को छोड़ करके, विपक्षियों को छोड़ करके दुनिया मानती है कि दुनिया में महंगाई बढ़ रही है, भारत में महंगाई दर कम हो रहा है। और आईएमएफ ने और क्या कहा कि दुनिया में भारत की अर्थव्यवस्था को स्टार परफॉर्मर की संज्ञा दी, स्टार परफॉर्मर की संज्ञा दी। और डिजिटलीकरण और बुनियादी ढांचे जैसे प्रमुख क्षेत्रों में आर्थिक सुधारों के कारण भारत का विकास दर मजबूती से बना हुआ है, मजबूती से बना हुआ है। और आईएमएफ का और भी कहना है महोदय कि भारत में घरेलू मांग लगातार मजबूत बनी हुई है, नौजवान आबादी बढ़ रही है और जो उत्पादन बढ़ाने में सहयोग देगा और भारत का आर्थिक विकास करने से कोई रोक नहीं सकता है महोदय। तो भाइयों, उपसभापति महोदय, मैं आपके माध्यम से कुछ योजनाओं के बारे में जो बजट में आया है उसका अभिनंदन करना चाहता हूं। मैं झारखंड का निवासी हूं और मुझे गर्व है कि मैं झारखंड का निवासी हूं। भारत सरकार ने झारखंड को आगे बढ़ाने में कोई कसर नहीं छोड़ी और उसके तहत मैं बजट में जो पूर्वोदय योजना है उस पूर्वोदय योजना के लिए प्रधानमंत्री जी का अभिनंदन करना चाहता हूं, अभिनंदन करना चाहता हूं। इस योजना के द्वारा झारखंड सहित पूर्वी भारत के विकास को बढ़ावा मिलेगा और जिससे बुनियादी ढांचे, उद्योग तथा अन्य योजनाओं से विकास की किरणें तेज होगी और झारखंड ही नहीं बल्कि बंगाल, बिहार, उड़ीसा जैसे राज्य जो कांग्रेस के कालखंड में विकास की किरणें पहुंच नहीं पाई थी, वो विकास की किरणें धरातल तक पहुंचेगी ये बजट के माध्यम से। मैं आपके माध्यम से इस बजट में संघीय ढांचा के बारे में उल्लेख किया गया। राज्य के आर्थिक विकास में संघीय सहायता का उल्लेख किया गया। राज्यों को लेन देन की प्रणाली को लचीला बनाया गया। मेरी सरकार की मान्यता है, केंद्र सरकार की मान्यता है, मोदी जी की सरकार की मान्यता है कि केंद्र और राज्य दोनों एक दूसरे के पूरक है और दोनों के संबंध अनुनाश्रय होने चाहिए। किंतु आज बड़ा पीड़ा हुआ उपसभापति महोदय। आज सुबह जब मैं यहां पर आया और जिस प्रकार से कांग्रेस और विपक्षी दलों की भूमिका देखने से हमारे जैसे लोगों को की आत्मा आज वास्तव में बहुत तकलीफ दे रही है। मैं इस बात का उल्लेख करना चाहता हूं कि इस बजट में देश के सभी राज्यों को आर्थिक सहायता देने का उसमें उल्लेख किया गया है। बिहार को अगर सड़कों का निर्माण के लिए कुछ अलग से योजना दी गई तो विपक्षियों को भी खुशी होनी चाहिए, लेकिन जिस प्रकार से कांग्रेसियों ने बिहार को आर्थिक सहायता देने पर सदन में वॉकआउट करने का काम किया, उसको वास्तव में बिहार के सभी बिहारी नहीं बल्कि देश के अंदर जो बिहार के निवासी हैं उनकी आत्मा में प्रहार करने का काम कांग्रेस ने किया, कांग्रेस ने किया। इसलिए बिहार के निवासी और बिहार के जो लोग हैं जो दूसरे प्रदेश में रहते हैं वो उसके आत्मा को प्रहार करने का काम किया है। ये सबसे दुखद बात है, सबसे दुखद बात है। हाय मिलेगी। अरे अगर बिहार को कोई अतिरिक्त सहायता मिलता है तो आपको परेशानी किस बात की? आपके कलेजे में सांप कौन बैठता है? और तो और जब बिहार में जाता हूं तो वहां पर आपके दल के लोग कहते हैं, आपके दल के लोग कहते हैं कि केंद्र सरकार से क्या सहयोग मिला। जब केंद्र की सरकार सहयोग करती है तो आपके पसीनों क्यों छूटते हैं? पसीना क्यों छूटता है? पसीना सब तो कोई अनपार्लियामेंट्री नहीं है, सांप भी नहीं है, मुहावरा है। ये मुहावरा है इसलिए बहुत ही आपत्तिजनक आज
बिहारियों की हाय लगेगी, बिहारियों की हाय लगेगी।
इसलिए आपको आज इसी कारण से आप उस पक्ष में हैं और हम इस पक्ष में।
तीसरी बार
इस बजट में रोजगार के संदर्भ में वास्तव में पहली सरकार है केंद्र में मोदी जी की सरकार जो रोजगार देने के लिए कृत संकल्प, और यह शायद पहली बार हुआ होगा मेरे ख्याल से कि रोजगार पाने वाला भी लाभार्थी होगा और रोजगार देने वाला भी लाभार्थी होगा। इस बजट की सबसे बड़ी खूबसूरत पहलू है नौकरी में प्रवेश करने वाले 50 लाख युवाओं को 1 महीने का पीएफआई। ये कोई छोटी बात? 25,000 नौजवानों को जॉब की ट्रेनिंग दी जाएगी, ये छोटी बात? आपके कालखंड में तो आपने विचार नहीं किया। पहली बार जो नौकरी पाएगा उसको 1 महीने का वेतन। और मुझे तो स्मरण आता 1974 के आंदोलन को पढ़ने की। उस वक्त देश की जनता ने आपके खिलाफ आंदोलन किया था, बेरोजगारी के सवाल पर, महंगाई के सवाल पर और भ्रष्टाचार के सवाल पर, और साथ साथ तानाशाही के खिलाफ। इसलिए इस बजट में आर्थिक विकास के संदर्भ में भी एक लक्ष्य रखने का काम मोदी जी की सरकार ने किया। आर्थिक विकास को 10.5% तक बढ़ाने का लक्ष्य रखा गया और निवेश को बढ़ाने का संकल्प इस बजट के अंदर है। और निवेश बढ़ा करके व्यापार को सुगम बना करके रोजगार को सृजन करने का संकल्प इस बजट में लिया गया है। ये पहली सरकार है जो मोदी जी की सरकार। इसलिए मैं आपके निवेदन करना चाहता हूं, कुछ तुलनात्मक विवरण भी मैं रखना चाहता हूं। आपके कालखंड में जीडीपी का जो रेट था विकास का वो 6.7%, और आज एनडीए की सरकार है 7.3% है। 7.3%। इन्फ्लेशन के बारे में खूब आपके पूर्व वित्त मंत्री ने भाषण देने का काम, झूठे आंकड़े खड़ा करने का काम, गलत आंकड़े खड़े, असत्य, झूठे शब्द को मैं वापस लेते हुए असत्य। अब मुद्रास्फीति के बारे में आपको उल्लेख करना चाहता हूं। इन्फ्लेशन का जो रेट यूपीए के कालखंड में 10.1% था, 10.1%। आज एनडीए गठबंधन की सरकार, मोदी जी की सरकार के नेतृत्व में इन्फ्लेशन का रेट 4.6% है। 4.6%। ये आंकड़े हमारे नहीं, ये आंकड़े आपके भी नहीं, ये स्टैटिकल आंकड़े, और आंकड़े सच बोलते हैं और आंकड़ों से आपको सामना करना पड़ेगा। आपके समय में इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर की बात की जाए तो सड़कों के निर्माण में आपका प्रत्येक दिन 12 किलोमीटर आप बनाने का काम करता था, ये आपने किया था। और एनडीए के सरकार में आज वर्तमान में 28 किलोमीटर प्रत्येक दिन सड़क बनती है, प्रत्येक दिन सड़क बनती है। एलपीजी यूपीए के कालखंड में 1 करोड़ का वितरण आपने किया था, 1 करोड़ वितरण। और एनडीए की सरकार है, मोदी जी की सरकार में 13 करोड़ एलपीजी कनेक्शन हमारी माता और बहनों के घरों तक पहुंचाने का संकल्प।
उनके घरों में भी गया
आपके, हाँ आप ठीक कर रहे हैं, उनके घर में। आपके समय में आपको तो एक अच्छी विरासत मिली थी। अटल जी के शासन के बाद आप शासन में सत्ता में आए थे, आपको एक अच्छी अर्थव्यवस्था मिली, लेकिन आपने 2014 तक एक ऐसी अर्थव्यवस्था मोदी जी के विरासत में देने का काम किया, उसको बोलने में भी हर भारत के लोग शर्मसार होते हैं। आपने पूरी तरह से भारत को घोटालों का देश बनाने का काम किया था। जंगल, आकाश से लेकर के जमीन से लेकर के पाताल तक आपने घोटालों का रिकॉर्ड खड़ा करने का काम किया। आपको पूरी तरह से फाइनेंशियल एनार्किज्म आपके शासनकाल में था। बैंकिंग सिस्टम पूरी तरह से कोलैप्स था, और आज बैंकिंग सिस्टम पूरे दुनिया में सबसे बेहतर बैंकिंग सिस्टम का नाम है भारत का बैंकिंग सिस्टम। आपने किस हाल में छोड़ दिया? आपके मंत्री, आपके यहां से लोग चुटके देते थे पूंजीपतियों को, और चुटकों के सहारे पर आप लोगों ने बैंक को खाली करने का काम किया, खाली करने का काम। इसलिए आज आप पर लोगों का विश्वास उठ चुका है। माधव, ये बजट ज्ञान पर आधारित है। गरीब, यूथ, अन्नदाता, नारी और मीडियम क्लास, मध्यम वर्ग पर। और सच में ये बजट वास्तव में एक अनोखा बजट है, और इस बजट में मैन्युफैक्चरिंग सेक्टर, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर और सर्विस सेक्टर के माध्यम से सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट, सस्टेनेबल ग्रोथ के माध्यम से समाज के सभी वर्गों को उत्थान करने का लक्ष्य रखा गया, उत्थान करने का लक्ष्य रखा गया। और महोदय, आज बस मैं अब खत्म करना चाहता हूं, बस 1 मिनट हम कुछ अनुमति दीजिए। आप सभापति महोदय आए हैं, तो आज मैं मानता हूं कि जिस प्रकार से हेल्थ सेक्टर में भारत ने एक युगांतकारी परिवर्तन लाने का काम किया, सभापति महोदय, और स्वास्थ्य सेवाएं बेहतर हो इसके लिए केंद्र की सरकार लगातार काम कर रही है। लेकिन मैं आज इस सदन में एक रोचक प्रसंग रखना चाहता हूं सभापति महोदय, और रोचक प्रसंग क्या है कि मैं झारखंड से आता हूं, और झारखंड में कोडरमा जिला है, कोडरमा जिला, और उस जिले में एक महिला 12 बार बच्चे देने का काम की, 12 बच्चे देने। सामाजिक सुरक्षा अभियान का कैसा लूटपाट होता है झारखंड में, उसका उल्लेख मैं करके अपनी बातों को खत्म रखना चाहता हूं। और तो और सभापति महोदय,
प्लीज ओवर टाइम।
खत्म। जननी सुरक्षा योजना का किस प्रकार से लूटपाट है झारखंड में, कांग्रेस की सरकार है वहां, झारखंड मुक्ति मोर्चा की सरकार है, आरजेडी की सरकार है, उसके बारे में बताना चाहता हूं। और वहां पर एक बहन, एक माता को 12 बार एक दिन में बच्चा पैदा करते दिखाया गया है। और तो और उतना ही नहीं माना गया, एक पुरुष को भी बच्चा पैदा करते दिखाया गया। इससे दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण और क्या, यह इनके सरकार का, झारखंड की सरकार का कर्तव्य है। कमाल है, कई वैज्ञानिक आज इस खोज में लगे हुए हैं, लेकिन झारखंड की सरकार
नहीं, यू वर कंक्लूडिंग,
बस इसलिए आज
प्लीज कंक्लूड।
हाँ, बस कंक्लूड कर,
हाफ अ मिनट,
बस आधा मिनट लेंगे। इसलिए मैं मानता हूं सभापति महोदय कि 1951 में जब देश की आजादी हुई थी, तब जब फर्स्ट 5th ईयर प्लान बना था, उसी में कहीं ना कहीं खोट थी। इसीलिए मैं अपनी बातों को समाप्त कर दूं।
ऑनरेबल मेंबर्स,
After Srimati Sagarika Ghosh concludes her address, we'll be taking all the special mentions. Srimati Sagarika Ghosh, 15 minutes.
So the mic. Thank you, Honorable Chairman, sir. I rise to speak on behalf of my party, All India Trinamool Congress, on the union budget presented by the Honorable Finance Minister. Honorable Chairman, sir, inequality, inequality, inequality. This is the fundamental crisis facing our country today. This inequality crisis has not been addressed by this budget, nor has it been addressed by the previous 10 budgets of this government. The government is constantly telling us it is pushing us into more and more growth, but it is pushing us into more and more inequality. This government is pushing us into the inequality trap, what I call the inequality trap. Sir, the Paris-based World Inequality Lab has said in its 2024 report that India's billionaire Raj has replaced the British Raj. The billionaire Raj has replaced the British Raj. India is more unequal now than it was in the 1920s, in the colonial period. Honorable Chairman, I want to repeat that. India in 2024 is more unequal than it was under colonial rule in the 1920s. That is the catastrophe of inequality facing us. That's why budgets need to be about real people, real India, real issues, not about fantasy land, not about Disneyland. Here are some facts about inequality, sir. The top 1% of India controls 40% of the country's wealth. Real earnings of regular salaried and self-employed have declined or remained stagnant. The Honorable Finance Minister claimed that GST has benefited the common man. But, sir, the truth is 67% of GST is paid by the poorest 50% of India. India is a country where 800 million people, sir, still depend on free food. The budget needed to needed to address this inequality trap. It needed to tackle the inequality trap. It has failed to do so. I want to present 5 examples of the inequality trap. The first, the inequality trap with regard to states. The second, the inequality trap with regard to rural areas. The third, the inequality trap with regard to jobs. The fourth, the inequality trap with regard to wealth and income. And the fifth, the inequality trap with health and education. The states. First, the inequality trap on states. So this is a union budget meant for 28 states, 8 union territories. Yet the specific focus on Andhra Pradesh and Bihar shows that this government is looking to appease its newfound allies. Look at the allotments made for Andhra Pradesh, the allotments made for Bihar, the huge financial package for Andhra Pradesh. We wish the people of Bihar and Andhra Pradesh the best, but can you discriminate against some states and make special provision only for 2 states simply because you have forged a coalition with these states at the center? This is the same government, sir. I have to remind you, this is the same government that went back on its promise of special status for Andhra Pradesh and Bihar. Now, for political convenience, the government is bestowing largesse on these states. This unequal allotment is against constitutional democracy. No. It is constitutionally immoral. It is ethically repugnant. It is economically ruinous. This is not cooperative federalism. This is discriminatory federalism. The finance minister talked about Purvodaya, look east, act east. But what is the government doing in the largest state of eastern India? Bengal is under siege. Bengal is facing an economic blockade. Bengal has not received NREGA funds since December 26, 2021. Bengal has not received NREGA funds. A massive over 1 lakh crore is due from the center to Bengal. the FM talked about PM Awas Yojana, but for Bengal, funds have been withheld under the PM Awas Yojana for 11 lakh sanctioned homes. 7,000 crore. 7,000 crore has been withheld from Bengal under the National Food Security Act simply because the centre wants certain pictures and logos on those centres. Why this economic siege of Bengal? It's not just Bengal, sir. My friends from the DMK are here. It's about Tamil Nadu. It's about Karnataka. It's about Kerala. My friends from the Shiv Sena Uddhav Thackeray faction are here. It's about Maharashtra. Every citizen, whether from Manipur to Maharashtra to Punjab to Kerala, has equal rights to the funds of the government of India. Why is the federal spirit being compromised? What is needed, sir? I want to make a suggestion. What is needed is a time-bound, transparent audit of all the centrally sponsored schemes of the centre. Will the government give an assurance to this House of a transparent, time-bound audit of all centrally sponsored schemes across states? Second example of the inequality trap.
What is this?
Second example of the inequality trap. The inequality trap in the rural areas. So when the government is asked about a legal guarantee for minimum support price, the government's economic manager says this will cost 17 lakh crore.
Honourable member, I urge the Parliament to control his member. This is not the way to run. Please take your seat. This is not the way. Why are you interrupting?
Sir, no viability.
Why are you interrupting? I don't appreciate interruption. This will not happen. It will not happen from either side. Please go ahead. She is making her point.
Sir.
And it's a well-prepared speech. We may agree, we may not agree. Go ahead.
So when the government is asked about the legal guarantee for the minimum support price, the government's economic manager says we can't do this, it will cost 17 lakh crore. But what about the fact that in 2019, the government gave corporate India a tax relief of 1 lakh crore losses per year? So the Home Minister is urging people to invest in the stock market, but the poor labourer in Bengal waiting for his Narega wages does not get his Narega wages. No practical step has been taken in this budget to make agriculture buoyant. Allocations to agriculture and allied sectors have been reduced to only 3.15% of the total budget. Subsidies on fuel, food and fertilizers have been slashed. No permanent structure has been created for debt relief for the farmers. When farmers agitated for minimum support price, the government refused to dialogue with them. Sir, do you know, Honourable Chairman, sir, that just this year alone, 1,200 farmers in Maharashtra have committed suicide. They have lost their lives. Why does the Finance Minister not recognize this reality? Today, in spite of the Jal Jeevan Mission hype, 22.5% of rural households only have access to piped water within their plot and yard throughout the year. The third example, sir, of the inequality trap, jobs and unemployment. It's taken 10 years for the government to wake up to the reality of unemployment. That Amrit Kal and Viksit Bharat cannot happen without Rozgar. In this speech, the Honourable Finance Minister mentioned employment 23 times. In 23-24, she had mentioned employment just 3 times. At last, she has mentioned the word employment. This is what a rebuff from the voter can do. Since the 2020 lockdown, millions have lost jobs, but the government is in a sab-changa-si mindset. The internship and skilling program is simply not good enough. It is way too inadequate. It does not address the scale of the problem. A centrally sponsored scheme for providing paid internship opportunities in 500 top companies or some rupees as benefits to first-time employees is pure advertising and tokenism. It is not going to solve this mammoth problem of unemployment. So 42% of graduates under the age of 25 can't find a job. The youth make up 80% of India's unemployed. This year, as the Honourable Member, Mr. P. Chidambaram also said, 47 lakh applied for 60,000 constable jobs. 27,000 applied for 600 jobs in Air India. There has been no massive push on education to make sure that money is pumped into education, without which lakhs of Indians will remain unemployed. So hatred, religious hatred is bad for the only provide jobs when we build social harmony. Joblessness is very high among the disadvantaged communities, among Dalits, among Muslims, other privileged groups. Joblessness is skyrocketing. There is nothing in this budget that provides an assurance that the government of India is standing by India's most disadvantaged citizens. There is nothing in this budget. This brings me to my fourth inequality trap, the inequality of wealth and income. The government talks of competition, but we only have oligarchy. We have a booming airline industry, but 2 operators of note. Over 1 billion mobile subscribers, but only 3 telecom companies. Sir, the rich have lavish celebrations. The rich have lavish weddings, lasting days, but only 50% Indians can afford 3 square meals. We are at 142 out of 197 in per capita income. The biggest catastrophe of this government, sir, has been the systematic destruction of the MSME sector. According to the government's own data, more than 35,000 MSMEs have closed down since the COVID pandemic. How does the government intend to address the income gap when those who are the most vulnerable to changing economic tides are the least protected? What protection is there for MSMEs in this budget? None. There has been no change or relief on the 45-day payment rule, which is hurting MSMEs as it is leading to cancellation of orders. Other than a sketchy sentence on rationalizing GST rates, no specific measure has been outlined in this budget for the revival of MSMEs. What stops the government from cushioning MSMEs the way it is cushioning India's top corporates? Incomes will not rise until the unorganized sector is given the greatest, the top, the foremost priority. Prioritize the unorganized sector now. Do it now. To add to the woes of the ordinary citizens, sir, the budget has abolished the benefit of indexation, which now means a huge tax burden on all assets acquired before 2001. The burdens of real people have only increased. Wage earners and salaried taxpayers have been given little relief. 3 words are not mentioned in this budget, sir. 3 words: railways, minimum support price for farmers, and Manrega. Why has the finance minister not mentioned these 3 words fundamental to the real people of India? Manrega, railways, and the minimum support price. I propose, as a solution, I propose a dignity index. Let the government create a dignity index to measure how many are living a life of dignity and aim to create an economy where the maximum number can live a life of dignity. So the inequality trap is my 5th inequality trap of health and education. Stagnating or declining allocations to health and education, health at 1%, education hovering around 2%. In this budget, health and education allocations have only gone down. Sir, a shocking statistic for you. The UNICEF has said that India is the 2nd largest country with 0 vaccinated children. In 2023, 1.6 million children did not receive any vaccine at all. A UNICEF report says India is the 2nd largest country of 0 vaccinated children. On education, the state of education report says that 25% of 14 to 18-year-olds, sir, 25% of 14 to 18-year-olds cannot read class 2 texts. An 18-year-old cannot read a class 2 text. That is the reality of education. The budget shows no awareness of this demographic disaster that is threatening to take over our demographic dividend. Sir, Amartya Sen has said economic development cannot be sustained without an educated and healthy workforce. A budget is much more than just numbers. A budget should reflect the ideals of this august House. This august House reflects the ideals of the Constitution of dignity and equality of all. In Bengal, we are respecting dignity, but the government is not. The government needs to wake up from its bubble and smell the coffee, or rather the chai, but without sugar, because Indians cannot afford sugar. So we were wanting a budget for the people. We have got a budget for the privileged. This budget, the budget of 2024, remains trapped in the inequality trap. Thank you, sir.
Special mentions Sri S.D. Devgoda, concern over natural calamities in Karnataka, its neighboring states, and other parts of our country. Sri S.D. Devgoda.
Chairman, sir, with your kind permission, I would like to mention about the natural calamity, what has happened not only in Karnataka, in other parts of the country. This issue, particularly in Karnataka, 9 people in Hirur village in Ankola Taluk, Karnataka during last week. Sir, when this incident has happened, sorry my Congress friends are here, no government minister has not gone to this place. When people have died, nobody has gone. And all the traffics were jammed. I am watching the proceedings of the House from the morning. Sir, with kind permission, I don't want to take issue on politics. Politics is a different matter. I will speak tomorrow. How coalition governments have run in the past, I will draw the attention of the House. They are all elders. Only particularly on this issue, I have requested you tomorrow will speak on the budget because I want to raise this issue. My friends are sitting here. Today morning, one issue was raised, with your kind permission. Somebody raised the point of order. Your good self has said, I will give a ruling tomorrow. I know why you have permitted, with what background, and the ruling which you are going to give tomorrow, we are waiting. Sir, when people have died, the hill was slipped, the entire road was highway. Nobody gone from the state government. For 6 days, the heavy industries and steel minister of union government has gone there, and after his visit, the military was sent by the union government, and what the union government has done, Indian Navy team, Fire Brigade, SDRF, NDRF, all these organizations were sent after the union minister went and visited this part. This is how, sorry, my friends are here. I am not blaming. You are equally interested. Kharge ji is not here. I know. You are equally interested. But the point is, sir, when so many things, natural calamities happen, no state government minister went to this spot. When only union minister went there with all these organizations were sent there to remove the dead bodies. After the 6th day, the CM, the Chief Minister of Karnataka, after the 6th days, he went there. See the fun. This is how Karnataka is functioning. I am not blaming. I am sorry. I would like to request the honorable members, you are all senior leaders. You must ask your leader, Kharge ji. Ask your leader, Kharge ji. It is not for me. This is how the government is functioning.
We'll hear you tomorrow, sir, on budget.
I would like to tell you very frankly, my friends, it's not politics. When the people have died, what the state government was doing?
We'll have you tomorrow, sir.
I thank the union government for having sent all the NDRF, Indian Navy team, the fire brigade. I will thank the union government for taking necessary steps to see that the people who are suffering were removed, the dead bodies, everything. And today evening, I think the promise has been allowed after 10 days. This is the position. I would like to bring it to the Honorable House through the chairman having allowed me to speak. I am grateful to you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Okay. No, I love you. First, everyone has to take seat. No, please take seat. First take seat. No. Please take seat. Take seat, sir. Take seat. I'll call you. Mr. Tiruchi Shiva wants to raise a point of order. Yes, raise it. I'm
Sir, special mentions means we have to give it in writing well before, and it will be vetted by the Secretariat and it will be approved. And no word other than what is there in the special mention admitted should not be read or spoken, sir. But it's giving a speech, sir. All those things should be expunged other than what has been in the special mention.
Sir, 1 second, please. No.
The same day. इस पे एक स्पेसिफिक प्रोविजन है जिससे deviate.
You read it. You read the provision.
Definition.
No, you read the provision, Mr. Pramod Tiwari.
A special mention, sir.
Mr. Pramod Tiwari, you raise your point of order and read the provision which you are invoking.
ठीक है सर. सर मैं सिर्फ ये कह रहा हूँ कि जो बुक पे मैंने पढ़ा है वो मैं कह रहा हूँ.
नहीं सर, you will have to read.
It should be written.
No. Pramod ji, you will have to.
अगर स्पेशल मेंशन दोनों में.
Yes. Okay, he is raising point of order. 1 second. Please, Saket, बैठिए. Yes. You are raising point of order.
Actually, I would like to associate with Mr. Tiruchi Shiva. See, these provisions and procedures are equal to all the members. So what is so special with the former Prime Minister? When the question of special mention comes, it is equally applicable to all the members. And you have to follow that.
What is your point of order?
No, it's not the. I am just associating with Tiruchi Shiva.
Yeah, good. So, 1 second. So very simple. You are supporting Mr. Tiruchi Shiva, a senior member of the House. So this is not a point of order. This can be summarily decided right now. Okay. No, Randeep, You will have to avail the opportunity in your own right. You are getting a support.
You said you'll give me a chance. That's why I'm sitting.
Okay. No.
Kind permission, sir.
Yes. 1 second. He's raising first.
Sir, we all respect the office of the former Prime Minister.
1 second. Randeep, you are raising a point of order.
Absolutely, sir.
Raise the point of order.
Yes, sir. Sir, my point
Number
of order.
one is specify the rule and give the situation.
Sir, you know the rule, you know the situation.
Sir, if you, with your kind permission, sir, we all respect the office of the former Prime Minister. In this case, he has been elected with the support of the Congress party. He may have changed his political positions thrice.
This is an allegation.
It's a separate issue.
Don't
but he cannot use this opportunity to deliver a political speech which is beyond the scope of
record unless you raise a point. Nothing will go on record. Mr. Surjewala, you will have to raise a point of order.
This is condemnable.
Please, no,
this is entirely wrong. And his speech.
Nothing will go on record. Nothing will go on record. Yes, Mr. Pramod Tiwari. He's only late. Sit down, sit down, sit down. I am here. Yes.
180 है sir. 180
One second.
180 sir.
1 second. Yes.
Sir, 180.
Yes.
Take the book, sir.
Yes, the book is with me. Mr. Tiwari.
Read 180, sir.
Yes, 180.
एक मिनट. कोई सूचना ग्राह्य हो सके, इसके लिए निम्नलिखित शर्तें पूरी की जाएंगी. इसके साथ उल्लेख का पाठ जो कि 250 शब्दों से अधिक न हो संलग्न होगा. लिखित में. वह किसी ऐसे विषय से संबंधित नहीं होगा जो मुख्यतः भारत सरकार का विषय न हो. उससे किसी ऐसे विषय का उल्लेख नहीं होगा जिस पर उसी सत्र में चर्चा हो चुकी हो अथवा जो सत्र के दौरान उस नियम के अधीन किसी सदस्य द्वारा पहले उठाए गए. Let me read, sir. You insisted, sir.
No, I insisted. Yes, you have indicated the rule. Now come to the fact situation.
I've rightly, sir.
I'll give you opportunity.
Sir, आपकी रूलिंग सबके ऊपर होती है. ये इस पर भी आपकी रूलिंग रही है कि जो लिखा गया सिर्फ वही पढ़ा जाए, न उसमें कुछ ऐड किया जा सकता है न डिलीट किया जा सकता है. मानवर, मैं बड़ी देर से ध्यान से फॉर्मर प्राइम मिनिस्टर को सुन रहा था. जो लिखा है उन्होंने पढ़ा नहीं, एक शब्द नहीं पढ़ा और यहाँ बैठकर पॉलिटिकल स्पीच दे रहे हैं. शायद दिस वाज ए पॉलिटिकल स्पीच. दिस वाज ए पॉलिटिकल स्पीच. मेन तो मेरा ऑब्जेक्शन ये है कि जो लिखा नहीं था वो पढ़ कैसे रहे थे. और फिर एक स्टेट गवर्नमेंट के बारे में हाउ कैन ही मेंशन. मेरा एक अनुरोध है कि इसे एक्सपेंड किया जाए, कार्रवाई से निकाला जाए.
You have had your way and say both.
ठीक है सर.
You have had your way and say both.
ठीक है.
Mr. Saket Gokhale, and before you use your lung power and vocal cords.
I have a mic now.
No. Do one thing. Specify a rule.
Yes.
And in all dignity, raise your point of order.
Sir, when
I will decide. Don't bother. I am getting everybody's view.
Sir,
yes.
आप मुझे बोलने से पहले करेक्ट करते, बोलने के बाद कीजिए ना.
नहीं.
बोलने को
डायरेक्शन मत दीजिए ना.
Rule
It will be better for you to go by my direction.
Sir, rule 180B. 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 B as in Bombay.
B.
Yeah.
The same as Mr. Pramod Tiwari read.
No. I'm coming to a specific point, sir.
Yes. Which provision of it are you invoking?
The first one, subclause 1.
Yes.
It shall be accompanied, about special mentions, it shall be accompanied by a text of the special mention not exceeding 250 words. That's one I'm referring to, sir. Uske baad mein, number 4, it shall not raise more than one issue and issue shall not pertain to trivial matters.
Yes, fine.
Uske baad mein, number 5, it shall not contain arguments, inferences, ironical expressions, imputations, epithets or defamatory statements.
Come to your point now.
Now the point is, in terms of average word per minute of an average speaker, 250 words is roughly about 4 minutes.
3.
2 minutes, 2 to 3 minutes, number one. Number two, the text, we all submit special mentions. The text has to be adhered to. So with due respect, I would like to request you to kindly expunge the remarks made by the Honorable former Prime Minister, Mr. Deve
Is that
Gowda.
point of order?
Yes, sir.
Okay, heard you. Bhupendra Yadav, Honorable Minister. And Bhupendra ji,
Sir.
Mr. Pramod Tiwari, a very experienced member, has made his reflections. I expect on an issue, 1 second. Now, you can't have patience. I allowed all who wanted to say. Sir, Honorable Minister, I said. Minister? No. Okay. 1 second. Okay. Mr. Tiruchi Shiva has raised a point which is very important, that an Honorable Minister of the Union cannot, even with the permission of the chair, reflect on an issue. So I have called him. Yes, Mr. Bhupendra Yadav.
सर, मैं तो आपसे, क्योंकि आप सर बहुत अच्छे तरीके से संचालन करते हैं और आप एक लंबे समय से नियम प्रतिपादित कर सकते हैं, मैं आपसे निवेदन करने के लिए खड़ा हुआ हूँ। सर 235 से 238 में सदस्य जब बोले तो कैसा व्यवहार करना चाहिए, जो खुद ही किसी सदस्य को डिस्टर्ब कर रहे हो, क्या उनको पॉइंट ऑफ ऑर्डर मांगने का अधिकार है, इसको स्पष्ट करिए।
1 second.
जो मैंने बोला है वो आपके परमिशन से बोला है। किसी मंत्री को ये अधिकार नहीं है कि वो चेयरमैन के रूलिंग पे सवाल उठाए, और ये आपकी रूलिंग पे जो आपने परमिट किया था, बोला था, उस पर सवाल उठा रहे हैं। इनको डांटिए साहब।
You want me to decide this also?
डांटिए साहब।
No, Mr. Tiwari, you want me to decide this also? 1 second. देवगौड़ा जी
Cooperate.
देवगौड़ा जी बैठे. We have respect for your age.
Permission.
No, but please do it by
In my
sitting.
60 years of political career, I have never used an unparliamentary language, either in the Assembly, or in Lok Sabha, or in Rajya Sabha. I know my limitations. I have not hurt anybody. I only said facts. Even after 6 days, the state government, the chief minister, or the minister, nobody has not gone there. Is it an unparliamentary word? Let the honorable chairman give the ruling on this issue. I will, if at all if I have made any mistake, I will withdraw. I have no hesitation. I don't want to learn from these friends. Let me be honest, I know my limitations. I have never hurt anybody.
Sir.
I only mention the facts. I have never used unparliamentary word. I'm so sorry.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
I want to, I would like to submit with your kind permission.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Nothing will go on record. And Mr. Nagar, don't address the chair while sitting. You are a physically fit person, and you have on your right side someone who knows the rules in and out. So don't please. Now, it's a serious matter. Therefore, I Tiruchi.
Mention anything unparliamentary words, sir. We said it didn't confine with the rules. 180B5 says it cannot contain arguments, inferences, ironical expressions, imputations, epithets, or defamatory statements. That is special mention.
You see, honorable members, honorable members, I have looked into everything, and honorable members are particularly agitated on one aspect. That is, special mention is a mechanism whereby a member has to adhere to the script. What honorable members perhaps missed in this case, you will get in my decision on this point of order. Secondly, all members of this House are respectable. They deserve respect. But to make an observation that former Prime Minister is unfortunate. We have leaders in all parties. We respect them. And we respect them not because others are not equal to them. We respect them because we have a civilization. We believe in a culture. If Mr. Pramod Tiwari rises, I look at him because he has 9 years continuing assembly, and here I look at Mr. Mukul Vasnik, I look at Mr. Digvijay Singh as Chief Minister for 10 years. I look at Mr. Praful Patel having had. Jairam is young. Jairam is young enough not to get into this big league. Yes. So as a matter of fact, this issue was raised in my chamber and otherwise by Mr. Raghav Chadha, who is raising a hand, and he wanted to claim parity. Now, let me tell you with my little experience, all are equal in the family also. All are equal when you go to cast vote also. But in the family, you know whose respect is more. You don't expect me when the Honorable former Prime Minister, before saying anything, sought my leave. No, he sought my leave. And he is fully aware of the authority of the chairman. Now I'll give my ruling. I prima facie find no transgression. But I'll give my ruling because if I have to tie my hands and tie my feet and run this house, even when I feel that there is a person of stature, there are occasions when, ignoring the rule and invoking my authority, I grant permission to Kharge ji. Now, would you ask me under what permission I granted him permission today? It was not a point of order. It was granted because entitled. And this is what I had said in the very beginning. So, honorable members, bear with me. You will get a ruling day after. Shri Ayodhya Rami Reddy Allah. Demand for unified law on industrial accidents in India.
Thank you, sir.
Yes.
Industrial workers are the backbone of industrialized India, and their safety must be a top priority. The consequences of industrial accidents are devastating, including loss of life, environmental damage, economic disruptions, and psychological trauma. Incidents like the Bhopal gas tragedy and the recent Thane explosion that claimed 11 lives underscore the need for a comprehensive regulatory reform. According to the National Disaster Management Authority, there have been over 130 significant chemical accidents in the last decade, resulting in more than 250 fatalities. These incidents reveal serious gaps in our safety regulations and enforcement. Currently, industrial safety is governed by 15 acts and 19 rules, leading to overlapping jurisdictions and weak enforcement. This fragmented approach results in significant gaps in oversight and safety measures. Moreover, the absence of a comprehensive chemical risk database hampers effective hazard assessment and the development of safety protocols. Insufficient worker training and poor investment in safety infrastructure, often due to cost-cutting measures, further exacerbate the problem. I urge the government to create a unified law on industrial accidents. This law should streamline existing regulations, establish a centralized database for chemical risks, and ensure stringent enforcement of safety standards. It should also mandate proper training for workers and adequate investment in safety infrastructure. We owe it to our hardworking industrial workforce to ensure their safety and well-being. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mani Ayodhya Rami Reddy ji. Mani Sri Neeraj Dangi ji.
सभापति महोदय, मुझे विशेष उल्लेख के जरिए जो ये
माइक आपके पीछे ऑन है।
पीछे मेरे
आप जहां बोल रहे हैं वहां भी है, वहां भी
सर ये
आप जहां खड़े हैं वहां भी माइक ऑन है।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद उपसभापति महोदय, आपने एक महत्वपूर्ण विषय जो इस ओर और उस ओर सभी सांसदों के लिए महत्वपूर्ण है, इस विशेष उल्लेख के जरिए मुझे उठाने का अवसर प्रदान किया है। संसद सदस्य स्थानीय क्षेत्र विकास योजना एमपीलैड की शुरुआत 23/12/1993 में पूर्व प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरसिम्हा राव द्वारा सभी दलों के सांसदों के आग्रह पर 5 लाख रुपए प्रति सांसद की राशि से प्रारंभ की गई थी, जिससे सांसद अपने क्षेत्र में स्थायी सामुदायिक परिसंपत्तियों के निर्माण सहित जनता को बुनियादी सुविधाएं प्रदान करने के लिए विकास कार्यों की सिफारिश कर सकें। एमपीलैड फंड की राशि को वर्ष 1998-99 में 5 लाख से बढ़ाकर 2 करोड़ रुपए किया गया और 13 वर्ष पश्चात वर्ष 2011-12 में सांसदों के आग्रह पर इसे बढ़ाकर प्रति वर्ष 5 करोड़ रुपए किया गया। वर्ष 2011-12 के बाद 13 वर्षों में इस राशि को बढ़ाने पर कोई पुनर्विचार नहीं हुआ। महोदय, एक संसदीय क्षेत्र में लगभग 8 से 10 विधानसभा क्षेत्र का समावेश होता है। राजस्थान, उत्तर प्रदेश, पंजाब, केरल जैसे राज्यों में विधायक स्थानीय क्षेत्र विकास योजना अंतर्गत राशि कई वर्षों से 5 करोड़ या 5 करोड़ से अधिक है। दिल्ली में यह राशि 10 करोड़ रुपए प्रति विधायक है। विधायक स्थानीय क्षेत्र विकास योजना की राशि और सांसद स्थानीय क्षेत्र विकास योजना की राशि लगभग समान हो गई है, जबकि अनुपातिक रूप से यह राशि 8 से 10 गुना होनी चाहिए। वहीं राज्यसभा सांसद के लिए पूरे राज्य में विकास योजनाओं हेतु 5 करोड़ का सांसद स्थानीय क्षेत्र विकास कोष पर्याप्त नहीं है। अतः आग्रह है कि 13 वर्ष पूर्व निर्धारित इस राशि पर पुनर्विचार करते हुए संसद सदस्य स्थानीय क्षेत्र विकास योजना की राशि को बढ़ाकर 15 करोड़ प्रति सांसद किया जाना चाहिए। सभापति महोदय, आपके माध्यम से मेरा सरकार से आग्रह है कि एमपीलैड्स की राशि 15 करोड़ रुपए करने पर विचार करें।
धन्यवाद।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
धन्यवाद माननीय नीरज डांगी जी। माननीय डॉक्टर अनिल सुखदेव राय बोंडे, प्लीज, आपका स्पेशल मेंशन है।
Thank you, Deputy Chairman, sir. I am putting my special mention for the demand from government to intervene in the recent hike of import duty for exporters of oranges from Vidarbha region in Maharashtra to Bangladesh. Sir, you are aware that in Maharashtra state, Amravati and Nagpur division is recognized as a Vidarbha. It is also the highest orange fruit producer and exporter in the country. Total 1,26,000 hectares of area is occupied for the production of oranges in Amravati and Nagpur division. Around 7 lakh metric tons of oranges are produced in seasons of Ambia and Bruga Bahar. The farmers and farmer producer company exporters of this division have yearly been exporting around 1.25 to 1.50 lakh metric tons of oranges to Bangladesh. But due to hike in import duty by Bangladesh government from rupees 32 to rupees 62 per kg, that is 112 taka per kg, the orange export to Bangladesh has been totally stopped this season. Due to multiple times hike in import duty and devaluation of currency of Bangladesh, total orange export from Vidarbha has suffered. I urge upon the government to look into the matter and impress upon the government of Bangladesh to reduce the import duty or support orange exporters by providing 100% subsidy in import duty to continue orange export to Bangladesh. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Anil Sukhdev Roy. माननीय श्री सुजीत कुमार जी, माननीय श्री सुजीत कुमार जी।
Sir, धन्यवाद. Sir, my special mention is to demand for tribal circuit for Western Odisha under the Swadesh Darshan scheme. Sir, Odisha has the third highest concentration of tribals in India. The tribes have highly developed artistic skills which are evident in their body paintings, ornaments, weaving and wall paintings. Sir, the Swadesh Darshan scheme underlines the possibility of a huge potential for better livelihood opportunities and improved quality of life of the tribals. Spread across districts, waterfalls, temples, and wildlife sanctuaries adorn the state. The Maji Gharini temple in Raigada, Gupteshwar temple in Koraput, as well as the city of Jaipur, which is the commercial center of the district, Dokri Dara, Gudhandi caves, and Furli Jaran waterfall in Kalahandi, and Mandasura Gorge are some notable tourist attractions that can form a successful tribal circuit. The tribes in these areas face various development challenges and have extremely low annual incomes while working in the unorganized sector. The establishment of a tribal circuit under the Swadesh Darshan scheme would enhance the livelihood of the people around these tourist sites by generating local employment opportunities. This provision would also improve tourist infrastructure, including transportation facilities between the districts. An influx of tourists would enable local artisans to share their culture and heritage with a wider audience and greatly expanding their reach. Sir, I urge the central government to enhance the implementation of this provision under the Swadesh Darshan scheme. This will aid in the development of the area, promote tourism and bring socio-economic benefits to the state.
धन्यवाद माननीय सुजीत कुमार जी। डॉक्टर भागवत कराड़ जी।
Honorable Chairman Sir and honorable members, my special mention is concern over Marathwada Statutory Development Board. Respected Sir, the Constitution of India has, during its formation and instances, appreciated the need for targeted development in activities in backward regions of the India. Thereby, the Article 371/2 provided various states with the mandate to establish statutory development boards. Through the Honorable Government, the state of Maharashtra has thus received the special responsibility of establishing the Marathwada, Vidarbha and rest of the Maharashtra development boards respectively. Established in 1994, these boards undertook significant contribution towards development of the region. Their work covered areas including MSME growth, investment boost, health sector, education and other infrastructure-related activities, particularly irrigation, that increases the region's human development indices. However, Chairman Sir, unfortunately, these boards have not been functioning since June 2020, having ended their tenure under the Mahavikas Aghadi government. Through you, I seek to highlight before the House that these boards undertake an extremely crucial functions of ensuring equitable development across regions. I belong to the region of Marathwada and had a distinguished privilege of
please stick to
serving this board. Thus, I seek to stress upon the urgency with which these boards must be reconstituted to benefit the peoples of Marathwada, Vidarbha and rest of the Maharashtra. Our government has highlighted the importance of Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas. Under the honorable leadership of Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi ji, the statutory development boards will play an extremely important role in the development of the backward regions.
प्लीज ए प्रूफ टेक्स्ट जो है वही पढ़ें।
वही सर,
नहीं चेंज है।
I thank you for cooperation and look forward to positive steps in this direction to start different statutory development boards.
Thank you.
Thank you.
माननीय श्री संजय सिंह।
धन्यवाद मान्यवर। मेरा स्पेशल मेंशन देश में बुजुर्गों की जो स्थिति है उसके ऊपर है। देश में बुजुर्गों के साथ हो रहे दुर्व्यवहार और उन्हें अकेला छोड़ देने के मामले तेजी से बढ़ रहे हैं, जिसके चलते बुजुर्गों को वृद्धाश्रम में रहने के लिए मजबूर होना पड़ रहा है। वृद्ध व्यक्ति समाज के लिए संपत्ति की तरह होते हैं। हमारी भारतीय संस्कृति में बुजुर्गों को बरगद की छांव का दर्जा दिया जाता है मानवर, लेकिन उसी समाज की एक कड़वी सच्चाई यह भी है कि वृद्ध लोगों के साथ दुर्व्यवहार एक गंभीर समस्या बन चुकी है। पिछले कुछ साल पहले दिल्ली के गैर सरकारी संगठन एज वेल फाउंडेशन ने देश के 20 राज्यों में 10,000 बुजुर्गों पर एक सर्वेक्षण किया था। इसकी रिपोर्ट डराने वाली थी। रिपोर्ट के मुताबिक लगभग 23% यानी देश का हर चौथा बुजुर्ग देश में अकेला रहने को मजबूर है। यह बुराई केवल शहरों तक सीमित नहीं, बल्कि रिपोर्ट कहती है कि लगभग 21% बुजुर्ग गांवों में, जबकि 25% बुजुर्ग शहरों में अकेले रह रहे हैं। यही कारण है कि संयुक्त राष्ट्र भी जागरूकता के जरिए इसे रोकने के लिए प्रयासरत है। देश में बुजुर्ग माँ बाप या वरिष्ठ नागरिकों के साथ दुर्व्यवहार को रोकना हम सबकी सामाजिक जिम्मेदारी है। महोदय, बुजुर्गों की यह स्थिति देखते हुए मैं सरकार से मांग करता हूं कि बुजुर्गों और माता पिता को छोड़ने और उनके साथ मारपीट से बचाव हेतु एक सकारात्मक प्रावधान और कानून लाया जाए और बुजुर्गों के सामाजिक और आर्थिक हित को सुनिश्चित किया जाए।
धन्यवाद माननीय संजय जी। श्रीमती सुमित्रा वाल्मीकि जी।
धन्यवाद अध्यक्ष महोदय। आपके माध्यम से भारत जैसे विशाल विविधता से भरपूर देश में प्रौद्योगिकी से पर्यटन का प्रबंधन सरल और प्रभावी बनाया जा सकता है। रियल टाइम डेटा एनालिटिक्स के माध्यम से विभिन्न पर्यटन स्थलों पर भीड़ का पूर्वानुमान लगाया जा सकता है और भीड़ को नियंत्रित करने के उपाय किए जा सकते हैं। मान्यवर, मोबाइल ऐप्स के वेबसाइट से पर्यटकों को वर्तमान स्थिति के बारे में सूचित करके उनकी यात्रा की योजना बेहतर बनाई जा सकती है। डिजिटल टिकटिंग सिस्टम और ऑनलाइन बुकिंग प्लेटफॉर्म्स के माध्यम से पर्यटन स्थलों पर लंबी कतारों को कम किया जा सकता है। QR कोड स्कैनिंग और ई-टिकट्स के उपयोग करके प्रवेश प्रक्रिया को सुव्यवस्थित किया जा सकता है, जिससे पर्यटकों का समय बचेगा और उनका अनुभव सुखद रहेगा। आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस AI और मशीन लर्निंग के उपयोग करके पर्यटन स्थलों को सुरक्षित बढ़ाई जा सकती है। निगरानी कैमरों और सेंसरों के माध्यम से संदिग्ध गतिविधियों को पहचान की जा सकती है, तुरंत कार्रवाई भी की जा सकती है। अतः सोशल मीडिया और डिजिटल मार्केटिंग के उपयोग करके विभिन्न पर्यटन स्थलों को वैश्विक स्तर पर प्रमोट किया जा सकता है, जिससे स्थानीय अर्थव्यवस्था को बढ़ावा मिलता है और अंतर्राष्ट्रीय पर्यटकों की संख्या में वृद्धि होती है। मैं माननीय पर्यटन मंत्री जी से अनुरोध करती हूं कि इस तरह की कोई व्यवस्था को क्रियान्वित करें, जिससे पर्यटकों को सुगमता हो सके और पर्यटन स्थलों को भी पॉपुलेशन प्रेशर से मुक्त किया जा सके। 2047 तक विकसित भारत बनाने की मोदी जी की गारंटी में पर्यटन की अहम भूमिका होगी। माननीय, धन्यवाद।
धन्यवाद माननीय श्रीमती सुमित्रा जी। ऑनरेबल श्री दोरजी तेत्सरिंग लेपचा।
Honorable Deputy Chairman, demand for reservation of seats for Limbu and Tamang scheduled tribe communities in the Sikkim Legislative Assembly. Limbu and Tamang communities were included in the list of scheduled tribe in the year 2003. These communities are constitutionally entitled to reservation in the Sikkim Legislative Assembly in terms of Article 332, read with Article 371F within bracket F of the Constitution. In the past, the government of Sikkim has taken several steps to get reservation of Limbu and Tamang communities in the Assembly, and resolutions were also passed by the Assembly for the purpose. On the direction of the Supreme Court in 2013, things started moving in positive direction, but nothing happened. Before the general election and assembly election in Sikkim in 2019, this issue was under active consideration of the Government of India, and it was proposed to increase the seat of the Sikkim Assembly from 32 to 40 and provided reservation to the Limbu and Tamang. But the proposal did not move further, even though it was a very advanced stage. Recently, the Supreme Court, in case of Public Interest Committee for Scheduling Specific Area versus Union of India 2023, has clearly said the Parliament is competent to provide necessary reservation to the Limbu Tamang communities by amending the Representation of the People Act 1950. The election of 2024 have also passed. A thing which was appearing so close in 2019 could not be given in 2024. 21 years have passed, but the Limbu Tamang ST communities have still not got their constitutional right. It is high time that these communities are given representation in the Sikkim Assembly. I urge the government to look into this matter. Thank you.
Honorable Shri Ramji Lal Suman, demand to provide seeds to the farmers at the rate of minimum support price. Honorable Member Shri P. Sunir.
Thank you, sir. My special mention is the development of Kozhikode International Airport. The Kozhikode International Airport is an international airport serving the Malabar region, consisting of Kozhikode, Malappuram, Wayanad, and Palakkad in Kerala. The Kozhikode International Airport is country's 21st busiest airport in terms of passenger traffic, having handled 33,20,250 passengers in the year 2023-24. According to projections, the Kozhikode Airport will see growth both in terms of passengers and cargo volume in future, and forward-looking development of the airport is necessary to keep up with time and to serve the people better. The Kozhikode Airport serves as a major transport hub for the expatriate Malayali community from the districts of Kozhikode, Malappuram, Wayanad, and Palakkad. It is the only airport in Kerala being operated by the Airport Authority of India. Despite its importance in serving the people of Malabar region, many facilities are lacking. International passengers often have to wait for lack of immigration officers, being one of the rare airports in India with a tabletop runway. Geographical challenges are also unique. In light of the importance of Kozhikode Airport, international and domestic flights should be increased from all major cities of India and Gulf countries. Kerala government has already acquired land for the expansion of airport and runway with proper compensation for residents. The runway correction work should be concluded timely, keeping in mind the growth in passenger numbers to enable large aircraft to safely land. Airport authorities should also focus on providing modern and passenger-friendly services in both terminals to make travel hassle-free. I urge the government to look into this matter. Thank you, sir.
Honorable Member Shri A.D. Singh. Not present. Honorable Member Dr. Metha Vishram Kulkarni.
माननीय उपसभापति महोदया, मैं आपका ध्यान पुणे के एक बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण ऐतिहासिक स्थल शनिवारवाड़ा की ओर आकर्षित करना चाहती हूँ, जिसकी स्थिति वर्तमान में बहुत ही खराब है। यह ग्रेड ए हेरिटेज संरचना भारतीय पुरातत्व संरक्षण की देखरेख में है। 1736 में मराठा साम्राज्य की विरासत के रूप में स्थापित किया गया यह वास्तु भारतीय इतिहास का महत्वपूर्ण हिस्सा है। पेशवा बाजीराव प्रथम ने 1736 में इस वास्तु का निर्माण शुरू किया, जो पेशवाओं का मुख्यालय था और भारतीय उपमहाद्वीप के सबसे शक्तिशाली केंद्रों में से एक था। हालांकि 1828 में एक भयानक आग से इसका अधिकांश हिस्सा नष्ट कर दिया गया। यह वास्तु ब्रिटिशों के आगमन से पहले के स्वदेशी साम्राज्य का प्रतीक है। शनिवारवाड़ा की उचित देखभाल और रखरखाव न होने के कारण इसकी स्थिति जर्जर हो गई है। इसके अधिकांश हिस्से गिर गए हैं और बाकी कमज़ोर हो गए हैं और कभी भी गिरने का खतरा है। केंद्र सरकार ने इस स्मारक की बिगड़ती स्थिति को सुधारने का निर्देश दिया गया था, लेकिन फिर भी कोई भी कार्य अभी तक नहीं हुआ है। इस ऐतिहासिक स्थल की मरम्मत और संरक्षण बहुत ज़रूरी है, जिससे हमारी सांस्कृतिक धरोहर सुरक्षित रहे और पर्यटन को बढ़ावा मिले, पर्यटकों को इतिहास जानने का मौका मिले। शनिवारवाड़ा न केवल इतिहास का प्रतीक है, बल्कि आने वाली पीढ़ियों के लिए एक बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण शैक्षिक संसाधन भी है। अतः मैं आपके माध्यम से सरकार से अनुरोध करती हूँ कि इस महल की मरम्मत और रखरखाव का कार्य जल्द किया जाए और विशेष धनराशि का आवंटन किया जाए, ताकि यह कार्य जल्दी संपन्न हो सके। धन्यवाद माननीय उपसभापति महोदया।
Honorable Member Shri Satnam Singh Sandhu. Not present. Honorable Member Shri Satnam Singh Sandhu. Not present. Honorable Member Shri Abdul Wahab.
Thank you, ma'am, for giving me a chance. My subject is concern over life and medical insurance and public sector insurance companies. I urge the government to take following steps in the best interest of the people and the industry. First is removal of GST on life and medical insurance payment. Presently, both life and medical insurance premium attracts a GST rate of 18%, which is beyond any reason and rational. The Parliamentary Standing Committee on Finance of the 17th Lok Sabha has also recommended that GST on life and medical insurance premium be withdrawn in the interest of the people and the industry. Reintroduction of income tax deduction for health insurance premium. The deduction allowed under Section 80D towards health insurance premium has been discontinued in the new tax regime. Health insurance has become an imperative today in the view of progressively increasing cost of hospitalization. There is a greater demand of reintroduction of income tax reduction allowed earlier in the old regime under Section 80D of the income tax are allowed in a new regime also toward payment of health insurance premium. Consolidation of public sector and general insurance companies. The public sector general insurance companies is National Insurance, New India Assurance, Oriental Insurance, and United India Insurance have been recording reasonably good performance in spite of myriad challenge confronting them. They hold a market share over 30%. There is an opinion of merit that these companies be merged into a single entity to form a single corporation so that they derive the economies of of the scale. I would like to request the Ministry of Finance to consider these important subjects and take a favorable decision on these suggestions. Thank you.
Honorable Member Dr. Bhim Singh.
महोदया, मौजूदा सरकार धन्यवाद की पात्र है जिसने बिहार में एक एम्स के रहते दूसरा एम्स दिया। पहला एम्स तत्कालीन प्रधानमंत्री श्री अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी जी की सरकार ने पटना में दिया। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने दूसरा एम्स दरभंगा में दिया है। पटना एम्स जनता की सेवा में तत्पर है, परंतु जनप्रतिनिधि होने के नाते आए दिन सर्वसाधारण से सूचना प्राप्त होती रही है कि एम्स पटना के इमरजेंसी विभाग में बेड की संख्या मांग की तुलना में काफ़ी कम है। लिहाजा ज़रूरतमंद रोगियों की वहां भर्ती नहीं हो पाती और वे प्राइवेट अस्पतालों के चंगुल में फंसकर अपने जान माल से हाथ धो बैठते हैं। अतः मैं सरकार से मांग करता हूं कि पटना एम्स के इमरजेंसी विभाग में बेड की संख्या बढ़ाई जाने के साथ साथ वहां की अन्य सुविधाओं में भी बढ़ोतरी की जाए ताकि बिहार की गरीब जनता को सुलभ एवं सस्ता इलाज प्राप्त हो सके।
Honorable Member Shri Harish Biran.
Thank you, ma'am. I wish to draw your attention to Nipah virus outbreaks in Kerala, which has been declared as health emergency. The deadly virus resulted in the death of a 14-year-old boy last Sunday. Nipah virus outbreaks have haunted Kerala on 4 occasions in the past. Outbreak of the virus were reported in 2018 and 2023 in Kozhikode and 2019 in Ernakulam. The Department of Health in Kerala has taken precautionary measures and multiple level surveillance mechanism is in place. But the biggest impediment facing in such diseases outbreak, which was seen also during Nipah virus outbreak, is the inadequacy of virus testing facilities in the country. Currently, for viral testing, the only center in India is the National Institute of Virology in Pune. It is a matter of grave concern that there is only one advanced center for virology testing catering to 140 million population of the country. It is highly inadequate in a country like India to have only one viral testing center, and this delays the detection and containment of the deadly infectious disease like Nipah and other similar diseases. NIV Pune, the result has come after a week's time, which is causing delay in rollout of strategy of containment of such deadly infectious disease. I therefore request the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare to take immediate steps to provide funding support to develop viral testing facilities in National Institute of Virology in Alappuzha and Institute of Advanced Virology in Trivandrum, and make them center of excellence to tackle such diseases outbreaks. Thank you.
We will extend the time at 6 p.m. Honorable Member Srimati Sagariga Ghosh.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chairperson. I seek to draw attention to the urgent need to ensure efficient implementation of the Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Scheme. The budget estimate for the Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Scheme was rupees 60,000 crore for financial year 2023-24. This had to be increased to 89,000 crore. The union government has been claiming that availability of funds shall not hinder the implementation of the NREGA. But the government has already utilized 42% of the funds allocated under the interim budget for financial year 24-25. Additionally, the government is considering distributing excess rice for part payment of the wages. Since most workers are PDS beneficiaries, receiving rice during high inflation offers less flexibility and purchasing power than cash wages. As of January 1st, 2024, Aadhaar-based payment system has been mandated within the framework of the NREGA. More than 1.5 crore workers are yet to be ABPS, Aadhaar Payment Bridge System, enabled. The opacity of the ABPS architecture makes it impossible for workers to track which account their payment has been deposited in, leading to diverted and misdirected payments. Any deviations or inaccuracies could lead to a situation wherein rural workers may be deprived of their rightfully earned wages, especially people from marginalized backgrounds. There are concerns over mandatory digital attendance, deletions of job cards, delayed disbursements, and unresolved dues to states. Manrega promises work, wages, and dignity to millions of Indians. I urge the government to urgently address these issues to ensure the efficient implementation of the Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Scheme. Thank you.
Honorable Member Shri Narayan Das Gupta.
Not present.
Honorable Member Dr. Kanimozi NVN Somo.
Very much. Ma'am, my subject is concern over the access to washroom, sanitation facilities like toilets in educational institutions and workplaces for women across the country. Ma'am, it is disheartening to see India's Nari Shakti being troubled due to the inadequate toilets and sanitation facilities at educational institutions and workplaces. Although the number of women in the spheres of education and workforce is on the rise, the provision of sufficient and adequate toilet facilities for them is still sadly lacking. From schools to colleges, banks to public offices, where women are forced to bear with the nature's call for long hours, this is absolutely ridiculous and shameful. Ma'am, women workers form a large population of the workforce in the informal or unorganized sectors. Unfortunately, most workplaces and work activities in the informal sectors lack basic sanitation facilities and toilets. Lack of access to poor sanitation facilities, separate hygiene, toilets, and clean water are not only affects the physical health of the women, but also their self-esteem, dignity, and safety, and makes it difficult for them to participate in the workforce and contribute to the economic development of the country. Ma'am, lack of poor sanitation and hygiene facilities for working women in India is an urgent issue that needs to be addressed. By improving access to toilets and clean water and ensuring adequate hygiene facilities in workplaces will help to empower women and promote gender equality. Therefore, I urge the Union government to address this very sensitive women issue immediately in all educational institutions and workplaces across the country. Thank you.
I associate.
Honorable members, it is now 6 p.m. If the House agree, we may sit beyond 6 p.m. today to take up the remaining permitted special mention. Do I have the leave of the House to extend the sitting beyond 6 p.m.? थैंक यू, थैंक यू। हम इसको कंटिन्यू करते हैं। माननीय सदस्य श्री दीपक प्रकाश।
उपसभापति महोदया, मैं आपके माध्यम से एक महत्वपूर्ण विषय सदन के समक्ष लाना चाहता हूं। वर्तमान में सुबह के समय पटना से रांची के लिए 2 संचालित वंदे भारत एक्सप्रेस एवं जन शताब्दी एक्सप्रेस में से जन शताब्दी एक्सप्रेस को सुबह के समय रांची से पटना को संचालित किया जाने की आवश्यकता है, क्योंकि सुबह के समय में मात्र 1 घंटे के अंतराल में पटना से रांची के लिए 2 एक्सप्रेस ट्रेनें संचालित हो रही है, जबकि रांची से पटना के लिए इस समय में कोई एक्सप्रेस ट्रेन नहीं है। महोदया, अगर जन शताब्दी एक्सप्रेस को सुबह में रांची से पटना को संचालित किया जाता है तो न सिर्फ लोगों की आवागमन में सुविधा होगी, बल्कि रेलवे की आय में भी वृद्धि होगी। मैं सरकार से इस मामले पर गौर करने का आग्रह करता हूँ।
माननीय सदस्य श्रीमती संगीता यादव। माननीय सदस्य श्री सदानंद मालू सेठ तनावड़े।
Thank you, Madam. My special mention is demand for reservation for scheduled tribes in Goa Legislative Assembly. I rise to draw the attention of this august House to an urgent and significant issue pertaining to the political representation of scheduled tribes in the Goa Legislative Assembly. Goa, with its rich cultural heritage and diverse population, is home to several scheduled tribes who have been integral to the social and economic fabric of the state. Despite their contribution, the scheduled tribes in Goa have not been adequately represented in the State Assembly. The Indian Constitution guarantees political reservation for scheduled tribes to ensure their meaningful participation in the democratic process and to address their unique social, economic, and cultural challenges. However, in Goa, there is currently no political reservation for scheduled tribes in the State Assembly, which hampers their ability to influence policies and decisions that directly affect their lives. This lack of representation impedes the empowerment and development of the scheduled tribes in Goa. We must address this issue to ensure inclusive governance and equitable development. I urge the government to take immediate steps to amend the representation norms and provide political reservation for scheduled tribes in the Goa Legislative Assembly. This measure is essential to uphold the constitutional rights of scheduled tribes and to promote their active participation in the democratic process. Thank you, ma'am.
माननीय सदस्य डॉक्टर सस्मित पात्रा।
Honorable Deputy, Honorable Vice Chairman, ma'am, the topic of my special mention is demand for inclusion of languages spoken in Odisha into the 8th schedule of Constitution. Ho, Mundari, Bhumij, Kui, Saura, and coastly Sambalpuri languages spoken in Odisha are rich with their respective history, legacy, heritage, culture, and literature. There are long-standing demands from the people of Odisha speaking these languages for their inclusion in the 8th schedule of the Indian Constitution. Despite several letters by then Chief Minister of Odisha to the Government of India and several demands placed in both houses of Parliament by MPs, these languages have not yet been included into the 8th schedule of the Constitution by the Union Government. The Odisha Cabinet has also resolved several times through unanimous resolutions for the inclusion of some of these languages in the 8th schedule. Santali language has been added into the 8th schedule, but Ho, Mundari, Bhumij, Kui, and Sora, spoken by millions of tribal brothers and sisters in Odisha, has not been included in it. The Kosli, Sambalpuri language, spoken by the brothers and sisters of Western Odisha, is rich in literature, culture, history, and heritage, but that has also been kept waiting outside the 8th schedule. I urge the Government of India to take necessary steps to ensure that Ho, Mundari, Bhumij, Kui, Sora, and Kosli Sambalpuri languages are included in the 8th schedule of the Constitution. The official recognition of these languages by the Government of India through their inclusion in the 8th schedule will go a long way in their development and growth. I thank you, ma'am.
माननीय सदस्य श्री संजय सेठ।
जी, थैंक यू मैम। मेरा सब्जेक्ट है डिमांड ऑफ अवेयरनेस कैंपेन ऑफ सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट स्कीम थ्रू बैंक्स। सरकार ने सबका साथ, सबका विकास, सबका विश्वास के मंत्र के साथ समाज के हर वर्ग के विकास के लिए बहुत सारी योजनाएं शुरू की हैं। बजट 2024 में भी रोजगार, कौशल प्रशिक्षण और अन्य अवसरों की सुविधा उपलब्ध कराने के लिए प्रधानमंत्री जी की 5 योजनाओं के पैकेज की घोषणा की गई है, जिससे 5 वर्ष की अवधि में 4.1 करोड़ युवाओं को लाभ मिलेगा। मुद्रा योजना, स्टार्टअप इंडिया, स्टैंड अप इंडिया, प्रधानमंत्री स्वनिधि योजना जैसी विभिन्न योजनाएं हैं जिससे हर वर्ग के नागरिक लाभान्वित हो सकते हैं और इन योजनाओं के लागू होने से फाइनेंशियल इंक्लूजन और इकोनॉमिक डेवलपमेंट भी होता है। सरकार योजनाओं को लागू करने का पूरा प्रयास कर रही है, लेकिन ज़मीनी स्तर पर इसके लाभ को पहुंचाने के लिए अत्यंत आवश्यक है कि हम लाभार्थियों को इसके प्रति जागरूक करें। इस जागरूकता अभियान में सबसे महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका हमारे बैंकों की हो सकती है। आज हमारे देश में 1,60,000 से भी अधिक बैंक शाखाएं हैं, जिनका अस्तित्व ग्रामीण इलाकों में भी है। मेरी सरकार से मांग है कि इन सभी बैंक शाखाओं में एक डेडिकेटेड हेल्प डेस्क की स्थापना हो, जो हमारी योजनाओं का प्रसार प्रसार करे और लाभार्थियों को जागरूक करे कि वे किस प्रकार से भारत सरकार की योजनाओं का लाभ ले सकते हैं। इन हेल्प डेस्क के गठन से हर नागरिक को उसका अधिकार मिलेगा और पंक्ति में खड़े अंतिम व्यक्ति के विकास और अंत्योदय के लक्ष्य को भी हम प्राप्त कर सकेंगे। धन्यवाद।
माननीय सदस्य श्री शंभू शरण पटेल।
धन्यवाद। उपसभापति महोदय, आपने मुझे स्पेशल मेंशन के माध्यम से एक महत्वपूर्ण विषय पर बोलने का अवसर दिया है। महोदय, आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में भारतमाला परियोजना भारत के 550 से अधिक जिला मुख्यालयों को 6 लेन से राजमार्गों के माध्यम से जोड़ने का कार्य हो रहा है। राजमार्गों और सड़कों के विकास के अलावा परियोजना का एक मुख्य उद्देश्य राजमार्गों के माध्यम से माल ढुलाई दक्षता में सुधार करना है। इसके अलावा भारतीय राष्ट्रीय राजमार्ग प्राधिकरण का महत्वाकांक्षी 6 लेन ग्रीनफील्ड वाराणसी रांची कोलकाता एक्सप्रेसवे बिहार के कैमूर, रोहतास, औरंगाबाद और गया जिले से होकर गुजरेगा। 610 किलोमीटर लंबे वाराणसी कोलकाता कॉरिडोर में से 162 किलोमीटर बिहार से होकर जाएगा। केंद्र सरकार ने पटना में NH30 पर अनीसाबाद से गुरुद्वारा मोड़ तक 1000 करोड़ रुपये की लागत से 15 किलोमीटर लंबी एलिवेटेड रोड बनाने का फैसला किया है। वर्तमान में बिहार के कई जिलों में पुलों का निर्माण किया जा रहा है और केंद्र सरकार ने इन कार्यों के लिए 23,175 करोड़ रुपये आवंटित किए हैं। इसके अलावा फतुहा पटना में 100 एकड़ भूमि पर मल्टी मॉडल लॉजिस्टिक पार्क के विकास के लिए काम किया जा रहा है। केंद्र ने इसके लिए 1,000 करोड़ रुपये का प्रावधान किया है। महोदय, आपके माध्यम से माननीय केंद्रीय मंत्री जी से आग्रह है कि बिहार में अधिकांश जिले आकांक्षी है, इसलिए इस सभी परियोजनाओं के कार्य में तेजी लाया जाए ताकि बिहार में विकास का
जो विकास की गति है वो जल्द से जल्द हो सके और NH के दोनों तरफ जो अतिक्रमण है उसे हटाया जाए और NH पर सोलर लाइट का इंतजाम किया जाए जिससे कि NH पर होने वाली दुर्घटना को कम किया जा सके। धन्यवाद।
माननीय सदस्य श्री P. विल्सन।
Thank you, Vice Chairman Madam. I am going to speak on the concern over the energy security projects in Tamil Nadu. TANGEDCO, the Tamil Nadu State Power Utility, has initiated the development of a 2 into 800 megawatts supercritical thermal project at Uppur in Ramanathapuram district. Similarly, the 1320 megawatt Udangudi stage 1 is nearing completion with potential for further development of 2640 megawatts through Udangudi stage 2 and 3. The state government has granted administrative approval. Existing coal handling infrastructure, including a coal jetty and closed conveyor systems, are in place for all 3 stages. Considering the development of in-state projects is vital for the growth, it is proposed by state that NTPC and NLC undertake further development of these projects with an estimated cost of Rs 30,000 crores. The electricity generated could be utilized by the Tamil Nadu and other southern states as the capacity of the existing transmission line is nearly maxed out, and establishing new lines could take about 8 to 10 years. Enabling these projects by NTPC and NLC will enhance the energy security of Tamil Nadu and other southern states. Additionally, the power demand in Tamil Nadu is increasing at a higher rate compared to other states, expected to cross a peak demand of 21,000 megawatts by 2025 to 2026. Presently, Tamil Nadu receives only 55% of powers from Unit 1 and 2 of Kudangulam Nuclear Power Plant, roughly about 1,150 megawatts, with Units 3 and 4 expected to be completed by 2025. It is urged that 100% allocation from these Unit 3 and 4 be granted to Tamil Nadu to meet the growing demand and make the state of Tamil Nadu without power cuts. Thank you, Vice Chairman, sir.
माननीय सदस्य डॉक्टर अशोक कुमार मित्तल।
धन्यवाद महोदय, मुझे ये अवसर देने के लिए। मैं देश में आवारा पशुओं द्वारा होने वाले हमले के रोकने के संदर्भ में बात करना चाहूँगा। हम सब सोशल मीडिया पर वीडियो देखते हैं जहां आवारा पशु बच्चों और बुजुर्गों पर हमला करते हैं, और भटिंडा में एक ऐसा मामला सामने आया जहां एक 5 वर्ष की बच्ची पर स्टे एनिमल ने हमला कर दिया और उसकी मृत्यु हो गई। पूरे देश में डॉग बाइट्स के केसेस जो 2022 में 21 लाख थे, वो 2023 में 28 लाख हो गए, और WHO के अनुसार पूरे विश्व में 36% रैबीज रिलेटेड डेथ भारत में होती हैं, और इसका संज्ञान देश के हाई कोर्ट्स और सुप्रीम कोर्ट द्वारा भी लिया गया है। यूके के प्रतिष्ठित मेडिकल जर्नल लॉसेंट के अनुसार हमारे देश में हर वर्ष 59,000 डेथ्स स्टे एनिमल अटैक के कारण होती हैं। सरकार ने 2023 में एनिमल बर्थ कंट्रोल रूल्स बनाए, जिसमें स्टेरिलाइजेशन और पॉपुलेशन कंट्रोल की स्ट्रैटेजी का इस्तेमाल किया गया है, और एनिमल वेलफेयर बोर्ड द्वारा एनिमल शेल्टर बनाने के लिए आर्थिक सहायता भी देने की योजना है। लेकिन यह योजनाओं से जो परिणाम अपेक्षित थे वो पूरे नहीं हुए हैं। मेरा सरकार से निवेदन है कि आवारा पशुओं के रिहेबिलिटेशन के लिए स्वच्छ भारत योजना के अंतर्गत एक डेडिकेटेड स्ट्रैटेजी की शुरुआत करने की आवश्यकता है, जिसमें ब्लॉक, वार्ड या तालुका स्तर पर आवारा पशुओं के लिए शेल्टर का निर्माण किया जा सके, और मैन एनिमल कन्फ्लिक्ट के बढ़ते मामलों पर भी अंकुश लग सके, और भारत को स्वच्छ भारत में अर्बन लोकल बॉडीज़ की रैंकिंग में स्टे एनिमल मैनेजमेंट को भी एक क्राइटेरिया बनाना चाहिए, जिससे अर्बन लोकल बॉडीज़ बेहतर तरीके से बढ़ते मामलों पर काबू कर सके। धन्यवाद महोदय।
माननीय सदस्य डॉक्टर सिकंदर कुमार।
मैडम, आपने स्पेशल मेंशन के तहत एक महत्वपूर्ण विषय पर बोलने का अवसर दिया, उसके लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। मैं आपका ध्यान उत्तराखंड राज्य में 4 धाम यात्रा की समस्या की ओर दिलाना चाहता हूं। उत्तराखंड के क्षेत्र में स्थित 4 पवित्र हिंदू तीर्थस्थल हैं। यह न केवल एक धार्मिक यात्रा है, बल्कि उत्तराखंड के लिए एक महत्वपूर्ण सांस्कृतिक और पर्यटन कार्यक्रम भी है, जो दुनिया भर से पर्यटकों को आकर्षित करती है, जो रोजगार के अवसर प्रदान करती है, जिसके कारण चिकित्सा एवं स्वास्थ्य से लेकर परिवहन, आवास एवं शौचालय जैसी सुविधाओं के लिए सरकारी इंतजाम नाकाफ़ी साबित हुए हैं और यात्रा पर आने वाले श्रद्धालुओं को रजिस्ट्रेशन, हेलीकॉप्टर बुकिंग, पार्किंग तथा ऑनलाइन बुकिंग के साइबर ठगों द्वारा लूटना और भी परेशानियों का सामना करना पड़ा है, जिसके कारण बहुत से श्रद्धालुओं को बिना 4 धाम यात्रा पूरी किए वापस लौटना पड़ा और कई श्रद्धालुओं की मृत्यु भी हुई है। मेरा पर्यटन मंत्री से आग्रह है कि 4 धाम यात्रा पर आने वाले श्रद्धालुओं की सुविधाओं से संबंधित अधिकारियों द्वारा आगामी वर्षों की 4 धाम यात्रा के लिए उचित सुविधाओं के प्रबंध की समीक्षा पहले ही संपूर्ण कर ली जाए, जिससे 4 धाम यात्रा में आने वाले श्रद्धालुओं को कोई परेशानी ना हो। धन्यवाद।
माननीय सदस्य श्री मनोज कुमार झा।
शुक्रिया। थैंक यू मैम, वाइस चेयरमैन मैम। It's a very important issue. Thank you for the permission because it impacts lakhs of students all over India. My subject is need for reconsideration of NCT's oversight of NIOS DLAD ODL program. In a quest to uphold the Right to Education Act 2009, the National Council for Teachers Education issued a notification in 2010 requiring a minimum qualification of a 2-year diploma in elementary education. After NCT's 2014 regulation, the Ministry of Human Resources Development issued a letter on 3rd of August 2017 to all the secretaries of states and UTs, directing that all the teachers in the government schools must possess minimum qualification as mandated under the RTE Act. And a last chance was being given to all such teachers to acquire minimum qualification till 31st of March 2019. In 2017, an opportunity arose for in-service untrained teachers of government-aided, unaided private schools class 1 to 8 to acquire diploma in elementary education called DLED from National Institute of Open Schooling, NIOS, in ODL mode in 18 months instead of 2 years. The Supreme Court ruling on November 28, 2023 emphasized that the entire scheme was only for the purpose of providing a window to the in-service teachers to prevent their dismissal. The delay in publishing notifications left approximately 14 lakh candidates in limbo. As the NCT failed to publish the Gazette directed by the MHRD on September 22, 2017. States like Bihar and West Bengal have appointed teachers trained through the NIOS 18-month course. I urge the government to reconsider the NCT's non-recognition of NIOS 18-month DLED course, ensuring equal opportunities for the affected candidates at the earliest. Thank you very much, ma'am.
माननीय सदस्य श्री निरंजन बीशी।
Thank you, ma'am. My special mention is demand for adequate budgetary allocation for ensuring safety of mining workers. Ma'am, Odisha has one of the highest coal reserves in the country at 48,572.58 million tons measured and 34,080.42 million ton indicated, which increases the importance of ensuring the safety of the mining workers. However, in spite of the urgency of the matter, the budget for the Ministry of Coal has been declining for the past 2 years. It has fallen down to rupees 547.88 crores revised estimate in 2022 22 and 23. Underutilization of funds is another cause of concern. Reflective in how the utilization of funds during the financial year 2021-22 was rupees 360.97 crores up to December 2021 against the allocation of rupees 644.09 crores at RE stage. Mining is an extremely hazardous profession, and disaster in this area cause grave threat to human life and loss of economic resources. Inundation is a factor that is leading to a greater number of disasters in the mines. Disasters have been seen to occur at regular intervals. Fatalities due to roof fall and dumpers at coal mines are major issues that need to be tackled for greater safety. Another linked cause of concern that has emerged is a lack of detailed emergency rescue plan. Training of personnel, implementation of standard operating procedure, etc. need to be emphasized. Training is required to minimize human-based error. Thereby, Madam, through you, I urge the central government to take cognizance of the need to ensure adequate funding for research, infrastructure development, among other processes, to ensure proper mechanism for safety for mining workers. Thank you.
माननीय सदस्य श्री राघव चड्डा.
Thank you, Madam, for permitting me to raise a very important matter under the special mention category. मैं जिस विषय के बारे में बोलना जा रहा हूँ वो हम पंजाबियों और पंजाब के दिल से जुड़ा हुआ मुद्दा है. My subject is demand for bringing back the royal throne of महाराजा रंजीत सिंह जी. मैं एक ऐसे मुद्दे पर बोलने के लिए खड़ा हुआ हूँ जिससे सिर्फ पंजाब ही नहीं पूरे देश की भावनाएं जुड़ी हुई हैं. मेरा सौभाग्य है कि मैं उस पंजाब से आता हूँ जहाँ कभी शेर पंजाब महाराजा रंजीत सिंह जी का शासन था और महाराजा रंजीत सिंह जी का शासन असल मायने में सुशासन था, जहाँ सबको न्याय मिलता था. वो ऐसे महान योद्धा थे जिनके नाम से बड़े बड़े सूरमाओं की रूह कांप जाती थी. महाराजा रंजीत सिंह जी युद्ध भूमि में शेर की तरह गरजते थे. सिर्फ शौर्य नहीं, महाराजा रंजीत सिंह जी ने इंसानियत का पैगाम भी दुनिया को दिया है. उनके शासन में धर्म, जात पात के नाम पर कोई भेदभाव नहीं था. बीबीसी वर्ल्ड हिस्ट्री ने एक सर्वे में महाराजा रंजीत सिंह जी को ग्रेटेस्ट लीडर ऑफ ऑल टाइम्स का खिताब दिया. ऐसे महात्मा को मैं इस सदन में नमन करता हूं. महाराजा रंजीत सिंह जी को याद करते हुए एक अहम मांग रखना चाहता हूं. लंदन के विक्टोरिया एंड एल्बर्ट म्यूजियम में महाराजा रंजीत सिंह जी का सोने का सिंहासन रखा हुआ है. मैं भारत सरकार से ये मांग करता हूं कि भारत सरकार अपने डिप्लोमेटिक रिलेशंस यानी कि कूटनीति का इस्तेमाल करते हुए यूनाइटेड किंगडम की सरकार से बात करें और उस सिंहासन को वापस लाने का प्रयास करें. वो सिंहासन वापस हमारे देश आना चाहिए और सबको उसके दर्शन करने का मौका मिलना चाहिए. महाराजा रंजीत सिंह जी के जीवन को हम सबको उनके जीवन से प्रेरणा मिलती है, सीख मिलती है. साथ ही उनके शौर्य, इंसानियत और राज्य की नीति को बच्चों को किताबों में भी पढ़ाया जाना चाहिए, जिससे बच्चों को सुशासन का असली मतलब पता लग सके. बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया.
माननीय सदस्य श्री आर गिरिराजन.
Thank you, Madam. My special mention is demand for establishment of a multi-purpose industrial training center and high-tech trade center with the entertainment park at North Chennai Industrial Cluster. North Chennai Industrial Cluster comprising of the Ennur, Thiruvattriyur, Ennur, Manali, Korattur, Madavaram, Ambattur, Avadi and adjoining district of Tiruvallur making this region a special industrial hub, houses many large petrochemical industries and fertilizer units, thermal power station NCTPS Stage 1, NTECL, CPCL, TPL, MPL and MFL are more than 6,000 SMEs is in this North Chennai industrial hub and competitive industrial area, where companies are fighting for skilled manpower. Thus, the employment potential is high. This is a need for an advanced industrial training center and a trade center to harness the human resources. Madam, the picturesque location between the Retteri and the Madhavaram lakes is excellently suitable for the industrial corridor complex. This will help hundreds and thousands of educated and skilled youth for getting hands-on training in various industrial trades. This will be great boon for skill training and entrepreneurship development as well as promotion of trade and commerce. There is a huge potential and scope for creation of water theme park and entertainment park which add advantages to this North Chennai industrial hub. The multi-varied industries at Ambattur, Madhavaram, Korattur, Manali, Ennur will get a much needed facelift and overall trade will prosper. Productivity will grow. Employment opportunities for youth will be generated in huge numbers. Establishing multi-purpose industrial training center with the trade center will definitely facilitate the Tamil Nadu in achieving its target of 1 trillion economy very soon. Therefore, I urge this government to establish a multi-purpose industrial training center and trade center to support North Chennai Industrial Hub. Thank you, Madam.
माननीय सदस्य श्री नगेंद्र रॉय.
Thank you, Madam. There has been a long-pending demand of the Greater Kuch Bihar People's Association since the year 2015 for formation of the Greater Kuch Bihar Union Territory by carving it out of the state of West Bengal. The association has made a number of representations to the government of the past of realized aspiration of its people. This association has been against merger of Did and Kuch Bihar with West Bengal and Assam as consideration is illegal, unconstitutional, and against the wishes of the local. For the knowledge of my colleagues here, I would like to mention that Didan government was aware of the ground situation that merger of the Greater Kuch Bihar with West Bengal and Assam is very sensitive because of the violation of the instrument of accession of the state of Kuch Bihar. Since between Maharaja Sri Jagadevendra Narayan Bhup Bahadur and Lord Mount, Governor General Dominion Gulf of India, on 9th August 1947 of Agreement Annexure A, made on 28 and 30 August 1949. Interestingly, Kuch Bihar was shown as a C category state in the first schedule of the Constitution adopted by Constituent Assembly on 26 November 1949. Therefore, I would sincerely request Honorable Home Minister to undo the injustice done to peoples of Kuch Bihar by carving out it as a separate union territory. Thank you, Madam.
माननीय सदस्य श्रीमती सुलता देव.
Thank you, Chairman, Vice Chairman, Madam. My special mention is demand to increase the one-stop centers in Odisha. Violence against women persists as a distressing issue, demanding urgent and comprehensive solutions. The one-stop centers, OSC, scheme led by the central government is commendable but needs expansion in Odisha, where the number of centers is significantly lower than in the states like Madhya Pradesh and Uttar Pradesh. In Odisha, the government has established Sakhi centers to aid distressed women, yet the existing numbers fall short of meeting the extensive demand. Expanding one-stop centers in Odisha is crucial to ensure comprehensive coverage and assistance for the victims of violence. Through you, Madam, I respectfully request the government to increase the number of centers in Odisha to provide support to more women in the state. Thank you so much.
माननीय सदस्य डॉक्टर लक्ष्मीकांत वाजपेयी। माननीय सदस्य श्री मुजीबुल्ला खान।
Thank you, Madam. My special mention is educational access in Odisha, especially Kendriya Vidyalaya and Eklavya schools. Odisha has been presently advocating for the establishment of Kendriya Vidyalayas in every block areas across the state. These schools are crucial to providing quality education and ensuring educational access for students in remote and underserved areas. Additionally, there is a pressing demand for Eklavya schools in scheduled areas and blocks within significant tribal populations. These specialized schools are essential for addressing educational disparity, promoting cultural presentation, and fostering socio-economic development among tribal communities in Odisha. Their establishment would not only improve educational outcomes, but also empower marginalized groups by providing them with equitable opportunities for growth and development. Thank you, Madam.
माननीय सदस्य श्री नरेश बंसल।
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Demand for effective flood management works in India. अनिश्चित और लंबे मानसून के मौसम के कारण भारत बाढ़ के प्रति काफ़ी संवेदनशील है। यह महत्वपूर्ण है कि भारत जान माल के नुकसान को रोकने के लिए एक मजबूत बाढ़ आपदा प्रबंधन प्रणाली फ्लड डिसास्टर मैनेजमेंट सिस्टम विकसित करे। उत्तराखंड, उत्तर प्रदेश, बिहार, असम, पश्चिम बंगाल, केरल और उड़ीसा भारत के सबसे बुरी तरह बाढ़ प्रभावित राज्यों में से कुछ हैं। हर मानसून में बाढ़ की पुनरावृत्ति से जान माल को भारी नुकसान होता है। बाढ़ नियंत्रण के लिए वनीकरण, ढलान के प्रवाह को रोकने के लिए छत की ढलान, बांधों का निर्माण और मानव बस्तियों में पानी आने से रोकने के लिए तटबंध और फ्लड प्रूफिंग और बाढ़ के मैदानों के जोनिंग पर अधिक जोर दिया जाना चाहिए। वृक्षारोपण और वनस्पति के रोपण से मिट्टी को अतिरिक्त पानी को बनाए रखने और अवशोषित करने में मदद मिलेगी और इस प्रक्रिया में बाढ़ में कमी आएगी। बाढ़ प्रभावित क्षेत्रों से सूखे क्षेत्रों में अतिरिक्त पानी को चैनलाइज करने के लिए नहरों और फीडर नेटवर्क का निर्माण और वैज्ञानिक ढंग से जलाशयों और बांधों का निर्माण करना चाहिए, जिनका उपयोग बाढ़ के दौरान अतिरिक्त पानी को जमा करने के लिए किया जाए। बाढ़ से निपटने के लिए एक मास्टर प्लान चाहिए जो किसी विशेष क्षेत्र की ज़रूरतों के लिए विशिष्ट होना चाहिए। यदि इन कदमों को ठीक से लागू किया जाता है तो यह बाढ़ राहत, पूर्वानुमान आदि पर आवृत्ति व्यय को कम कर सकता है। देश में बाढ़ के प्रकोप से मानव जीवन, भूमि और संपत्ति की रक्षा के लिए प्रभावी बाढ़ प्रबंध कार्य की आवश्यकता है। थैंक यू।
माननीय सदस्य Dr. V. Shivadasan.
Respected Madam, need to address the issues faced by agriculture workers. Agriculture and rural workers of India constitute the most deprived and marginalized class in our society. They are suffering from low wages, lack of social security, lack of proper health care, malnutrition, and lack of educational opportunities for their children. The agriculture workers who are unable to work due to old age are left with no support from the government. There is a need to ensure that agriculture workers get a monthly pension of minimum 5,000 rupees, and the funds for this money should be transferred to the states by the union government. There is a need to ensure that universal and free quality health care is provided to the agriculture workers. As per the NCRB data, the suicide among farm laborers is increasing, and this shows the increase in rural distress. The report showed that in 2021, 5,563 farm laborers have committed suicide. This number has increased to 6,083 in 2022. This is the result of low wages and lack of employment opportunities for the rural poor. There is an urgent need to increase the amount allocated for employment guarantee schemes and strengthen social security. I urge the government to take steps to ensure that the right to a dignified life of the agriculture workers is protected. Thank you, Madam.
माननीय सदस्य श्री ब्रिजलाल.
Thanks, Deputy Chairperson, Madam. My subject concern over high level of pollution in rivers flowing through Bagpat, Uttar Pradesh. The status of the Cancer River in Bagpat, Uttar Pradesh remains dire. The Krishna, Kali and Hindan River, which flow through this region, are heavily contaminated with industrial pollutants, including heavy metals like mercury and lead. This pollution has severely impacted the health of local residents, leading to the high rate of cancer, bone deformities, and other serious illnesses. Effort by National Green Tribunal, NGT, have highlighted the failure to address these issues effectively. Despite order to provide clean drinking water and improve health monitoring, little progress has been made. Many residents continue to rely on the contaminated water for daily use. This has resulted in untimely death and a large number of other ailments. This problem has been there for over 2 decades, and everyone has been highlighting the dangerous effect on the lives of the residents and farmers of this area, but little has been achieved. I earnestly urge the central and state bodies involved in this area to make efforts to eradicate the problem by making war-level efforts and save the life of residents and the future generation. I also urge for a time-bound action on the issue, as this problem is increasing despite making best efforts. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you. The House stand adjourned to meet at 11 a.m. on Thursday, the 25th July 2024. धन्यवाद.
10 लाख से लेके 20 लाख की, लेकिन मुद्रा लोन उस पीरियड में उन्हीं लोगों को मिले जिनकी सिफारिशें बीजेपी के कार्यकर्ताओं ने की थी, जबकि सामान्य आदमी जो है, आम आदमी जो है, उसको ये लोन नहीं मिला था। सिर्फ कुछ चंद लोगों को ये लोन दिया गया था। मेरी ये मांग है कि कोरोना के टाइम पे जो लाभार्थी मुद्रा लोन का कर्ज फेर नहीं पाए, उनके लिए जैसे अपने अदानी अंबानी के लिए कर्जा माफ किया है, वैसे इन लाभार्थियों के लिए भी कर्जा माफ किया जाए, तुरंत माफ किया जाए मुद्रा लोन का जो परत फेर करने का कर्जा है। आदरणीय अध्यक्ष महोदय, माइक्रो फाइनेंस और चिट फंड्स जो दिए जाते हैं हमारे सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप्स को, बीड़ी कामगारों को, पावर लूम वर्कर्स को दिए जाते हैं, हमारी काफ़ी सारी महिलाओं को दिए जाते हैं, लेकिन ये माइक्रो फाइनेंस और चिट फंड्स पे के ऊपर रेगुलेटरी अथॉरिटी नहीं होती है, इसीलिए ये बेहिसाब इंटरेस्ट इन लोगों से, गरीब लोगों से लेते हैं। अध्यक्ष महोदय, मुझे इस बात का दुख हो रहा है कि कल के बजट के स्पीच में हमारी अन्न धान्य सुरक्षा योजना जो है, अन्न सुरक्षा योजना जो यूपीए सरकार ने लाई थी, उसके बारे में फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर ने कोई जिक्र नहीं किया। पिछले 10 साल से हमारे देश का जो गरीब है उसको एपीएल कार्ड धारक को अन्न धान्य योजना का लाभ नहीं मिल रहा है। 10 साल से करोड़ों लोग इस योजना से वंचित रह रहे हैं, भूखे मर रहे हैं, और जैसे शैलजा जी ने कहा था, कुपोषण का प्रमाण जो है हमारी देश में बढ़ रहा है। गरीब लोगों से जानबूझ के एक फॉर्म, गिव अप सब्सिडी फॉर्म, जानबूझ के भरा जा रहा है, उनको बिना बताए कि अगर ये फॉर्म आप भरेंगे तो आपकी फूड सब्सिडी कट हो जाएंगी। ये जबरदस्ती उनसे ये फॉर्म भरवा रहे हैं ताकि उनको इस योजना, जो कि कांग्रेस की योजना थी, उसका लाभ न मिले, और इसके वजह से ढेर सारे लोग भूखे हमारे देश में मर रहे हैं। मैं फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर से ये गुजारिश करती हूँ कि एपीएल कार्ड धारक को तुरंत इस योजना का लाभ मिला जाए और सारे के सारे जितने भी लोग हैं उनको धान मिला जाए। अध्यक्ष महोदय, कल के स्पीच में आंध्र प्रदेश और बिहार के ऊपर बहुत प्यार जताया गया। मुझे उस बात से कोई कंप्लेंट नहीं है, पर महाराष्ट्र से इतनी नफरत क्यों नहीं महाराष्ट्र की तरफ उतना ही प्यार जताया गया जो बिहार और आंध्र प्रदेश के जताया गया? क्योंकि उनको पिछले लोकसभा में कम सीटें मिली, या शायद उनको अंदाजा आया कि आने वाले इलेक्शन में उनको वो चुनाव हारने वाले हैं। मैं वित्त मंत्री को बताना चाहती हूँ कि महाराष्ट्र में हिंदवी स्वराज की नींव महाराष्ट्र में रखी गई थी। कणखर देशा, राकट देशा, दगडाचा देशा, महाराष्ट्र देशा, ये हमारे प्यारे महाराष्ट्र के बारे में कहा जाता है, लेकिन अफसोस है कि महाराष्ट्र की तरफ कोई ध्यान नहीं दिया जा रहा है, सिर्फ महाराष्ट्र का इस्तेमाल किया जाता है। अध्यक्ष महोदय, रेलवेज के बारे में बोलूं तो रेलवेज में स्लीपर कोच की संख्या जो है वो कम कर रहे हैं और फर्स्ट क्लास और सेकंड क्लास की संख्या बढ़ा रहे हैं। देश का जो आम गरीब आदमी है वो स्लीपर कोच से ट्रैवल करता है, वो फर्स्ट क्लास और सेकंड क्लास से नहीं किया जाता है। मैं आपके माध्यम में से मेडन स्पीच माध्यम में से गुजारिश करती हूँ कि स्लीपर कोचेस की संख्या बढ़ाई जाए। अध्यक्ष महोदय, मेरी शोलापुर के कुछ मांगे रखती हूँ और मैं समाप्त करती हूँ। हमारे शोलापुर में एयरपोर्ट है लेकिन एयर सर्विस नहीं है। उड़ान स्कीम में आया गया है, लेकिन जानबूझ के वहाँ पे जो चिमनी थी, ऑब्स्ट्रक्शन था, वो तोड़ा गया, लेकिन अभी तक वहाँ पे एयर सर्विस शुरू नहीं है। बोरामनी एयरपोर्ट है, वहाँ पे इंटरनेशनल एयरपोर्ट के लिए फंड्स एक बार दिए गए, लेकिन फिर फंड्स नहीं दिए गए। मैं वित्त मंत्री से गुजारिश करती हूँ कि बोरामनी एयरपोर्ट के लिए फंड्स दिए जाए। मंगावेड़ा जो हमारा तालुका है, वहाँ पे जो इरिगेशन स्कीम है, वहाँ के 35 गांव जो है वो पानी से वंचित है। मैं विनती करती हूँ कि वो गांव के लिए भी आप इरिगेशन स्कीम जल्द से जल्द अप्रूव करें। अंत में मैं यही कहना चाहती हूँ कि बीजेपी विपक्ष की अवहेलना कर रही है कि हमें इतनी सीट्स मिली, जनता ने अस्वीकार किया, पर आपके 400 पार का क्या हुआ? पर मैं उनसे कहना चाहूँगी कि हम स्वीकार करते हैं कि सरकार बनाने के लिए पर्याप्त सीट्स नहीं जीत पाए। हाँ, हम हमारी बातें जनता को बेहतर तरीके से शायद नहीं समझा पाए। लेकिन ये भी कहना चाहूंगी कि हार गए तो क्या हुआ, झोला उठा के चल नहीं देंगे, यही डटे रहेंगे। एक मजबूत विपक्ष के रूप में भारत की जनता की आवाज बुलंद करते रहेंगे, सिर्फ और सिर्फ इस देश के लिए और इस देश के जनता के लिए। और आखिरी कुछ शब्द कह के मैं समाप्त करना चाहूंगी कि सत्ता की लालच में ना फैलाओ समाज में ध्रुवीकरण का रोग, सत्ता की लालच में ना फैलाओ समाज में ध्रुवीकरण का रोग, आपकी हस्ती मिटा देंगे हम भारत के लोग। जय हिंद, धन्यवाद, जय महाराष्ट्र।
धन्यवाद। माननीय सदस्य श्री जगदीश शेट्टर जी।
Respected Chairman, and I have been given the opportunity to address this august House. First time I elected to the Parliament from the Belgavi constituency, that is in Karnataka, and I am very much thankful to the Honorable Speaker and our party and our leader Narendra Modi ji for giving me an opportunity to address and participate in the budget session. Here, sir, I am honored to be here today to discuss the crucial elements that drive our nation's progress. The budget key focus on four major pillars: Garib, Mahilana, Yuva, and Annadata. Form the cornerstone of our pursuit of our Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi's vision of a Vikasita Bharat. Vikasita Bharat is a concept that is a promise to every citizen of our great nation. It embodies our commitment to economic growth that reaches every corner of the country, ensuring that no one is left behind. Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas. Through strategic initiatives and inclusive policies, the budget is building a nation where opportunities are abundant and everyone has the means to contribute to and benefit from our collective prosperity. I will focus mainly on benefits of our startups and women empower, consumption, MSMEs, and job creation. These are the main important pillars of the development of our nation. And our Honorable Finance Minister and our Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji given the importance for these four pillars.